There are two easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1p. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker. When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today.
Tune into Jewellery Maker this Sunday for the launch of Mark Smith's Wire Macrame with Seed Beads DVD. Mark will guide you through an array of different projects and techniques, including the floodlit and Anubis bracelet, the twisted twist, the lotus flower, and how to channel set using seed beads. Enhance your jewellery and learn how to combine seed beads, wire and macrame. So make sure you're watching this Sunday at 9 AM.
Hi, good afternoon, welcome to Jewellery Maker. If you've just tuned in, I'm Hannah Stewart, taking you through until 6 o'clock this afternoon, joined by the lovely, luscious lady. That is our Jem Hawkes. Hello, Jem.
Hi, good afternoon.
I like that little giggle and wave then. That's cute. How are you?
I'm all right, thanks, darling. How are you?
Yes, I'm very well.
Good,
Still
good.
here. Elle just said to me, I was surprised to see you today. She thought she wasn't going to see me today. Gemma Crow predicted that yesterday would have been the day. No, well, actually it was, yeah. I just thought I'd come in.
Well, do you know what? Got a tiny, tiny four-wheel drive in the car park. We'll go round over the grounds, over some bumps and see what we can do.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't do bumps at the moment at all. Thanks for offering, Jem.
You're all right, darling.
So I'm here until 6 o'clock this afternoon. We've got some fantastic kits coming up for you today. I've got a gorgeous kit, actually. Labradorite cabochons. It's full of lab cabs. And do you know what? There's different coloured wires in there as well. So there really is something for everyone in that particular kit. Also in the masterclass today, emerald green Swarovski. And even you said actually, Jem, didn't you, earlier on, that you were a little bit on the fence, weren't you, about the Swarovski, but the emerald green is just lush.
Immense. It is absolutely stunning, and the octagon kit as well is just beyond. It's lovely. You're going to love it.
Beautiful. I do apologise, the emerald, in fact, let's have a look. Emerald green Swarovski, this is coming up for you in the first kit, by the way. I got the kits the wrong way round, I do apologise. So this one is coming up for you at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Loads of emerald green Swarovski in there, and copper wire. I have to say, with the copper wire, it looks incredible. Labradorite one coming up for you in the second kit. Now, 145. These will sell out in a heartbeat. Quantity is really, really low on these. The biggest chrysocolour I have ever seen. They are absolutely huge, those rounds. Biggest rounds I've seen. I'm at maybe 10 mil, I'm thinking, perhaps. They're huge, gorgeous. So those are coming up for you at 145, and at 1:30, I've got some Wildfire coming up for you as well. 3:30 this afternoon, you'll want to own I believe that yesterday all of the Zuron pliers that you had were very, very popular. You have your Zuron pliers coming up for you at 3:30 at brand new relaunch, and I've got a massive quantity. They are the bent nose pliers that you've got here. Fantastic. If you are a chain mailer, you will absolutely love those. So those are coming up at 3:30 if you want to own. Abalone, summer. Speaking of summer, how'd you get on with Doris the other day? Oh, Storm Doris. She took one of my fence panels. She did. Wasn't very happy about that. Nightmare that was, but at least she's gone now anyway. Our poor Bruce lost his car. Not literally lost it. Tree fell on his car, luckily he wasn't in it. Goodness me. How was it where you were, Jem?
It was ever so windy, and we have a little swing seat with a little canopy in the garden, and it went flip, and it was resting on the fence, but luckily it's a really strong fence with a tree behind it.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, my fence is gone.
Many people lost bits of their shed and their fences and things where I live, so
Yikes!
Bit breezy.
Thank goodness it's gone now. Abalone for you, two-sided abalone. They're 12 by 8mm in size. Beautiful rectangles you've got here. Great shape. Lends itself beautifully to rings or earrings, this shape does. You know, you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 individual gemstones in this strand. And you know what? Not two will ever be the same. So each one, as individual as you and I, no two will ever be this. Oh, my days. Cracking, I tell you. £2.95. That's the price of your P&P. I would be, do you know what? Especially with the forthcoming season, spring and summer coming up, that's your time to get abalone. That's the time to come in and get this, especially when it's just £2.95. I mean, let's say you made a pair of earrings. Pair of earrings. What kind of price tag would you pop on those? Headpins, shepherd's hooks, £5. God, you wouldn't put any less than that, and that would be quite generous, I think. You could get her 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pairs of earrings. Quids in. Nikki in Cambridgeshire says, hi Hannah, Jem and team, wear the check in Huntington. I love this. Wear the check in Huntington, Cambridgeshire, cloudy and 10 degrees. Brilliant. It's about the same as here, I think. Cloudy and mildish. Still a bit of wind today, though, I have to say. We do like wear the checks here on the Mid Show at Jewellery Maker. 60777. Start your message with the word Jem Studio if you want to get interactive, not just about the weather, but anything that you're getting up to today. Nikki in Cambridgeshire says, wear the check. Wear the check in Little Rock. Where's that? Arkansas. Where my daughter lives. 7 a.m, 1 degree and sunny. Ooh. 1 degree at 7 a.m. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Roll on spring and summer, eh? Well done if you've just got those. BMPO95 is your code for those. Well done. Multi-buyers. Left, right and centre. Look at these. What a dream. This strand is ruby, emerald and sapphire. Look at those reds. That ruby is sumptuous. That's a real deep raspberry hue that you've got there. Oh, wow. Padparacha hues coming through there as well. You see that sapphire? Just there. Real Padparacha hue you've got there. And those beautiful oranges with those peachy undertones you've got there as well. Fantastic rainbow of colour. And actually, you've got 3 of your big 5. So, you know, your big 5 consisting of Tanzanite, diamonds, emeralds, rubies and sapphires, they are considered to be 5 of the most precious gemstones on the planet. You have 3 of them featuring in this strand, and you know what? They are all completely natural. I mean, those yellows in that sapphire, is it fair to say they're canary yellows? I think so. Canary sapphires you've got there. It's very high end, isn't it? It's one of those strands, I think, you know, sometimes you might think, okay, well, we're going to double figures on this. We know we're going to bring you a spectacular price tag. Is there any compromise on quality? Absolutely not. The reds in the rubies are the deepest, most sumptuous reds. Those greens in your emeralds are incredibly vibrant. Incredibly vibrant.
I think vibrant should be a word. Bright and vibrant.
Thanks, Jem. We'll add that into the Jewellery Maker dictionary then. Vibrant is bright and vibrant. I can't remember where I was going with that, but it looks, I tell you what, I dread to think how the next week is going to be, in fact. You've only got me for just over another week. Week Tuesday will be my last show here at Jewellery Maker. I know! XQ RU62 is your code for this one. Not even £24.95. We are going even lower on price for you this afternoon. £17.95 for you. What an absolute steal. I mean, Jem, let's say you took a small section of that ruby, just a tiny section, popped it into a 95 bracelet chain. What would you sell it for?
Probably £50 or so, because it has that value attached to it, that emotional worth.
Yeah.
You know the little slider pieces that we've been having quite recently, they were deal of day a little while ago. You could section them out, or you could just take one of each colour tone and have a whole selection of rainbow, but really, really precious rainbow.
I mean, you would, and that would be like using, I don't know, 5, 10 of those gemstones and nothing else. You'd have, you know, you'd be more than doubling your money on the strand, wouldn't you? Straight away. It's a no-brainer. You could have the sapphire earrings, couldn't you? You could have the emerald ring and the ruby bracelet, if you like. How many pennies per carat? 81 pence for a carat of emerald. 81 pence for a carat of sapphire. 81 pence for a carat of ruby. Unbelievable. Chris in the West Midlands says, hi Hannah, Jem and crew. My mum's name was Doris, and when this storm hit, it would have been my dad's birthday. Any significance, do you think? Oh. Ah, could be, couldn't it? Big hug in the wind. That's what I think. It's really windy as well, wasn't it? 0800 644 655. Nikki in Cambridgeshire is back in again. She says, me again. Couldn't leave my son out. He lives in Chicago, 7 a.m. Cloudy, -4 degrees. This is brilliant. I love Nikki in Cambridgeshire is like the actual weather girl for Jewellery Maker. Just all like she's doing her research and everything. City in Oklahoma says, Hannah, weather check in Oklahoma City is 23 degrees. Oh, is that
Fahrenheit or?
Yeah, is that Fahrenheit or Celsius?
Because if it's Fahrenheit, then brr.
If it's Celsius, it's -5. But what time is it? It's only typing away. I'll just find out. It's -5. Not for me. Not for me. 8 a.m. Goodness me. Have a quick look at these. They're the biggest chrysocolla I've ever seen. They are absolutely huge. Earring findings. Look at these. They're coming up at 145. Lushness. These are stunning. Oh, look at these. Really boho chic. Anybody been keeping their eye on London Fashion Week? Lots of florals. Loads of florals. Loads of block colours as well. Lots of boho chicness. These would be perfect. How on trend are these? These are fantastic. 46 by 16 millimeters in size. Over 5 grams. Sorry, over 5.5 grams. Absolute 95 sterling silver for a pair of earrings. That is a huge amount of silver that you have there. I don't know what you think, Jem, but I'm seeing not just 2 components here. I'm seeing 6 components.
Yeah, I was absolutely taking them apart with my mind.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. That's exactly what I was doing then. Just thinking, do you know what? All you'd have to do, and I'll show you how simple this is. You can slip, just slip that finding off of the shepherd's hook. So you'll have to go this way because it won't go off the ball on the head pin. Let's go that way. There we go. So I've taken that off there. So you've got your shepherd's hooks then. So you could open this jump ring here if you wanted to, and you could use this as a pendant with the twisted rope design in there. You could wire wrap a gemstone in the centre if you wanted to. You could use this section here as the pendant if you wanted to, and attach that to some chain. You could add chain on the bottom, or you could pop some gemstones on there as well if you wanted to. It's entirely, I mean, to me there's 6 components here that are actually really easy to take apart, or you can leave them as they are. What do you think you'd do, Jem?
I would be taking them apart, and the upper hoop I would be putting into a bracelet. So it'd have chain around the back of the wrist, leading to the 2 beautiful braided circles.
Okay.
And then in the centre I'd have quite a chunky gemstone, maybe one of the chrysocollars. That would be a really pretty bracelet.
Yeah.
And then the lower segment I would be having on the collarbone, and then are there 4 loops or 5 loops? I'd have 5 different length piece of chains cascading further down, or different gemstone strands, or a chain and then a gemstone strand. You know, you've got so many options.
That's the thing, you could get these home and you can have a play with each of these components. I like the idea of the graduated chain in between each of those as well. So it really is entirely up to you, but I tell you, the price tag that we're going to for 5 grams of 925 sterling silver, do you know what? Oh yeah, just trying to get that back on the right way around now. I keep putting it on the wrong way. Not $17.95. Anywhere else, what do you think you'd pay for those? 5 grams of 925? 30-40 pounds without the gemstones? £9.95. And imagine once you've added gemstone, if we're talking the big 5 strand or the big 3 that we've just had in the strand previous, you know, if you're adding rubies, emeralds and sapphire in there, you could be talking high double figures depending on the carat weight of gemstones that you're using. You know, you could make birthstone earrings with this if you wanted to, pendants, entirely up to you. Our Charlotte in Cambridgeshire says, weather in South Africa, 23 degrees C, raining for a week since I came to visit from Cambridge, UK. At least no power cuts like in Cambridge, says Anita in Cambridgeshire. So you're in South Africa and you're watching. I love it. I love it. See, you can't miss out, can you? Every opportunity, any Wi-Fi, any internet connection, you get on the app. Sissy in Oklahoma says, I get up at 4 AM or earlier, depending on what is selling in the early show. I'm a JM junkie. I love you all. 4 AM. 4 AM. Get up at 4 AM to tune into Jewellery Maker. That's dedication for you, isn't it?
We love you back, Sissy, we really do. Thank you for joining us. It's brilliant to have you here.
I can't believe that. That's amazing. Oh, thank you. Goodness, can you imagine? Mind you, me saying that, I'll be, you know, a few weeks from now, I'm sure I'll be sat there at 4 AM. I'm sure I will. PIPK90 is your code for this one. Ryan, is that our better Ryan? Where have you been? Where have you been? Do you know what? It's funny. The other day, our Danny said, "Where's Ryan?" Because Ryan was a new customer a couple of months ago. We welcomed him on board because we had director Ryan, so we named Ryan the customer better Ryan, and our director Ryan. What do we nickname our Ryan? Lesser Ryan. That wasn't me, by the way. That was Danny that came up with it. It's lovely to have you back. Lovely to have you back, Ryan. Right. And our Ryan's not even here today. Couldn't even bother to turn up. Have a look. He's on the Late Show. Woo! Look at the size of this component. Wow. This is like an actual disco board, isn't it? That's absolutely huge. Isn't that just enormous? Now, if somebody had said to me many, many moons ago, how do we make 95 even more lustrous? I'd say you can't. You can't. It's the most lustrous of all of the precious metals, but actually you can. You cut or facet. In this case, we've done both. We've cut it and we faceted that bead for you. So it is literally like a disco ball. Now, inside that bead, you do have silicone if you like, which kind of acts like a stopper. So you know with that slider bracelets, when you've got like the component that actually slides or glides, I should say, it's like that really. So if you wanted to put a couple of threads of chain, if you could get your couple of threads of chain through there, it almost acts like a stopper, but it's movable at the same time, if you like. 10mm in size. That's a statement piece, isn't it?
Absolutely stunning way to join two pieces of chain, perhaps.
Yeah.
Really gorgeous on the wrist, but immense on the neckline. You could have a single piece of chain looped around the back of the neck, the two ends crossing in opposite directions, and just tighten it. You could either have the ends dangling down equally, or, you know, as you prefer.
Yeah.
Once you've got your pieces in, you can pop ends on, wire wrap a gemstone on, anything really. And I think that would look really, really cute. You could have the ball itself quite high and the dangles coming down.
Wouldn't it? That would look really nice. Again, it's one of those components that you can really have a play with, you know, get it home, multi-buy as well if you want to. LDNQ18 is your code for this one. You add that into a bracelet design and into a necklace design. It's going to look fantastic, isn't it? £4.95 for you this afternoon. 0800 644 655, or you can alternatively get involved on the web as well, www.jewellerymaker.com. You can avoid queues by coming in on the web, by the way, and also you get a little sneaky peek of a price tag before we bring it in on screen. So lots of webbers have kind of a little advantage, if you like. If you're really speedy, check out straight away. You get loads here at Jewellery Maker. Aldi NQ18. Ryan is back. Yes, it's me. I've started my new job, so I've been really busy, but I'm back now. Ryan, it's lovely to have you back. You were missed. You see, we have thousands of customers here at Jewellery Maker, but we know who you all are individually, and we know when you're not here. You see, it's noticed, isn't it? Sarah in Suffolk says 4 AM. Wow, I thought I was doing well today to wake up and tune in for 1. Mind you, was awake till 6 AM. Oh, now you see Sarah in Suffolk. Yeah. If you are awake till 1, were you burning the candle at both ends? Or you just like me, can't sleep? Yeah. I've done that. I said to Danny a few weeks ago, didn't I? Yeah, I couldn't sleep. Ended up watching a Jewellery Maker show on YouTube. He was like, what?
To be honest with you, that's significantly better than the other TV that's usually on at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but you know, it's good that at least we get television at that time now. Many moons ago, it used to be the little girl with the chalkboard.
Was it just me who found her a little bit on the creepy side?
It's exactly what Mike just said in my ear.
Ah. So it's not just me.
Sorry
then.
if you're watching Jewellery Maker by now. She's just, you know, growing up now and stuff. Not so scary, maybe. Well done, Sylvia in County Durham. You've got 2. Victoria in Glamorgan. You've got 5. Well done. Veronica's got 2. Valerie's got 2. Sissy in Oklahoma ×2. Love it. 0800 644 655. Or on the web at jewellerymaker.com. That's amazing. 130 star buy is the Wildfire. Wildfire. Coming up for you in about 10 minutes time. Do you know what? Actually, on the back of all the seed beads we've had lately, you're going to need that. Fantastic, fantastic threaded material. I've got to show you these again. There's only 19 of these available. Now, they are the biggest chrysler colour we've had. It's a massive, massive carat weight. There will be a considered purchase, but I've only got 19. There's even reds in there. Oh, I love this gemstone. You'd only use them individually, wouldn't you? They're so big. Love those. And just to give you a little heads up, price tag that this is going down to for you today. Wire twisting tool, absolute must. Do you know what? I am always, always, always talking about this tool and twisting different colours of wire together. 4 o'clock hour, you'll see this during the masterclass, which also features a whole lot of Labradorite. 3:30, you want to own. Relaunch. Zuron pliers. Oh yes. Anybody that is anybody in the jewellery making industry wants to get their hands on the Zuron pliers. They are the cream of the crop. These are the bent nose pliers and they're coming up for you at 3:30 this afternoon. Not too long. Righty ho. Headpins, Featherweight headpins. We were talking about these pre-show actually, just saying, do you know what? Danny says, why do you always call them an essential? Well, because they are, Danny. They're not just an essential, they're an essential. Because you need to have them. You really do. There are some components here at Jewellery Maker that we do call essentials. But for me, featherweight headpins are essentials. Particularly the featherweight headpins as well. Now, if you have some gemstones, let's say some seed bead pearls, or you've got some microfaceted gemstones, sometimes the drill holes aren't very sizable on them. So you will need your featherweight headpins because the standard headpin won't fit through the drill hole. So you need your featherweight headpins. Now, understandably, you know, a featherweight headpin, it's quite a delicate component. It's a very fine component. It needs to be in order to get through that drill hole. However, 925 sterling silver is such a durable and strong precious metal that, in my opinion, it's the best. If you are going to purchase featherweight headpins, go for the 925 sterling silver because it is so delicate. It needs to be something that you can rely on, that component, you know, that featherweight headpin. With 925, you certainly have that reliability. If you're making, you know, bubble bracelets or bubble necklaces or bubble style, you want to do that in a ring or anything like that, and you've got those smaller gemstones, you will need your featherweight headpins and able to do it. Now, we were saying the other day, as far as sterling silver wire goes here at Jewellery Maker, the last time we saw your kind of average reel of 925 sterling silver, normally only sell it in metre lengths anyway, was probably in 1924, something like that. You know, it's been a while. So we don't have, well, it's fair, you know, we don't have it. We have the rhodium plated half round, rhodium plated square, we have the flat wire. We just don't have standard 925 sterling silver wire here anymore. I haven't seen it for a very long time. If you wanted to make these yourself, so you're looking at approximately over 2 inches. Let's go with 2 inches, but it is quite a bit over 2 inches in length. There's 100 of them there. That's 200 plus inches. That's like meters of wire, isn't it?
It is.
4, 8, 12, 16, 20. You're talking about 5 meters. I didn't realise it was that much. Approximately 5 metres of sterling silver wire you'd be looking at to make your own.
But that doesn't include the fact that you've then got something like 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch, which you heat to generate that ball.
Yeah.
So it's much, much more.
Yeah. Oh, can you imagine? It'd cost a fortune, wouldn't it, to do it like that? Or you can just let us do all the work for you. And actually, £12.95, that price tag for just 1 metre would be incredible. Even Jewellery Maker price, that would be fantastic. You've got 5 grams of 925 solid sterling silver there. I love these. Jenny in Bristol says, hi Hannah, Jem and the crew. Weather in Bristol is grey, wet and 9 degrees, but at least the wind has dropped. Perfect excuse to watch JM all afternoon. Yeah. Do you know what? Sometimes it's nice to have that horrible weather, isn't it? So you can just say, do you know what? It's a jarmy day. I love a good old jarmy day.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, fluffy slippers, stay inside, keep warm,
loads
nice
of
cuppa.
Tea, box full of biscuits. Box, not a packet, box full of biscuits. Yeah, I love it. WI02 is your code for this one. Loads of you coming in. Multi-buy as well if you can. Belinda in Surrey says, hi Hannah. I remember the TV test card. It was the clown. Oh, yeah. That was spooky, wasn't it? See, some people have actual fears of clowns, don't they? My friend does. She also has a fear of the dancing bears that you get at Pontins and Butlins and stuff. Joanne in Caithness says, hi Hannah, excited as I've just seen my entry on the Wall of Fame. Yay! Today is bright and breezy with frequent showers. We had a dusting of snow yesterday, says Joanne in Caithness. Oh, a little bit of snow. I wouldn't mind a bit of snow, but I think it's getting kind of, for me, March the 1st, it's spring. That's it. I know the clocks haven't officially gone forward and it's not officially spring, but that's it. Once January and February is out of the way, that's...
It's a bit rude then when the snow comes in March or April.
Yeah, I think so. Vicky, Toby's wife, in West York. Has Toby got a wife that we don't know about? Different Toby. Pyjama day beats a night out with the girls.
Or a bit of both. Have a pre-party party, couple of drinks and a chat. Then you go out for a couple of drinks. Then you come home, you all get straight into your pyjamas. Nobody cares that your mascara's up here. Then you chill out and have your pyjama time.
I was going to say, I wouldn't even have the night out with the girls. I would just have a night in with the girls and make it a pyjama day.
That's for all the next day as well.
Yeah. Pizza, afternoon tea, a box of biscuits. A lot, tell you. It's fantastic. Righty-ho. Couple of minutes until you start by. Should we squeeze in one more? Let's have a look. Ooh. Jem. I bet you love these.
Love them. Absolutely love them.
How unique and individual are these? Love these. I can remember seeing gemstones like this in seaside shops, and I'm going back kind of 10, 20 years ago now. And they were always really, really popular. You just don't see them anymore. It's pretty rare unless you go down to the Jurassic Coast, I think.
Yeah.
Then it's a little bit more likely. But they're absolutely phenomenal. Always blows. If you love gemstones with a little bit of history, gemstones like this, your Ammonites, you know, your kind of Abalone, gemstones like that with that little bit of history, that organicness to them, I think kind of always takes you back to nature anyway, doesn't it? And reminds us that this is something that Mother Nature has produced. But something that Mother Nature has produced that is so beautiful and has been used in jewellery for years and years and years. You've got 185 carats of your beautiful Ammonites here. Limited quantity though. In fact, when we started out with our original parcel, they were very, very limited to start out. In fact, I've seen these individually sold here at Jewellery Maker as cabochons, but not as a strand before. You've got 2, 4, 5 individual cabochons, each one completely different. So you can use that side if you want to for that beautiful swirling pattern, again individual and unique in every single one. You get the most beautiful caramel hues there as well, but you can use the other side. Now if you have a look, you may just be able to see that flash of colour. Can you see that little bit of iridescence coming through? When you think of Abalone, not Abalone, I beg your pardon, Ammonite. Ammonite. If you've seen Ammonite here at Jewellery Maker, which is, I've got to be honest, I can probably count on one hand the amount of times I've seen Ammonite here at Jewellery Maker. It's from the upper shell of an Ammonite that Ammonite comes in. You can just see that iridescence coming through there. So if you do happen to get an Ammonite that has an amazing display of iridescence, it might be that you want to use the reverse. How organic does that look? In fact, that would look fab with the copper wire that we've got coming up, wouldn't it?
Absolutely perfect. I mean, any colour that you put with it is going to bring out the tones that you see in that almost sort of pearlescent effect over the surface, but it would look amazing with the copper.
Wouldn't it? I love that. Do you know what? We're at £14.95. I don't think I'd part with one of those for less than £25 in any piece of jewellery. That's incredible. Oh, they've pretty much gone. Do apologise if you missed out on those. It's 1:30. It's time for you to start by. Very recently we've had loads and loads of kits that have featured the seed beads, the Miyuki seed beads, which have gone down an absolute storm here at Jewellery Maker. Anybody that works with seed beads, our guest designers here in fact, Sarah Elvin, Kleshner, Hannah Osborne, Jinder Brumwell, who's in the workshop today as well, all use Wildfire or Fireline. It's the perfect threading material, especially when you're using seed beads. It's one of those threading materials that takes an awful lot of weight. Now, you might think that with seed beads, actually, they're not really weighty, are they? Even when you've used thousands of seed beads, you know, you don't get a huge amount of weight. So you might think, well, I don't necessarily need that. But it's not just about the weight that this holds, it's about the strength that that single fibre has there. So that single fibre that you have there will hold up to 12 pounds in weight without snapping. That is impressive, isn't it? Absolutely impressive. I'm sure that somebody said today to me, forgive me if I'm wrong, I think it was 3 kilograms, that one human hair will hold 3 kilograms in weight. fact rounds. Could have been £3. I'm not sure that it was 3 something. It was 3 something. I'll check and get back to you on that. But yeah, so you know, it's about that strength. So let's face it, you know, if you're working with seed beads, if you've got something like cotton, which we know isn't, you know, you can literally snap it with your finger, can't you? If you'd made a beautiful seed bead design and that snapped, what would happen to all those seed beads? They would bounce into seed bead heaven, wouldn't they? You'd be like, no! It would be, we've always said as seed beaders as well here at Jewellery Maker, it's your worst nightmare. It is something breaking or snapping if you are working with seed beads. So your Wildfire is absolutely perfect. It really is. It also has kind of like a waxy residue on it, if you like. So it's not like cotton. So sometimes if you thread cotton into a needle, it can quite easily slip out, can't it? Your Wildfire and your Fireline almost have this waxy like, what's the word I'm looking for?
Coating?
Coating, thank you. I knew I could rely on it. Waxy like coating, so it stops it from slipping in and out of your needles so easily. So it really is a threading material that you can rely on, and you get so much here as well. You've got 50 yards in total, which is approximately 45.8 metres, and you can see just at the bottom there, this particular one that we have for you today will hold up to 12 pounds in weight, which is 5.5 kilograms. How heavy were your children at birth? That's what that always makes. I think 12 pounds. God. Oh, I love it. Danisha said yes, 8 pounds is a healthy weight as a general rule of thumb. Is it? I love that. Well, my niece was £11 one. Yeah. Oh, she's very healthy. You should see her now. She's like a little sparrow. She's tiny as well. Yeah, my son was 6'13", so that is half the weight of this whole, pretty much. When you think of it like that, you think, gosh, that's such a huge, huge amount of weight. Nobody's going to be making any jewellery, are they, that's that heavy in weight. However, going back to the actual threading material again and seed beads and things like that, it's not the weight that it will hold, but it's the strength that it will take before that threading material gives. I love the way that Gemma's just laughing at me. You know when somebody laughs at you and behind their smile they're like, oh, what a shame.
I was just smiling because I feel I feel it.
I know. She's tired, she's worn out, she can't speak. £5, I can never speak to be fair. £5.95 is your price tag. I think for that peace of mind that you've got the right material, the right threading material for your pieces.
It really is. When my mum went to the Annapurna Sanctuary, she brought me back a beautiful 2-braid section of, I think it was little tiny garnet seed beads.
Okay.
And I wore it twice, and in the middle of a coffee shop it just went everywhere. Oh, no. So I took it home and I put it in a box, and when I started making jewellery I rethreaded it with something very similar to this, and it is the peace of mind. If something is worth making with beautiful gemstones, beautiful findings, it's worth that extra peace of mind to make sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody's texting as well and asked if you can use it for pearl knotting. I see no reason why not at all.
What I would suggest is take a small piece and practice your knotting before you get started, and if you're happy with the positioning then absolutely go for it. Yeah. It's a nice slender gauge, but it is very, very strong. And it's a beautiful tone as well.
I just think, especially for seed beading, because as a lot of you know, it's time consuming, you know, it's really, really time consuming. There would be nothing worse than having spent hours and hours, even days in some cases, on a piece of jewellery for it to just break. I cry. Customer says, be ready to wince. My Quiescent was £11 and that was back in the late 1950s. Same as my niece. Maureen Ann in Northumberland says, my dad was the youngest of 17 children and he weighed £14 1 ounce. Ah!
I can't even lift a bowling ball that's a £14 bowling ball.
£14. I think my son was like that weight when he was like 3 months old. I've just remembered that I'm pregnant. Oh gosh. No. I think I'm in for like a 7 to 8 pounder if I go full term. Yeah, not 40.
It'll be fine.
And it always makes me laugh when people say, oh yes, big babies help themselves. Do they? Interesting. Right. Let's bring you sterling silver bangle. Ooh, I know I've seen it somewhere. To the left, to the left. No. No. I don't see a sterling silver bangle, but saying that, probably it's just me. Should we have a look at the Quiescent colour that's coming up for you in literally 8 minutes time? These are huge. Absolutely huge. Coming up very, very soon, so not too long to wait at all. Right. Let's have a look. Oh, Jem just so happens to have her bracelet on. Yes, that is convenient. Yes, please. Do I want it? She actually just said, do you want it? Brilliant. Thanks, Jem. That's really nice of you to give me that. I've dropped so many hints, haven't I, before, but she has actually just said, do you want it? Thanks. I showed this last time that Jem was here, actually, because we had the same components on for you. Now, Jem has used the silver ones in her design. I've got the gold ones here. Gold-plated 925 sterling silver curved spacers you have here. Now, Jem, all you've done with yours, isn't it? You've used all 10 and you've just popped them on to some bracelet memory wire.
Yes.
And used your amber nuggets in between.
Yep.
And then popped your charms on the end as well.
Absolutely, one which is just silver, one which is amber to reflect the overall. Very, very easy to make. Beginner's project. Use memory wire cutters when you're working with memory wire. Or hard wire cutters, but very, very easy to work with. And the curvature on the beads, it's such a beautiful shape that you can use it in necklace pieces as well as the bracelet pieces. I mean, I've popped them on earrings as well. Yeah. But they are absolutely perfect.
I've been talking about this bracelet a lot, actually, even when you're not here, just because I think they work perfectly, don't they? Those spaces, it's the perfect component. To go on with these. So you could use the gold ones with the amber as well. They'd look fantastic if you've got any amber nuggets. Any gemstone you like, you could pop on there. You know, if you can get the memory wire through the gemstone, you can use absolutely anything and everything. And you've got 10 in a pack as well. Again, they're a solid 925 sterling silver, but they are gold plated. She got a really, really high-end finish. VQGP25 is your code for this one at £5.95. Jem, if you were selling this and you hadn't just given it to me, what kind of price tag would you be selling it for?
Obviously, it depends on where, but the bare minimum would be sort of £30 and upwards. And that's sort of bargain-tastic.
I mean, there's a lot of amber in this as well. I'm looking at, look at the amber charm alone. You got 2 marquise ambers in there, and then the other charm, in keeping with the design, little leaf.
Do you know what I forgot about the charms? It'd probably be closer to 50.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you hadn't given it away, that would have been a great money earner, but now. And VQGP25 at £5.95. You can have all 10 components. Great for channel setting as well, I think these are. They're brilliant. If you just wanted to pop a little bit of thread through there, that would make a great bracelet design. Beautiful, less is more. And as I read, one of the quotes from London Fashion Week was less is more stylish. That was one of the quotes that I read. Yes, Max, less is more stylish. It is sometimes, it is, isn't it? Righty-ho. Let's have a look at this. Oh. Have a look at this. Very, very popular indeed. This is gorgeous. There's a huge amount of silver in this. Huge amount of silver. Look at these. Woo! Mike's just checked out the stamp. on the inner rim there as well. 925 stamp on both pieces. 3.2 grams of 925 stunning silver. So if you just pop this off for a second, I'm just going to pop this to one side in my bag. Just joking, Jen. Colour draining from my face there. This is really, really pretty. So you've got the two curved bars that just sit on the edge of the wrist there. You've got your chain that goes underneath, but you can add anything you like in there if you want to. So just in between those two silver bars, you could go for a huge row of amber if you wanted to. How about the Quiescent rounds? Quiescent rounds would look fantastic, wouldn't they? I've got a little heart tag on the end of the extended chain there as well. Attention to detail that. Wouldn't it make a great gift? You know, because you wouldn't have to do too much to this. You've only got to kind of add in, if you like. Now you've got your two loops on the end there. So it would be quite simple just to connect maybe, I don't know, let's go with 5 Quiescent, maybe. You know, just pop those in there. Oh, imagine. They're huge. I can't wait to bring you these. BXRF80 is your code for that one. You've got your lobster claw fastening there as well. Even that component by itself is really, really sizable. We were talking about these components elsewhere just the other day and saying you can pay anything from £6 to £10 just for a lobster claw fastening. I know. We were looking on Tinterweb. Couldn't believe it. I didn't believe it at first. But you've got such a huge amount of silver there. 95 will withstand the test of time because it is so strong and it complements any gemstones as well. Just £12 and 95 pence for you. 0800 644 655. 10 centimetres in your extended chain, which is actually 4 inches in length. Excuse me. So you could actually change this up and down quite a lot, couldn't you, if you wanted to? And you can add anything in. That's the thing, it doesn't just have to be gemstones. There's no reason why you couldn't take some of the emerald green Swarovski. Oh, is that not the best colour? 15 minutes till this kit comes up for you. It could be a chainmail, section of chainmail that you pop in there. It could be some wire writing if you wanted to. That would look fabulous in there as well. Could be a bit of macrame, bit of kumihimo, any medium really. Yeah,
you could even do quite a fancy little wire work section with some of the gemstones woven in, or channel set, or even just a single chrysocollar with a little sort of orbit of wire going around it. Ooh, lots of options to sort of make it simple or to make it really dressy.
That'd be fantastic. Something you can have a play with, isn't it? You know, get it home and have a play with it, see what you think. 0800 644 655. Speaking of Chrysocolla, I've only got 19. It's coming up for you now. As soon as the graphics come in for this, check it out. This is not an auction whereby you're going to be wanting to leave it in your basket for a couple of minutes. You will need to check out. This will sell out in a flash. If I had 100 of these, it wouldn't be enough. It just wouldn't be enough. Now, I've only got 19 chances, and that's it. That's your lot. In fact, the original parcel of this particular strand was very, very small in comparison to some of our parcels here. Chrysocolla, I've never ever seen in this size in a round before. That's 10 millimeters in size. I think I've seen the 8 millimeters, and that's only a think. I know I've seen the 6. 10, never ever seen this size. They are absolutely huge, enormous. Danny says loads of text saying they look like planets. That's the first thing that anybody you ask will say. They look like planets. It's those colours, isn't it? You know, if you look, I mean, each individual one is very, very different, but it's that unique colour hue that you've got in these. You know, you've got some turquoise hues, you've got some apple apatite blues in there. You've almost got Paraiba greens in there, turquoise greens in there. You've got your earthy tones as well. You've got flashes of reds in some. It is like, if you, I don't know if any of you followed astronaut Tim Peake on Instagram. When he went up into space, he took loads of pictures of the Earth from space, and there's certain gemstones that I look at, especially chrysocolla, that really, really remind me of kind of looking back at the Earth from space. How amazing would that be? They do look like little planets. Now, this gemstone elsewhere, and I've struggled this morning actually to find prices for this gemstone because it's so rare. So rare and so beautiful. You get the brightest blues and greens from this, and it belongs to a very, very small group of copper bearing gems, which also include your malachite, your Larimar, your turquoise, your Paraiba tourmaline, for instance, as well. Gets its colour from the presence of copper within that gemstone. To say this is unique is an understatement. It really, really is. It's one of those gemstones that is guaranteed to get people talking and asking you about that gemstone. I love this, absolutely love this gemstone alongside the wood. You know the strands of Tiger ebony woods and strands like that we've had? This with wood looks fantastic, or just leather cord. Leather cord with this for the gents looks fabulous. I was watching, and this was going back some time ago now. I'm not sure if it was the Antiques Roadshow or something like that, or Flog It, or, you know, one of those. Maggie's laughing at me. Flog It? Yeah, Mags. What else is there to do in the daytime? And there was, somebody had got a Quiescent bracelet on there, and it was in 925 selling silver. They bought it from a car boot sale for 50 pence. Okay, somebody obviously didn't know what they were selling. It was only a Tiffany bracelet, wasn't it? Yeah. And you know what? They paid, or it was valued, or they paid £1,600. Yeah, it was supposed to be Flog It because it's where the cash is put on the table. £1,600. 50 pence.
That's a nice little earner.
Wouldn't it just? Wouldn't that just be? Jamie in Cumbria, one of our customers, texted us in the other day actually and said that he'd bought something from. Yeah, they thought it was an agate in a charity shop, but it wasn't agate. It was amber or something like that, wasn't it? And they got it massively wrong. He paid next to nothing for it. Had it valued in 4 figures, I think it was £1,200 there. I know. Imagine finds like that, be incredible. This is a find, it really is. You've got something unique, you've got something incredibly beautiful. 150 carats. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20 individual gemstones. They are huge individually. 7.5 carats per gemstone. If I was just using one of these, one of those, in with that bracelet that we've just had, I wouldn't be selling it for less than £50. I wouldn't, along with 925. Barbara in North Yorkshire's got hers, Agnes in County Antrim, Victoria in Glamorgan, Karen in Worcestershire, Rosita in the West Midlands, Zoe in Lincolnshire, Collector in London's got 2, Suzette in Morayshire, P and Mrs Jane in Nottinghamshire, Lorraine in Oxfordshire, John in Leicestershire, Susan in Shropshire, Veronica, Collector in Somerset. You have it in your basket, but you have not checked out. Isabel in Angus has just taken hers on the telephone lines as well. It is neck and neck right now. I've got people talking to the call centre, and I've got some of you on the phone lines as well speaking, not on the phone lines, on the web as well. Oh, good. You want to swap, Jem?
Shall I do a dance?
Yeah. Or the robot.
I didn't say it was a good one. No, we're not
Zoe
going
in
there.
Lincolnshire says, thank you for the chrysocolla. You are welcome. Very, very welcome. Lorraine in Oxfordshire has just checked out. Still got 7 of these in baskets and only 3 available chances. In fact, now Margaret in Merseyside is just... It's like watching the Grand National. I can't take it. Get palpitations here. RANV56 is your code for that one. I'm going to leave the last 2 chances with you. Massive, massive congratulations if you've managed to get that. Now, speaking of rarity, this is next level for me because this is probably one of the most collectible gemstones on the planet. I would expect, if Danny said, oh, we've got a strand of Andalusite, I would expect probably a microfaceted strand, 15, 20 centimetres in length. small carat weight. Oh, he has been in the special cupboard, let me tell you. Oh, look at those colours. Do you know, it is one of those gemstones that is completely mesmerising. You know, if somebody asks you to name the colour of this gemstone, no one can put their finger on it. Nobody can put their finger on it. It is an incredibly pleiochroic gemstone, which basically means that as the light hits it at different angles, you will see different colours coming through. Sometimes you can see sphene greens, some beautiful autumnal hues. Other times you get the most beautiful warming blush pinks in there, flashes of reds coming through as well. Andalusite, you've got a massive carat weight here. Huge, 106 carats of Andalusite. Now that's a record for me. I've never not only brought you this carat weight here at Jewellery Maker, I've actually, in all my time in the industry, never seen that carat weight of Andalusite in one go before. That could quite easily be the entire find for weeks mining, maybe. So rare and so collectible. What, I mean, Jem, if somebody said to you, what colour is this, what would you say?
Hot khaki is the closest I can imagine it, which isn't really an actual colour. But if you think of the greens and the browns in a khaki, and then you add some sparkle, that's about as close as I can get to it. It's absolutely beautiful, this gemstone, and I've only seen it 2 or 3 times in the 20-odd months I've been here. It's absolutely mesmerising.
Isn't it?
You can lose yourself in it.
Yeah, you can. And I think that is a lot to do with, I was going to say colour change. It's not colour change as such, more of a pleiochroism that you've got there. But it's so mesmerising because you just want to look at it and think, okay, well, what colour is that? Well, let me have a closer look. What colour is that? You know, you've got so many beautiful hues in there. It's so collectible. I'm just wondering what the valuation of something like this would be. Because I think it would be incredibly high, you know, really high. As far as this goes in terms of what we do here at Jewellery Maker, this is gemstone quality. This isn't bead quality. You've got that transparency there. You've got that clarity there that you would expect to see in this gemstone. In fact, 0800 644 655. I would be so generous with this strand. I'm thinking I could easily get 10 pieces of jewellery out of this strand, and there is no way, no how I would part with any of those pieces for less than £50 because it's Andalusite that you've got here. Rondells, really versatile. Channel setting them, using them as spacers in between gemstones, just using them simply as they are. You know, again with the bracelet that we had earlier on, small section of those in between. You're looking at a very highly collectible and, dare I say, valuable piece of jewellery. I cannot believe we're at £29.95. That is about 30 pence a carat. Woo! 800 644 655. 28 pennies for a carat of Andalusite. Do you know, if you said that to any gem collector, they would not believe you. No way. I would know. If somebody said to me, I've got a carat of Andalusite, I'd say it's not Andalusite. Nah, that's not Andalusite at that price. No way. 0800 644 655 LSNF 92. Danny's found a 1 carat Andalusite ring for how much? £96. He says, actually, there's not much out there. I'm struggling to find anything. I am not surprised. Mary in West Midlands, Mary in Yorkshire, Lisbon in Hampshire, Valerie in Hampshire. Sorry, Valerie, you're in Surrey. I've just moved you. Antonia in Cumbria, Yvonne in Lancashire. In fact, Webbers are checking out straight away. No one's hanging around on this one. That's what you need to do. That's what you need to do. That's beautiful. Look how much there is. It's ridiculous. Kit coming up for you after the break. Emerald green Swarovski. I think it might just be my favourite. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck.
Join us as we welcome back connoisseurs to Jewellery Maker. A world leader in jewellery and silver beauty care, Connoisseurs is known for its product innovation and has transformed the jewellery care industry with their products, and we're excited to have them join us again. Tune in on Tuesday the 28th of February at 7 PM for a lesson on jewellery cleaning from the professionals. Connoisseurs on Jewellery Maker.
Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre. There are two easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat, and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Tune into Jewellery Maker this Sunday for the launch of Mark Smith's Why Macrame with Seed Beads DVD. Mark will guide you through an array of different projects and techniques, including the floodlit and Anubis bracelet, the twisted twist, the lotus flower, and how to channel set using seed beads. Enhance your jewellery and learn how to combine seed beads, wire and macrame. So make sure you're watching this Sunday at 9 AM.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. If you have just tuned in, it's time for the first kit of the day today, which I love. I love this, the green.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's Emerald City green. It really is fantastic. Just before we move on to the kit, just to let you know, Zuron pliers, we've been relaunching lots of those over the weekend. I've got the bent nose pliers coming up for you at 3:30 as you'll want to own this afternoon. Have a look if you can. If you go onto FIFO, you'll know if you've purchased anything from us here at Jewellery Maker that you'll shortly get asked but via email to leave a review, if you wouldn't mind, on FIFO. You can go on there for lots of different products. Thousands of our Jewellery Maker products are on there as well. And you can, thanks Max, you can go and have a look at reviews for this particular product. So if you want to do that, feel free to do so in the meantime. It's coming up as you'll want to own at 3:30 this afternoon. Fabulous. Righty ho. Kit time.
Oh, look at those fingers go in. That's definitely an I want this finger wiggle.
It's exciting. It's very exciting. I love what you've done with this as well. This is what I love about the flat wire. In fact, we have a look at your pieces before we have a look at the kit. I love this flat wire.
It's amazing.
Isn't it versatile?
It really is. Yeah.
They are fabulous. See, I'm looking at these and I'm thinking the gents or the ladies designs with these.
Yeah, definitely. I've done a couple of different sort of variations on each of those bangles. Some of them are hammered, some of them are plain. They take a texture really nicely.
Yeah.
You can have quite aspirational little words or family members' names or whatever you fancy.
Dream. I'm going to borrow the Dream one for a second. Love that. And I mean, how quickly could you make something like that, Jem?
They are very, very quickly. I use my Nom Nom pliers to get the shape.
Yeah.
And the deluxe stamping kit has got the shears in, which I use to cut the metal. And then I've got a little kit with the penguin font, I think I used.
Wow. I love those. You could do, that's with that flat wire, you can really personalise pieces like this, can't you? With names, significant dates if you want to. Great for gents as well. I think they look fabulous on the guys as well. So you've got absolutely tons. And again, you know, texturing, you've used your texture stamps with these ones that you've got over here as well. You've layered that wire up on that particular piece, which looks great and gives it a, you know, a bit more thickness, if you like, substantiability. Is that a word?
Let's make it another one.
Okay, that's brilliant. So that really works as well. And just, you know, pieces like this as well. If you've drawn yourself a template, I'm thinking, if you can't do it freehand, then that would be quite easy, wouldn't it, because of that wire?
It is beautiful to use, and I mean, I tend to not work in a very organised fashion. I don't draw myself a template, but with this wire, I would wholly recommend just having an idea of what you're going to do. That's supposed to be a kiwi, just in case you were wondering. We've been sort of having a bit of a debate about what it is, but I was thinking kiwi when I made it.
That's absolutely fine.
Whoever
That's fab,
knows.
isn't it? But you can do anything with that flat wire. And have a look at this. We were all saying again, which I know a lot of you have said, with the Swarovski like this, it's kind of Titanic, isn't it? You know? Oh, just look at that. Absolutely. And I love what you've done with the wire to link those together as well.
I wanted to show a couple of different techniques of how you can use the different wires, both the square and the flat wire, to create a chain as an outside to what we normally see it. And this is the world's easiest way to set a large cabochon if you're not au fait with wire.
Okay.
Really, if you can
That's
use
handy.
a pair of shears and a couple of pairs of different pliers, then you can make that happen.
And that, if I just turn that around, actually, you can see it's really, really secure in its setting. I mean, look at that. Fantastic support at the back there. And just that, again, it's not too, the way that you've just curled that wire over to support that gemstone, not massively difficult.
It really isn't. This is a beginner's project, a beginner level project, as are the chains that sort of go with it. But it's also slightly industrial, because I think you can get an idea of what a giant octagon cut emerald Swarovski should look like when it's set with wire, and I wanted to do something really, really different and a bit more industrial.
It's fantastic. Do you know, for me, a lot of you know, I'm a lover of emerald. It's my #1 gemstone. This is for me, just, I mean, obviously, you know, I could never get an emerald of that size. But this is the next best thing, I tell you. Look at that. I mean, if you, I follow Gem Fields on Instagram as well, which is where all our Zambian emeralds come from here at Jewellery Maker. So quite often, you know, you might get an emerald like this that's just twinkling away, you know, and that literally is what the finest quality Zambian emeralds look like, you know. That colour is fun, and if that was a Zambian emerald of this size, there would be security guards everywhere in this studio, and this would be locked in a vault that is, I don't know.
Do you know, I think if we sold both our houses, all the cars, and possibly one or two of the children, we still couldn't afford to buy that. Not endorsing selling your children, please don't do it. I am joking.
You're probably right, Jem. Probably right. Although I don't think my husband would be happy if I went home and said, "Look, we've got no cars and we've got no house, but look at this ring that I have. It's amazing." It'll be fine. So this Swarovski crystal you have here, 27 by 18.5 millimeters in size. You're going to get one of these in there. You've got your bicones. Oh, this, I've got, do you know what? I have to get this kit. I have to get this kit. You've got your bicones in there. You've got your 6mm and your 4mm. 48 of each of those. And I've got to be honest with you, automatically, me being me, I would say, let's put it with silver. Let's put it with silver. I wouldn't now. I wouldn't. Not now I've seen this with the copper. It looks incredible. You have so many gauges of your wire here. I'll just quickly go through what you've got. You've got 1 metre of your antique bronze copper flat wire, 5mm. You've got 1 metre of your flat wire at 3mm. You've got, hang on, have I got 2 of those, or is it on my list twice? Well, I do have 2. Yeah, I do have 2. Antique bronze and copper, that's correct. So if I just pop those down, there you go. So you've got 1 antique bronze and 1 copper, 5mm each and 3mm each there. You've then got 3 metres of your half round wire, your copper coloured half round wire, 1mm gauge. You've got 3 metres of your square coloured copper wire at 0.5mm. You've got 3 metres of your half round at 0.8, 3 metres of your half round at 0.6, 3 metres of your copper square wire at 0.5, 3 metres of your copper square wire at 1mm, 3 metres at 0.8, 3 metres at 0.6, 3 metres at 0.8. I just said that one, I do beg your pardon. There's absolutely loads of wire. My list is so long, I'm getting very confused. You can never have enough wire. Never have enough wire. So actually, Jem, we've got, you know, from your weaving wire there, which is fabulous, right up to your more substantial, your structural wire. You've got your half round. And that looks like your square wire that you've got there. You've got your flat wire as well. I mean, as versatility goes, this bundle...
Absolutely fantastic. There's the triple bangle that's second from the far end really makes use of the half round wire. Yeah. Against the beautiful flat 5mm wire in the 2 tones.
Doesn't it? That the half round wire wraps really, really well. And I've always said this, if you're brand new to wire, half round or square wire is fabulous because it kind of lends you a helping hand because it has a 1 flat side. It just sits, it gives you a machine finish, doesn't it?
It does look machined. It all, in some circumstances, it almost looks like you've worked the plate of metal and you've put little divots in so that you can sit round wire in it. Yeah. And it does take on an almost machined or sort of permanent fixed dimension to it. It's beautiful to work with.
Yeah. So you've got 12 metres of square wire, 9 metres of your half round there, and 4 metres of your flat wire in there as well. I know Claire McDonald had a kit with the green, and I think she had the Tanzanite blue, and made rings with that as well. You know, if you wanted to make a ring, you've got the perfect wire as well. I mean, you could set it exactly the same as how Gemma set it into the necklace design as well if you wanted to. This is going to be so popular, this kit. In fact, there's already people multi-buying. NV GC08. So if you came in, oh my gosh, do you know what? I could stare at that image all day.
I love that recording. I've got to say, I knew it was going to be good, but that is immense. You see the fire just shooting through it and across it. It's amazing.
If you are on Instagram, you have a look at Gemfield because those are the kind of pictures that you see from Emerald. It's unbelievable. And if you came in and bought this kit individually, all the components individually today, £72.80 is what you would be paying today. Fantastic, fantastic price tag already for all of those components. However, because you are tuning in and you are watching live this afternoon, we're going to bring you a discount price. Discount price, discount code NVGC08. It's more than that. It was at 70 something before. It was at 70, so that's literally £40 saving. Oh my gosh, £40 back in your pocket. That is unbelievable. How much wire did you have left, Jem?
Plenty. There's plenty of bits of wire. I went quite crazy with the flat wire, but there's lots and lots of the square wire left over.
Wow.
And I've even got some of the Swarovski bicones left over as well.
Do you know what? That's one of the biggest savings I've seen on a kit. The biggest savings, pretty much £40 there. Just under £40 you're saving on that kit. So actually, other halves out there, I'm saving more than I'm spending.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just saying. £32.95. So per metre, £1.26 with everything else in there for free. Woo! That is absolutely fantastic. This kit is flying out. I knew it would with the copper wire. Copper colour, so popular. Emerald green. Oh, just look. Mike Not that I want to direct from floor, but I just want to see that image again of all the Swarovski. Yeah. You know all that? Oh, look at that.
That's stunning.
Look at that. That image for me is, I mean, how can you not love green? That's like the greenest green ever there. Do you know what? I've got people multi-buying. Collect It in Greater London has got 3 of these. Eliz in Norfolk has got 2 of these. Collect It in Bedfordshire has got 2 of these. There is nothing to stop you multi-buying. If you want to come in and you want to take 2, 3, 4, 5, go for it. Do you know what? For the person that's got 3, that's nearly £120 you've saved. How amazing is that? You can buy as many as you like. As many as you like. 1 postage and packaging. You know, like, this is the thing. You think with a saving like that, we might say, right, well, we're going to limit you on this one. 2 per customer. Maximum. No. As many as you like, you can take. So, the more... God, I love it. I love it. Sorry, Jem, I have a habit of doing that when I'm trying to get people's attention. Saving more than you're spending. How good does that feel?
That is absolutely immense. I've got to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really amazing. And I was just assuming when this kit came through that the 1.5 round wire would be over and above, and that we'd be looking at this sort of price tag for the flat wire and the Swarovskis. So that's absolutely fantastic.
It's amazing, isn't it? $32.95. Loads of you have checked out, and I've got to be honest with you, not too many in baskets now because you've been so quick to check out. 3/4 of the stock has gone. Still a few left. Keep coming through on the telephone lines 0800 644 655. Alternatively, www.jewellerymaker.com. Just make sure that you're checking out as soon as you can. Fabulous. Right, Jem, which piece are you going to show us, lovely?
The large octagon cut necklace.
This one.
Which I'd really like to borrow, if I may, please. Thank you.
Of course.
Yoink.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So we're going to work with creating the surround for the large Swarovski first of all.
Okay.
And I did that with the 5mm because I really wanted to encase it, and I can't take my eyes off it, sorry, I'm not being rude. I wanted to encase and protect it because it is absolutely a thing of great beauty. So you could use the 3mm if you preferred to have a slightly more delicate look.
Right.
But for me,
I like that, yeah.
I quite like it to have that depth all the way around. So you can see that it just sort of protects it from every angle. And then as it moves in the light, you get this most astonishing effect. Wow. I could look at that all day, to be fair. Yeah, it's probably got my thumbprint on it. If it has, I do apologise.
But you know what amazes me as well? If you have a look at Swarovski in stores, you know, a pendant like that, I'm sure it would be in high double figures. I'm sure it would be, you know. Just
most definitely. Most definitely. Okay, so the first thing that we would want to do is to create that form that snugly fits around the stone. Okay. So if I just pop that in, all I've done really is used some flat pliers. These are the standard flat pliers that we use in the deluxe jewellery making kit. It has my name on it because I'm likely to leave them places, not because I'm overprotective of my tools. I am just that simple. Sorry. So what we're going to use is approximately 8 or 9 inches of the 5mm flat wire. I made it with the copper colour, but I'm going to demonstrate with the antique bronze because I'm interested to see which colour I prefer. Okay. I quite like it with the bright copper, but we'll work. Yeah. We'll work on that anyway. Do you know what?
It's fabulous, but that really kind of takes me back in time now. That's giving it a much more vintage look. I think.
You do have that sort of vintage feel to it. It's almost aged itself, hasn't it? Because obviously this is going to stay quite bright, isn't it? So you've got your choices, you've got your options. The tools that we're going to use today are the shears. Okay. From the deluxe stamping kit. Now I use these for cutting the wire. You can cut them with your flush cutters if you need to, but I tend to only use a pair that are specifically for tougher jobs. Brilliant. Because you might weaken them slightly. So try using your shears if you can. We're also going to use some flat pliers, some bent nose pliers, which we have something very similar coming up very soon.
Well, it's funny you should mention those bent nose pliers, Jem, because relaunch of the Zuron range we have for you this weekend. Back in stock, 3-figure quantity, Zuron bent nose pliers. Cream of the crop. You know, like you have your whipped cream. You know, like your, what's it called? The squirty cream. Ooh. Oh, it's full of air. Who wants cream full of air? Not me. This is like the clotted cream. Oh, yeah. Sorry, carry on, Jem.
You're all right, Treacle. So if you want to grab hold of those, I can heartily recommend them. They are fabulous because they've got a really fine tip. So you can get, not only have you got the angle, but you've got a very fine tip to get right inside. Really, really handy. But for the most part, we're going to work with the flat pliers. Okay. Now, the ones I use at home have got a narrower blade or tine to them, which is really handy. These ones are quite chunky, but we can still achieve what we want to achieve using them. So as I say, around about between 8 and 9 inches, depending on how long a drop you want at the top. And the first thing that we would do is look at approximately where the middle is, go just off to one side and put a right angle bend in to begin with. So we're just off to one side from the centre of our 8 or 9 millimetre strip of the 5mm, not 8 or 9 inch strip even. So the reason I take it to 90 degrees and then back out is because you will get a much sharper bend. Right. If you only take it to the just below 45 degrees, you don't get that same beautiful flatness that we're looking for. Okay. So what we need to do then is drop in the Swarovski and decide the exact angle that we're looking for and measure the distance that we need. Now it will need to be about 1 millimetre longer than the actual lowest dimension of that octagon cut. So what I tend to do is to hold where I think it needs to go, pop the stone into position and work out, yeah, that looks pretty good, I might just move that over 1/2 mil. So I'm just drawing that in slightly and then coming up to 90 degrees and then back out to 45 degrees. Now, as I say, a slightly slimmer tipped flat plier would be more helpful because you could actually use it to make the section that we're going to do next. But all you do, if you don't have access to slightly slimmer ones, is go to that dimension just past with your pliers. So that looks pretty good. Yeah. Pop that down. I might just open that up 1/2 mil and then you can push. Now, here's a trick. If you just put that on the skew slightly, so you've got one wire coming just above the other, it means that you can get that perfect bend in, because otherwise your wires meet and it all gets a bit tight. So we go past to 90 degrees and then open it back again. So you'll now need to do the exact same on the other side. So if I flip that over, hold where I think it will need to happen, offer the stone in, here we go. That looks like I need to go about 1/2 millimetre beyond. There we are, and then, oops, I slipped, so sorry. Push all the way round and back up. So you can see how you're going to be forming that shape, and the wire will flex back so that it's rigidly flat and neat again when you want it to. So I'm not going to do the whole thing because it's basically repeat at the top and then come back on yourself to generate this. If you wanted to call it, it's not a bezel setting, but it's very similar to a bezel setting. Yeah. So we've got the exact repeat and then a very small dimension, which is when those gorgeous bent nose pliers will be very, very handy, and you come up straight. So if I pop the stone out of the way so it doesn't get damaged, the next tool that I'm going to be using is a trusty pair of bail making pliers, which I've had forever, and I don't know if that's a 6mm. I think it's a 6mm at the bottom there. Yeah. And then if you ensure when you start that your curl starts right at the end, you haven't got a straight bit coming off, you're already on the curl, and then just wind that down as far as you want it to go. Now you do need to be a little bit firm with it, but it will go. Okay. And as long as you've got a crossover there, you're absolutely fine. You can take that further down if you so desire on the other side, and I'll show you what I mean. Make sure that you're using a curve all the way so that you haven't got a straight, but otherwise your coils tend to go a bit squiffy. Nobody wants a squiffy coil, do they? So we're going to keep going until we get a symmetrical image. So I've got some slightly pear-shaped sections there, which is absolutely fine. Yeah. If you want them round, that's what they look like when they're round. Wow. So just a different way. Yeah. Now, there is nothing holding these two sections together because all of this is actually one of the oldest springs in the world. Wow. So it's a very, very old jeweling technique, and it is just a bar that passes underneath those two long sections, folds over and gets squished into position.
Okay.
It's been used in jewellery for hundreds and hundreds of years. So if I pop that over to one side, I'm just going to straighten this up slightly because I'm unhappy it's on the wonk slightly. You know what I'm like, I can't have a bit on the wonk.
No.
There we go. So the next thing that we would need to do is to generate these coily sections that go all the way round. Now the piece of flat wire I'm using now is around about 4 inches.
Okay.
And it's the 3mm because I didn't want to cover up too much of the surface of the Swarovski, but at the same time I want it to be really secure.
Okay.
So what did I say that was about?
4.5?
About 4 inches or so. And what we need to do is look at the size of our bezel setting and work out how much we need to get those little coils over the end. Now to generate these little coils, I'm going to use some round nose pliers. Now these come in both the standard and the deluxe toolkit. So on either end, just going to generate a little bit of a curl. Oops. Get that started. If I tilt that up to camera 4, you can see that we're just getting that curl started by drawing the wire round.
Okay.
You do need to be a little bit firm. So I've just got a little curl going on at one end. I now need to do the exact same at the other end in the same direction. So my curl is to the right. I want the curl to come to the right this time again. So start the curl, tell it you're the boss. It was a little bit challenging to get it started, but once you get it started and into curl mode, it's quite happy.
Okay.
And if you end up with a little bit of a squonky coil, you can take your flat pliers and very, very gently give it a bit of a squeeze, and you can reform that ever so slightly.
Fab.
Squonky is a word.
Squonky. New word.
Works for me. So the next thing that we're going to need to do is size up where it's going to sit.
Okay.
Now, if you want to, you can have it very, very symmetrical, but I preferred mine to come down into a V. Still symmetrical, but there's no channel in between.
Okay.
So it's entirely up to you. The way we set how that sits is when we apply these little jeweller's bar springs on the back. So if you put this nice and tight, then those two bottom sections will be snuggled up together. If you leave them looser and really, really press down, you can get them to stay apart. So the choice is yours. So the next thing that we're going to do is just hold the wire up to the back of the bezel and ensure that we're going to have the bend, the first bend, which is a right angle, in approximately the centre of our bar.
Okay.
So I'm just holding that up. That looks to be approximately central between here and here.
Okay.
And here and here. So I'm just going to move that over slightly and generate my first 90-degree turn. The idea with this, I had no clue what I was going to do when I started off, so I just started making. I very rarely plan. I'm an awful, awful person. I'm really sorry. Can't plan very well. So
fine. If it works.
Just kind of went with it. So what we're going to do is just sort of offer this up to the frame to ensure that it sits. If you so desire, sit down and make all your measurements and then work from a piece of paper.
Okay.
But what I tend to do is just go in and think, well, that looks about right. Let's offer it up. Does it fit? Yeah, that looks like it's going to be good. So we'll pop that bend in.
Okay.
So we've now got this funny little weird shape, and you need to make 2 of them.
Okay.
Which I'm not going to bore you with doing again. The next thing that we would do is try it on our frame to ensure that it sits nicely. And you can see that that is going to sit beautifully. And then we need to work out where to put our next wire bend.
Okay.
Now we don't want this to come down at 90 degrees. It's going to be coming up slightly, but we want a very definitive bend in exactly the right place, because that's how it all works. It's a little bit of ensuring that that sits right. So I'm going to grip that with my pliers and then try it for size on the bar. That looks pretty good. And then pop that bend in, take it past, and then open it up. Now at this stage, I'm going to do the exact same thing at the other end. So if I flip that over and just pop another curve in, pop another bend in. If you need to open that up, you may. In fact, what I'm going to do is just pop in with the bent nose pliers, ensuring that you're getting a straight line. There we go. And give that a bit of a squeeze to make it nice and sharp. Open that back up, try it on for size, That looks like it's going to fit pretty nicely. So you would create your second one. I just need to grab another piece of the 3mm. So if I just open that up slightly, again using the shears, purely because they're built for purpose and they won't be damaged by cutting the slightly heavier gauge.
Sarah in Suffolk says, oh Jem, you are always amazing, but these designs are amazingly amazing. Love them. The
Thanks,
eye
darling.
especially.
Appreciate
I like
it,
the eye.
y'all.
See the eye a lot, don't you, in jewellery? It's fabulous.
Keep an eye out for the second kit at 4 then. Did you see what I did there? I'm sorry, that was really lame. I do apologise.
Brilliant. Emily Neswiller says, ooh, OMG, I love your design so much.
Thank you ever so much, sweetheart. That's really kind of you. Thank you.
Brilliant.
So to use the spring mechanism at the back, you would need to have a slightly longer piece of wire at the top if you're going to replicate this design, because it's slightly wider.
Okay.
And this spring mechanism here performs two quite important functions.
Okay.
It's holding the whole of the frame together by putting tension on those two uprights.
Yeah.
And it is also keeping the two uprights together so they don't go flimping off.
Flimping.
The one at the bottom, you can open that up wider if you wanted to, so that you would have two very tramline designs on the front.
Okay.
I preferred to see them together at the bottom and open at the top. I just think it's an attractive design feature, but you can go with whatever makes you happy. So be happy with it. All we need to do to generate that little spring design at the back, I'm not going to recreate another one of the bar sections, is pop them together, generate 2 right angles at the correct size. They won't stay still. So measure them up, say, well, that's how far I want them to be apart, pop 2 right angles on, so I'm just going to do that now. And this is just 1 inch and a bit of the 3mm flat wire.
Yeah.
You could use contrasting colour wire if you so desire. Do whatever makes your little designer heart happy. Just going to put a little bit of a bend in there. And then we would put that, it's currently like a little goal post. So the little goal post faces outwards. Pop that on, flip it over. And this is where you need to have a bit of a good grip on things.
Okay.
So you can see you've got the goalpost in position, facing the opposite direction to the coils that are going to sit on the front. I can see that I've got an excess of flat wire here. So what I would do is just trim that off very quickly if you don't mind.
Okay.
I'm just going to go here. Now just pop your finger over the end, and when that goes, you'll catch it with your finger rather than pointing it at somebody. So same on the other side, get that into position. Get your cutters into position, snuggle up the whole thing, cut, and then you will find that the wire is in your hand rather than in your dog.
Okay.
So pop your pieces together, snuggle your goalpost facing the opposite direction to the curls. Oh, it's all gone to pot now, I can't get my hands to do what I want. There we go. Flat facing pliers, and then squeeze that end over.
Right.
It's a little bit on the tough side, but it will go. So we're going to crease that up, making sure that they're the distance apart that you wanted them to be. Okay, and then the same on the other side.
Okay.
So as long as you hold them nice and tight, they will pretty much stay where you want them to. I've put my bends in a bit close together on this side and squeeze that down. And you do the same top and bottom.
Right.
The dimension being how you want the coils to sit on the front. So if I just open this out, you see I'm just opening those curves out, like so.
Yeah.
You'd pop the frame into position. There we go. So you can see at the moment that you've got nothing here that's sharp that's going to scratch the back of the Swarovski. Pop your Swarovski in, and then just bend. And it just sits down into position, and you have got a really, really safe, secure design. If you do both ends, not just the one like I've just done. But it does, it holds it beautifully. If I just pop that out of the way and show you, really, you can give that a really good shake.
Yeah.
Keep it still, they say, keep it still. No, I say shake it. So
Maggie's like, oh.
You can see that that's not going to go anywhere. If you would desire to wear that out somewhere where you're going to be moshing or dancing around, it's not going to go anywhere.
You know, it's fantastic. And I love it actually. I love it in the antique bronze as well. I think it's fab.
I can't decide which I prefer. So if I just slide that off and show you the two wires together. But it doesn't damage your Swarovski.
Brilliant.
You've got the option to take that apart and go, actually no, I want it in two-tone, I want to mix my metals, or I prefer it in the copper, I prefer it in the antique bronze, lots of choices. Or
let me offer you a third choice.
Ooh, no, lovely.
Because if you want to go really, really high end and add in half round 925 sterling silver wire, oh my gosh. I mean, we've saved nearly £40 on the kit. Why not, eh? Why not? £40 nearly. Goodness
I
me.
really like the way you think of it. I've saved 40 odd pounds, therefore
Spend
I can
it.
spend it. That's what the kit would have been.
Totally. That's what you do with savings.
Yeah, I'm
Spend
sorry,
them.
I'm a bit of an enabler.
A metre of your 925 sterling silver half round wire you've got there. And it is also rhodium plated as well. Now the rhodium plating is fantastic because it's going to add value to your 925 sterling silver for you because it is part of the platinum family. It's one of the most expensive precious metals on the planet. But also that acts as an anti-tarnish product as well, so it's going to stop your 925 from tarnishing, which is brilliant. Now the half round, as we said before, you know, in with the kit, if it's your half round or your square, the way that sits together almost gives you a machine finish. It really does lend a helping hand. So if you're brand new to wire work, you want to give it a go and you're perhaps thinking, well, I don't know, because 925 it's a precious metal, isn't it? Honestly, you can find it an absolute breeze. It is very durable, but at the same time, it's very malleable as well. 1 millimetre gauge you've got there as well, which is really quite structural, isn't it, in terms of wire?
I'm just thinking, because it's the beautiful half round and it is the 1 millimetre, you could make some lovely little rings with that. Couldn't you?
Yeah,
it wouldn't take much effort.
Gorgeous. And if I'm just, can I pinch?
Absolutely.
The Swarovski, the huge Swarovski there as well. And you can see that even with the silver, it looks fantastic. Everything goes with this. That's what I love about that hue. IWPK39 is your code for this one. Now, just to point out the gram weight at the bottom there, that's 11.4 grams of 925 sterling silver. With silver prices having risen as much as they have lately, we're still really not catching up with that 30% price increase, are we? IWPK39, if you want to multi-buy this one as well, I'd go for it. Especially at £12.95. £12.95, I tell you. I could get 3 of these with my saving.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if you wanted to section it and resell it as foot-long lengths.
Yeah, you could do that as well, couldn't you? Entirely up to you. I just like to have those precious metals in my stash, particularly because I'm a lover of silver anyway. And I always say all genuine gemstones deserve 925. I know our budgets won't always let us stretch, but I really try and use it wherever I can with findings and wire, etc. $12.95. Add it to your order. Do remember you got 1 postage and packaging in any one day. So from midnight last night right through until midnight tonight, doesn't matter how many pieces you order, 1 postage and packaging. Sissy in Oklahoma says, what would you sell the necklace for, please?
Oh gosh, now we're looking at copper and genuine Swarovski.
Yeah.
Probably this piece would be at least £45 up to about £70 to £80, depending on where you're looking to sell your piece.
Yeah.
If you have a site which hosts for you and it's quite an exclusive site, go up a little bit more, like the £80, so $110 maybe, just to sort of cover your fees a bit. But I think it is worthy because it's just a beautiful product, really beautiful product.
I think it's going back to Swarovski. You know, it's a brand that we know and trust, isn't it? Already, you don't really have to talk too much to people about Swarovski. People are quite aware of Swarovski. But, you know, when we launched it here at Jewellery Maker, I certainly was very much on the fence with this, not only because it wasn't a genuine gemstone, because it was crystal, but also because I didn't think we'd be able to bring you prices like we do. It's really, I mean, I'd be really interested to know what kind of size that Swarovski in a Swarovski store would be priced at, because I don't think you'd get it anywhere near our should have been price tag, actually, never mind the saving that you've got now as well. I don't know how we do it, but we do. There's about 15 in baskets right now. You've got a huge amount of wire. We were at £72.80, so we are £39.85 saving.
So it's all bar 15p?
40 quid.
Wow.
Saving more than you're spending. My kind of spending, that. Thanks so much, Jem.
Thank you.
We'll be back with Jem at 4 o'clock this afternoon for the masterclass and the second kit, which I have to say features a lot a lot of the Gemstone of the Year 2016. Labradorite, if you missed it. Loads of cabochons. So that's going to be fantastic, that second kit as well. 3:30, which is literally just about an hour away. Relaunch, your bent nose pliers. These are the Zuron range that you have here. So popular. 3:30, I've got a great quantity, not to be missed. Right, how about some chrome dioxide? Have a look. But it's just so beautiful. Look at that. I tell you what, me and my green. Me and my greens. Just love it. Just love this. This is a massive, massive carat weight of chrome dioxide that you have here. The colour is breathtaking. And do you know what? That is the sign of quality chrome dioxide that you have right there. Every single gemstone is absolutely saturated in colour. And that is 100% natural. Now, when you think about some gemstones, well, all gemstones, you know, we don't tend to think too much about the mining process, do we? And what's involved. You know, it's very easy to just think, oh, 50 carats chrome dioxide, great price, let's buy it. But then, you know, we've got to take it back, strip this right back to the mining process for the gemstones. So chrome dioxide, this particular deposit, coming all the way from Russia over in Siberia. Over in Siberia. Siberia in Russia. Temperatures can often reach as low as minus 45 degrees, which is on the cool side, it's fair to say. Now, that is so cold that the ground is frozen solid. It's actually impossible for anybody to gain access to that mine. And that is for 10 months of the year that temperature is that way. If it warms up a bit to say minus 20, minus 15, we might be able to gain access to the mine between July and August. So there's a 2-month window that we're going to be looking at the temperatures to thaw out a little bit so that we can get into that mine. Now, that 2-month window doesn't necessarily run from July the 1st to August the 31st. It might be 2 weeks within that 8 weeks that we can get into the mine, and that's it. So then we've got to hope for you know, these warmer temperatures so we can get into the mine. Then we've got to hope that we find some chrome dioxide. Now, for most gemstones, you know, if you went down into a mine with one of our mining experts, you know, you might be in there and say, oh look, I can see some green, I found some. And then the miner will take that deposit for you and say, well, actually, it's not worthy. It's no good. It's no good. You know, the amount you may have seen in VTs that we've had in the adverts that we've had here at Jewellery Maker, that sometimes, you know, when we've gone into mines, it might be that you think you found some, you think you've got some, but no, it's no good. So, you know, you get excited, but actually it's not worthy of even bead quality. Bead quality chrome dioxide. I have to say, I think it's all gemstone quality. I don't think I've seen such a thing as bead quality chrome dioxide here at Jewellery Maker. This quality, this colour, this transparency that you're looking at, this is the quality that you would see set into 18 karat gold in a jeweller's, you know, amazing. It's all about the colour in this gemstone. And every single one throughout this strand is consistent in its colour. There's not one that I would say, oh, do you know what? Don't think I'll use that one. It's not quite good enough. Every single gemstone has been faceted to perfection. So you've got that whole mining process in ridiculous mining conditions. 9 degrees is cold for me. 9, 10 maybe. Yeah, so double figures, you know, it's a bit chilly, isn't it? Minus 20, minus 15, it's not for me. It's just not for me. Imagine those conditions and how tough it is to mine. Imagine the cost that's involved in just the machinery to mine in those conditions. I mean, have you tried digging a hole for a plant lately? You know, planting any bulbs? I can't do it, Jem. I'm absolutely rubbish. I don't know if it's the soil where I live, but I'm like, why is this hole not going to get any bigger? Can't do it. I'm terrible, Mags, terrible. And therefore there's not much colour in my garden. But, you know, imagine actually minus. You need all these diggers, all this machinery, everything else. We don't take any of that cost into consideration, quite clearly. £69 and 95 pence is not your price. Do you know what? We saved nearly £40 on the kit. Just give me your £20 back for this strand. £60 saving just in 2 auctions. What are the rules? Imagine this in with a kit, actually.
Oh,
and that 925 wire that we've just had.
Oh,
£49 and 95 pence.
oh.
Jamie, are you 63? I would definitely get my certificate of authenticity for that one, without a doubt. Under £50, amazing, well done. What did you say, sorry, lovely? Chain. I've got this one. I have this one. Yeah. I only saw it, I think, for the first time last week, in fact. 30-inch chain is something that I talk about a lot. And it's a particular length in a necklace that I love. See, I either go pretty short, kind of 14 inch, or 30. That's, you know, I'm either or. There's no kind of in between with me. So for me, I was like, right, I'm getting that. And you know the skulls that we had, the 925 sterling silver skulls? I put one of the skulls on there as well. It looks fab. It really, really does. And all I had to do for that was to open and close the jump ring. It was that simple. So 30-inch chain is fantastic. It's the box chain as well. So if you get really close, you can see those links. Almost square, box shape, if you like, cubic, makes for incredible strength in a chain. This could take so much weight if you wanted it to. So let's say you've used the rhodium plated 925 wire that I just had, you know, and you wrapped that Swarovski beautifully, and then you wanted to pop it on the end of there. How fabulous would that look? Would look incredible. But 30 inches, that said, inches, there we go. Goodness me, that's 76 centimetres, isn't it? We could get a 16-inch and a 14-inch chain from that 30 inches. So if you did want to do the layered up look, you could, by all means, you could kind of double that up around the neckline if you wanted to, wrap it round twice and have that graduation in there. It would look stunning, wouldn't it? Really, really beautiful. 5 grams of 925 sterling silver. Did you say just 33? 32, 31, 29. It's going quickly. £17 and 95 pence for you this afternoon. It's not your price tag, so if you love this one, get checking out as soon as you possibly can. 0800 644 655. You got your bolt ring clasp, jump rings, 925 stamp, £12 and 95 pence for you. I would, do you know what? I think I would double that up. I'd go for the 16-inch. Yeah. 16-inch. I'm trying. Will it work? Something like that. 16-inch, 14-inch there. Yeah, I was trying to layer it up. Oh, it would look lush, wouldn't it? VFPO16 is your code for this one. Remember, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee as well. So any products you buy from us here at Jewellery Maker, you've got 30 days to make up your mind. Not from today, but from the day you get them delivered to your door. You've got 30 days to think about it. You know, you can just get it out in the packaging every day, have a look. I haven't made my mind up yet. I need another 10 days. 10 days later, get it back out. I haven't made my mind up yet. I need another 5 days. You've got up to 30 days to send it back. Well done. Angela in Greater London's got 3. Emma in Cambridge has got 2. Collect it in Berkshire, you're there. Jill, Veronica's just got hers as well. Veronica's got 2. Do you know what? Pretty much every person that's checked out so far has got 2 or 3 of these.
Could be present draw time.
Oh, it could be, couldn't it?
Be prepared.
It's a great, great idea for the present draw, I think.
Well, gifts need to happen all throughout the year, don't they? It's not just at festive seasons, you know, birthdays and just because presents, all sorts. It's really nice to have something just ready to hand. You could even wrap them in just a beautiful, doesn't need to be a festive paper, just a beautiful paper, and then if somebody pops round and they bring you something, you're ready to go, and here's something I got for you.
Yeah.
Aren't I generous?
And it is, isn't it? A nice just because gift as well. I'd be more than happy with that one, I tell you. Well done if you've managed to get that. Fabulous. Right, Oh, I'm hearing the words. Brand new price. Sounds exciting. Gold plated. Oh, do you know what? These are so substantial. The weight on these, even individually, is really, really significant. Have a look at these. Wishbone charm you've got here, or pendant, if you like, you've got there. Look at that. Really, really substantial. The wishbone, given for luck, maybe. You know, make your wish on it, wear it, and it'll come true and all that. The myth and folklore and legend behind this, very symbolic. But you can have that as a pendant. In fact, it's so sizable, I think I'd have it as a pendant as opposed to the bracelet charm. So if you've got our gold plated 925 sterling silver, no, gold plated 925 sterling silver chain. In fact, I think we had one on last week, last of stock. All you've got to do is pop it on. In fact, you've already got your jump ring on there. I'll just check to see if that's soldered. Yes, it is. That jump ring is soldered. Add another little jump ring in there if you want to, or if you can get the smaller jump ring on the chain through there, you could just literally pop it straight onto the chain. You're not just getting one, by the way. You're getting three of them. That could be one for you, one for your BFF, and one just in case, one for your sister, or your other BFF. Oh, that's for, you do know there's three here, don't you? It's not a pack of, it's not one. It's not one. Danny just said, I thought it was one. No, there's three. Whoops. What a wally. Do you want to take the graphics out? How many do we have? Okay, Danny said, well, to be fair, even if I take the graphics out, it's going to sell out on the web anyway, so we'll just leave them in for a minute. There's only 36. Going very, very quickly, understandably, don't they look like solid gold?
They do. They have that beautiful softness to the finish, which makes you think very, very high-end thoughts.
They are beautiful. That's like £2.30 something each.
Yeah, but for me, it's under £2 a gram, and it's gold-plated.
Oh, do you want to say that out loud, Jem? Let's move on. 0800 644 655 SK RF60. There is a pack of 3 here. It's not just for one. And we've got multi-buyers now. Veronica and Gloucestershire's just got 3. So that's just about £20 for 9. Oh, my days. 0800 644 655. Or on the web at JewelleryMaker.com. Danny just said, you know what? He says, I'd say, Hannah, your pick. He says, but, you know, I know exactly what you're going to pick up. Danny would like to play Guess the Next Auction. You know, because I mentioned this strand before we came on air. I said, I love this gemstone. This next gemstone, I haven't seen this year so far. In fact, the last time I saw it, can't even remember. Think strawberries and cream. Think strawberries and cream. Oh, I love this so much. Isn't it just beautiful? Isn't this stunning? Now, this is a really, really rare gemstone. Some of you tuning in today may never have seen rhodochrosite before. It's an incredibly beautiful gemstone that I love. Now, I've got the most fantastic, and I'm going to show off a bit. I've got the most fantastic cabochon in silver, and I tell you, I get compliments on it all. It is my pride and joy, Mike. You're right. It's one of those pieces of jewelry that I just love. And I think, do you know what, going into the spring and the summer, this is definitely a gemstone to be wearing. I look at those colours. Raspberry ripple ice cream, strawberries and cream, peaches and cream, anything in cream. Again, I'm not just talking the old squirty in the can. No, it's not for me. That is absolutely beautiful. Can you see that banding in every single one is completely unique, completely different. You've got a gemstone here that is 100% natural. Those pinks are the juiciest pinks I think we ever seen a pink gemstone. They are absolutely stunning. And it will get people picking up those pieces of jewellery. If you're wearing rhodochrosite, and people will ask you, why is that gemstone? I've never seen it anywhere else. Never, other than Emporia, nowhere else. Not on the high street, not in a boutique jewellers, not anywhere. Not saying it's not there. It could well be. But it's such a rare and beautiful gemstone. And don't you think it's incredibly feminine? I mean, I am not a pink girl, but this gemstone, I can't get enough of it. Imagine putting this with your morganite, you know, your softer tones of pinks in between.
That would look stunning. It would also look really beautiful with jadeite or pearls.
Oh, I've got some jadeite here actually. Look at the jadeite with this. Oh, what a dream. What an absolute dream team that is. That's like summer right there, isn't it?
Do you know what I think of when I see rhodochrosite?
What's that?
Just happy, happy thoughts. It's just such a happy, cheerful, lovely gemstone.
It is, isn't it?
And that is such a beautiful example of it, you know, because you've got all of that banding, you've got all the different tones that you want in the gem. Really gorgeous. Absolutely.
So what I love about these as well is you can go through and you can pick your favourite gemstone, you know, so have a real good look at that banding in each one. Yeah, that one in the middle right there with those swirls. Absolutely beautiful. Maggie, you going for that one here? Yeah. With that reel. Maggie's going for this one here. That one just there.
Maggie likes that one because it looks like a donut, I reckon.
Yes.
Excellent. Maggie's going for that one because it looks like a donut. There's the topping. Oh, what do you mention donuts for, Jem?
Salzbab.
75 carats. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30 approximately halfway. And go with approximately 60 gemstones on that strand. Do you know what I would do with this? Keep it all for myself. I would. I'm not giving this away. No, 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 no. I'd have, do you know, I think I'd go for the bracelet and the earrings. That's what I'd do with that strand. All for me, 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 me. LG JN13. Imagine just knotting with this with a real nice bright white.
Oh, that'd be perfect.
It would look lovely, wouldn't it?
Absolutely perfect, yeah.
Really, really summery. 95 sterling silver clasp without a doubt. In fact, 95, nothing less for me. £37.95. I can get this with a saving from the kit.
Definitely. Also, it's going to look really different depending on whether you use the silver, the rose gold plated sterling silver, or your yellow gold is going to give it a completely different dynamic as well. You could even have different coloured beads with your, as you say, the sterling silver beads, and then different coloured interspersed between them. I think it'd be really pretty.
You just put £15 back in my pocket. High five. £22.95. This is brilliant. I'm loving these savings. Do you know what it is? It's because Danny's going on holiday on Monday. He's just like, whatever, pushing any old buttons in there. £22.95 for you. Huge saving on your rhodochrosite. Get this home. Have a closer look. You will absolutely love it. And Margot's in 5. Way, Margot. Cynthia's got hers. Collect it in Somerset. She's got 4 of these. Tell you what, with all the savings we bought you in the last few auctions, that's what I would do as well. Brenda in Surrey, collect it in Gloucestershire. Sharon in Maryland, you're there as well. I want strawberries and cream now. Collect it in Middlesex. Isabel in Angus, you're there as well. Congratulations. Oh, you know what would go with these, don't you? Look at this. Stardust rondelles. Oh, let's add some value and make it really high end. Sweet and indeed Saru. That would look phenomenal, wouldn't it? You could put those. Oh, I've got some rose gold. Which you said actually, Jem, didn't you?
I think it's really interesting to see it with all the different gold colours because you do get a different effect.
Oh, now that definitely works, doesn't it? How stunning stunning. Does the rose gold look with the rhodochrosite?
See, that for me is sort of gentle and sophisticated. With the yellow gold, you had a more pizzazz piece. Just play with it, you know, offer up different bits and pieces and see what works best
Do you know
for you.
Maggie and I at the same time are like, yeah, pizzazz. I love that word, pizzazz. Sounds like a cocktail, doesn't it? LG,
Cocktails.
JN. Oh, what? Any cocktails? Collecting Buckinghamshire, collecting Middlesex, Isabel in Angus, Brenda in Surrey, collecting Gloucestershire, Sharon in Maryland. It's made me think of cookies now. Oh. What am I like? Unbelievable. I've got so much coming up for you. Relaunch of the Zuron bent nose pliers coming up for you in just a couple of minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a few.
Get interactive with Jewellery Maker by liking our Facebook page and join over 55,000 like-minded people. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
Join us as we welcome back connoisseurs to Jewellery Maker. A world leader in jewellery and silver beauty care, Connoisseurs is known for its product innovation and has transformed the jewellery care industry with their products, and we're excited to have them join us again. Tune in on Tuesday the 28th of February at 7 PM for a lesson on jewellery cleaning from the professionals. Connoisseurs on Jewellery Maker.
There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
Tune into Jewellery Maker this Sunday for the launch of Mark Smith's Wire Macrame with Seed Beads DVD. Mark will guide you through an array of different projects and techniques, including the floodlit and Anubis bracelet, the twisted twist, the lotus flower, and how to channel set using seed beads. Enhance your jewellery and learn how to combine seed beads, wire and macrame. So make sure you're watching this Sunday at 9 AM.
Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. What an exciting hour this hour is going to be. I tell you, I've got loads coming up for you. You've got 2-star buys and I've got your one to own for you at 3:30. Your one to own is going to be massive. Absolutely huge. Great quantity of these, by the way. It's the relaunch of your Zuron bent nose pliers that you have. These are fabulous. Anybody that works in the jewellery making industry that makes jewellery, especially all of our guest designers here, rave about the Zuron pliers. They are cream of the crop. Great quantity coming up for you, 3:30 this afternoon, so not to be missed. If you wanted to build up your Zuron tool collection, this weekend is the weekend to be watching. Also coming up in this hour at 3:15, I've got your bead caps. Have a look. These are gorgeous. Oh, hang on a minute, I've got 2 lots in here. We'll go with those ones. Oh, bundle. Fundle. Have a look at these. So not just one pack. Can I just say, Mum, no. I tell you, she's always in. She gets every bead cap going. She does. Look at these. These are fabulous. I've got 2 different designs. It's a bead cap bundle. Yay! This is coming up for you at 3:15, fabulous. And then 3:30 is your one to own, and then at 3:45, it's all happening. Is this 3:45 Stardust Rondell beads? Oh, these are gorgeous, aren't they? So those are coming up 3:45. Lots coming up for you this hour, I tell you. What an hour this is going to be. And how should we start this hour? Shall we start with pearls? Oh, that didn't go very well. We're laughing at Mike. It's just a normal day for me, Mike, this, tell you. Have a look at these. Only 6 chances. Ooh, they're cold. No. Aren't these stunning? Oh my gosh. They look perfectly round. Do they not? They do, don't they? 6? Sorry, is a number missing off there, or no? That's all we've got. White freshwater. I bet our Janet Dwyer's had them all. That's why. 8 by 9 millimeters in size. They look perfectly round to me. You know, you'd have to have an eye for detail, wouldn't you, to know that they're not perfectly round. They are beautiful. And they're completely natural. I know. And durable. Completely organic gemstone you have here in your pearls. Pearls are something I certainly thought for years and years and years would cost me thousands and thousands of pounds. If somebody had have said to me, oh no honey, you can get a strand of pearls in double figures, I'd say give over. No. Can here at Jewellery Maker. I would come in and check these out as soon as you can. You've got the very much sought after hue in these pearls, your white freshwater culture pearls. They are almost perfectly spherical. I mean, there's not much in it, is it? Is it? Much? Oh. They are almost perfect. Yes. Maggie's like, point for me, point for me. Maggie said that in my ear. She says, please say perfect. £19.95. If I were to pearl knot these at a 925 sterling silver clasp, I wouldn't be selling these in double figures. Oh no. I would be into 3 figures, something like this. Look at this clasp here. In fact, oh my gosh. Yeah, if I'm adding that in, featuring my necklace design, I'm actually going to sell that for about £150. Yeah, Max says it easily. Easily. Well done if you managed to get those. Righty ho. More pearls. Perfect. Perfect pearls. I'll put these on the desk so you can see them. These are your half drill buttons that you've got here. 5 pairs. Night out with the girls. Night out with the girls. Pajama day. You know, who needs to go out to wear pearls? Not me. Look at these beautiful buttons you've got here. Pearl buttons. Perfect for your earring designs. So you've got 10 individual gemstones there, essentially 5 pairs. Then you have your 925 solid sterling silver earring post with your butterfly backing as well. So you do need to have pierced ears to wear these. Now all you need to do when you get these home is take your earring post, take your pearl button, get a little bit of glue. High post cement, which is available on our website, is absolutely fantastic in these instances because your high post cement has a precision applicator on it. So it makes it really, really easy not to get loads and loads of glue on there. Pop a little bit of glue on your post, line the post and the drill hole up, pop your pearl on, drying time, 24 hours, leave it be, good to go. Oh, how long did it take me to do that? A couple of seconds? Something like that? Do you know what? To set all 10 of these, I could probably do that in less than 5 minutes. Talk about jewellery that's going to give you a quick turnaround.
It is easy peasy.
It is, isn't it? And I couldn't, Jem. I have no idea where we're going to on price for these. I couldn't sell these, no matter where I'm selling, for less than £25 a pair, because they are genuine pearls, they are quality, you've got lustre, you've got size, and you've got 925 sterling silver. I couldn't sell them for less than £25 each.
I totally agree. They're an idyllic shape. They have that beautiful surface to them. It's a very sophisticated colour, and it is solid precious metal. I mean, what's not to love?
Money back. That's like £4 a pair, is it not? 4, 8, 12, 16. £4 a pair. £4 cost a pair. I mean, if you've got any weddings coming up, you've got to buy gifts for the bridesmaids or the mother of the bride, mother of the bridegroom. Doesn't have to cost the earth, does it? You know, come in here at Jewellery Maker, even if you've never ever made a piece of jewellery in your life, you can do this. Seconds, that's all. And do you know what? You don't even need any tools. You don't even need any tools. All you need is glue. That's it. Oh! It's like £2 something a pair. What are the rules? £2.59 a pair, Jem.
£2.59?
A pair.
Do you know, if you go to the supermarket and you peruse in the gift and jewellery and scarf department and you purchase a pair of faux pearls on plated metal, you probably would be looking at the price for all of these. Yeah. $12.95, is it? Mm.
So that's unbelievable value. Oh, don't worry, Jem. It's not for us to be confused or worry. Our Danny just says that's how I roll. He's going on his Jolly Bobs on Monday. He doesn't care. XRPO98 is your code for that one. And you know what? I would be multi-buying, because the money making potential in these versus the time it's going to take me, just put 20 pairs on an auction website. See what happens.
Yep.
Just see what happens. If you've got some of our fantastic Talbots packaging, brilliant. 0800 644 655 or on the web at JewelleryMaker.com. Well done if you've got them. Carolyn Easter 6 has got 2. Well done, Collected Bebs, you've got 4. 4, that's 20 pairs of earrings. So what's my money making potential in these, Danny, at £25 a pair? Tell you what, do you know what? I'm going to be generous. I'm going to say £20 a pair. I'm going to say £20 a pair. So that's £100 for every 5 pairs for a £12.95 outlay.
That's pretty good going.
And what, 5 minutes of my time? Why is everyone not jewellery making? Amazing. Tanya's texting in the West Midlands. OMG, that's a crazy price. I love blue pearls. Sure, you could daytime, nighttime. You know? Goodness me. Unbelievable. Again, present. Oh, just lost a few butterfly backings. Story of my life, I tell you. These, £2 something a pair. Jokes. Totally jokes. Sorry, Daniel. Oh, look at these. Lushness. Moonstone. Blue moon. You saw me standing. Thanks. Look at these. Oh, just so ethereal. Look at that adulorescence you've got there. Isn't that mystical? So mystical. So alluring. So ethereal, isn't it? They are beautiful. That's the sign of quality moonstone right there. 15 by 9 millimeters inside. You've got 22 carats. Woo! That's an average of 2.2 carats per component you've got there. They are huge. Huge in terms of their single figure carat weight that you've got there. Already bezel set into 925 sterling silver for you. Again, this to me, Jem, this is like, not that I'm not lazy, it's just that I don't have much time. But quick jewellery making, you know, just like popping these onto some, literally just sliding them onto some shepherd's hooks, then maybe adding a gemstone, brilliant drop of Labradorite or something on the bottom, you know, just something really quick.
Definitely, you don't have to work hard. They are such amazing quality of the Moonstone. You've got those velvety blues and you've got the sort of the powdery blue fairy wing as well. But if you want to pop those into a great big long rosary linked necklace with mixed gemstones maybe, it's your solid precious metal and a very high quality gemstone. There's a lot to love.
It's beautiful. Maggie. Maggie just said, could you make an anklet out of this for the summer? Yeah, Max, no problem. You could, if you wanted to, I mean, you could go all out. If you wanted to make an anklet using all of them, you could. I mean, if this is for yourself, why not? So you could just link those together using jump rings, maybe add some chain in there if you need to as well. Or you could just use one of those and then add some 925 sterling silver chain, pop your clasp in there as well. How pretty would that be? Does say summer to you, does it, Mags? Not long. £17.95. That is approximately, I'll pick up another one so you can see that every single one has this fabulous adulorescence. That's £179 for a 2.2 carat rainbow moonstone. Anywhere else? What do you reckon? 2 carat rainbow moonstone, under £10? I don't think so. We're at £179. Already bezel set for you. FG UD02. What was that, Max? You bought someone some body jewellery, yeah? One moonstone, sterling silver, well over £100. Maggie, have I not told you? It's before she was educated. Before she was educated, she said. Collect it in Buckinghamshire, Karina in Lincolnshire. We're at £179 per component for you there. That is just phenomenal. Phenomenal value. It really, really is. 0800 644 655 or on the web this afternoon at JewelleryMaker.com. Oh, bracelet, just a bracelet. One of those, 95 sterling silver. I'm thinking £30.
Oh, that would be generous.
Sometimes I am, Jem. Depends what kind. It depends how much sleep I've had the night before. Gonna be honest with you.
Do you know, when we see bits and pieces like this, I'm very, very inclined to harvest them and pop them to one side.
Yeah.
And what I love to do is when I get a collection, we had some garnets the other week and they were immense. Just have one with a garnet, one with a moonstone, and just line them all up and see what I feel like doing that day. And to have that in your stash ready to go when you're inspired, I think it's worth every penny.
It is, isn't it, actually? I like that. Always having them for a backup for when you do get inspired, you know? Not inspired every day, are we? It's time for your first star buy of the hour. A bundle of bead caps. You don't see that. Tell you what, I've never seen it. On any day, I've never seen that. Normally we bring you them individually. Our Danny's gone above and beyond today. He's like Buzz Lightyear. 2 packs for you. One being a 5-pack. One being a 10-pack that you've got there as well. Aren't these just beautiful? Really, really pretty. Look at the luster from these. And do you know what I like? about the fact that we've got two different designs here as well is if you have a look at these side on, can you see that one is a lot more domed than the other? So this one, great for your perfect round gemstone there. So it might be that you've got maybe a 6mm round or something, 8mm round underneath there. And then these ones, because they are flatter, actually that would work alongside a bigger gemstone if you wanted it to. So you are going to get 15 in total. Thanks, Jem.
You're welcome.
That was brilliant. Did you see that, Mags? Our poor Jem had to show our poor Mike how to use these tweezers. He was like, oh, we all saw, Mike. We all saw. No. He was like, what?
Well, not everybody uses reverse action.
Just gave a little, just pinch them. That's how they work. Brilliant. Brilliant. It was a lovely moment. Wish we had shown it, to be honest. So you've got 15 pieces in total. So these ones on this side, on the right-hand side of your screen. Is that the right-hand side of your screen? No, that's the left-hand side of your screen. It's because I'm looking in the mirror, isn't it, essentially? Those on the left-hand side of your screen are a lot flatter than the ones on the right-hand side of your screen. So really, really versatile. Now, let's say I'm going to get the jadeite deal of the day, because I think these flat ones work beautifully. 12mm jadeite. So can you see how flat they are? Look at that. Doesn't that finish that off beautifully? Attention to detail. So whether, you know, you're just taking two of those gemstones and they're going to be a pair of earrings, just pop that on the top, beautiful. Or whether you've restranded them all in a necklace design. You've got a big feature piece of a clasp at the front, and then you could have these on the end. It just finishes pieces off beautifully. And I've got to be honest with you, I am the kind of person that is very much all about that attention to detail. You know, I would notice that design kind of being, you know, finished off compared to the next one that's not really.
It does, absolutely, it makes all the difference, and you can use them if you wanted to. You've got a strand of all the same gemstones, all the same size. You can just highlight the central front one with one on either side. But outside of that, they're brilliant. Throw them into a rosary link design because you've got the filigree effect.
Yeah.
Filigree, yeah. I can't remember how to say the words. You can link into them on opposite sides and just use it flat instead of domed. And it just adds a little bit of texture to your designs.
That would look gorgeous, wouldn't it? There is lots of way that you can play with these, actually. And you've got two different designs there now as well, which is fantastic. You've got your 5-pack at 7mm and you've got your 10-pack at 8mm. Options, says our Mags. Options. That's what it's all about, isn't it? You know, having that versatility, being able to use your components in lots of different ways so that you're not limited. And of course it is 925 sterling silver, so that will be adding value to all of those pieces where you're using these for you. 0800 644 655. £15. What did you say, Maggie Solar? I say, what did I say? And of course it's sterling silver. She's like saying that so flippantly, like, you know, like it's just 95. Not everybody has 95 sterling silver. Do you know what? You're right, Mags. You're right. Thanks for pulling me up on that live on air. Do you know what? Maggie's absolutely right. You know, we're not able to do that all the time, are we, with our genuine gemstones? This is a star buy. Normally bring you 5 for £6.95, don't we? There or thereabouts. I've got 15 here. About £21. And we're going even lower. JXGC 52. How about 15? For £9.95 for you this afternoon. Oh, Jem Hawkes wasn't sat over there today. I'd see her name on that screen right now. Oh, look, what did I say? What did I say at the start of this auction? I said, Mum, no. She's got an obsession with bead caps, honestly. Like, how many bead caps does one person need? Absolutely crazy, I tell you. Yes, Maggie says she knows a good deal, your mother, I tell you. Well done, Mum. £9.95. Rosita in the West Midlands, Andrea's there, Joy, Lady Deborah in Greater Manchester, Alison Jane in Angus, collect it in North Yorkshire ×2. Anne Marie, you've got yours. Andrea's there, collect it in Kent, collect it in Durham. Pat, you're there, collect it in Northamptonshire. Lizette in Germany's in. How's it going, Lizette? Carolyn in County Londonderry, Lorna in Greater Manchester. Lizette, how do you fancy giving us a weather check for Germany? That'd be great. Do you know what I'm going to guess before she's even texting? I'm going to go 7 degrees.
I'm going to go for 6.
Mike?
I think 4.
4.
It's cold.
Maggie? Maggie and Danny are going 3 each. 3 apiece. 3, 4,
5.
5.
6, I can't remember.
I said 7.
I said 6.
Let's go for Munich, just so you know. 9. Now, Nafis is in Australia. It's the middle of the night, isn't it? I'm going to go with 27.
I'm going to go 22.
It's hot. It's hot there right now. 3 a.m. I'm going to stick with my original guess. Okay, Maggie. I love the fact that I made this game, but everyone else makes the rules up. What did you say? 22, Jem? 22, Mike?
I'll go with 24.
24. 9. Oh, Maggie. Yeah, but it's their summer. Oh, 16. 16. Well, you know, Mags, it's like 45 in the day, isn't it, in the summer? Well done if you managed to get those. Fantastic. Oh my gosh, you want to own the tool is just 7 minutes away. I best give Gemma tweezers back. There we go. Look at this. Relaunch, Zuron range. Bent nose pliers coming up for you in a couple of auctions time. Big quantity. And gold 925 sterling silver. Just say that again. Gold plated, yeah, that's right. Gold plated 95 sterling silver. Oh dear. 345 these are coming up for you. Look at the mess I'm making. Unbelievable, I tell you. So they're coming up for you at 345. Just having a glug of tea. Righty ho. Let's have a look. Oh, next kit. Why would you not? Look at these. Oh, Jem. Don't you wish you had these in the kit? Is that a yes? Oh, look at that Labrador essence. They are stunning. 95 carats in total there. 95 carats of your Labradorite plain round, 6mm. Oh, hello, desert island size. Desert island size in your Labradorite rounds there, 6mm. Now, we say desert island size because most guest designers, when asked what size and shape gemstone they would take to a desert island, they would say 6mm round because it works with every medium, you know, whether you're coming in this weekend for the wire work, whether you do macrame or kumihimo, whether you do chainmail or work with any of your clays. Do you know what? It'll work with absolutely anything. Do you know what? I think I'd go for a couple of stretchies with this strand. You know, your kind of everyday wear.
Definitely.
And keep it for myself.
Yeah, because it is exceptionally beautiful, and why wouldn't you want to just sit and look at it?
Exactly. Do you know what? In fact, I could get more than stretchies. I could get earrings as well out of that strand. There's absolutely loads. 38 centimetres, 95 carats in total. Last 9 chances. Low price coming your way. Oh, £6.95. That's unbelievable. That's definitely an add it to your order price with the kit.
I'm actually slightly speechless for a moment there, which is relatively rare. It's
Yeah.
Madagascan Labradorite with those effects that I personally really desire in this gem.
Yeah.
You've not just got a blue, you've got the green, you've got the peacock, you've got, in some of them there's a slight pinky tone.
Yeah, I was just going to say the pinks. They're
You've got
flying.
little granulations in there as well, which I love in a Labradorite because you've got a slightly more translucent body and then you've got almost like a starfield reverse dotting effect in them.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful.
Can I just quickly show you those alongside the kit, just to give you a sneaky peek of what's coming up for you in half an hour's time? It's like they were made for that kit.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Look at all that Labradorite. Oh my gosh, it's exciting. That's coming up very, very soon. Right. Righty ho. Have a look at this. This is pretty. Have a look. What a gorgeous component this is. Imagine trying to make something like this as a silversmith.
Well, I can tell you that I would blow it up into a million pieces because I do a little bit of light silversmithing now and again, and I would just be too clumsy. I would set fire to it and it'd melt. So
Would you?
yeah.
I think you should just leave it be then.
Yeah.
Maybe come in and buy this instead.
I think I'll buy them instead.
Yeah, that's what I would do. At 925, sterling silver, oxidised for you. So you've already got that vintage look. You've already got that age look with your connector there. It's 18 by 14 millimetres in size. That for me again, you know, it's simple jewellery. Just popping. Oh, do you know what? I wouldn't even go with chain. Oh, everyone's shocked. The one trick pony has changed their mind. I wouldn't even go. No, I wouldn't go with chain. Not with this one. Do you know what I would go with? Different coloured Eslons. That's what I would do. You know, I just think it'd look fabulous. This being kind of a summery, you know, you've got that floral look there. I'm thinking maybe correspond it with your birthstone. So me being ruby, I might go for a red Eslon. What are you, Gemma? Gem, sorry.
I'm June, so I get to choose.
June.
I'd have enough white.
Oh, goodness sake. She's got the pick of three. Pearl, Alexandrite, Moonstone. So you're going for an off-white, are you?
Off-white, yeah.
Well, she could go for green if you wanted to. Here at Alexandrite. When's your birthday, Mike?
I'm June as well. So
June as well, so you could do the same. Our Danny's a February, so we could go for the purple for the amethyst. You know, you can colour coordinate. Our Maggie's July, like myself. Again, red if you wanted to, or you could go for the yellows of citrine, but you could do anything you wanted to, you know. You could keep it simple. And as I was saying, that the one quote that I've read from London Fashion Week is less is more stylish. Oh yeah, one simple thread there, it would look fantastic, it really would. £5.95. Do you know there's a particular jewellery brand, again, that I follow on Instagram, that make jewellery just as I described, one component like this, simple bit of thread. You're talking about £70 to £80 for one of those bracelets.
Do you know, I'd love to see it with the full rainbow, all of the chakra colours, all of the rainbow colours.
That's a good idea, isn't it?
Because it's such a happy piece.
Yeah.
I think make it even more happy, just relish that. And I can't help but see the rhodochrosite with it as well. Because it's a happy gem.
Oh, if I must.
Sorry, lovey.
Look at that. How summery is that? Doesn't that look beautiful? £5.95. Jen, what would you sell? So say if you did what I just said, just simply taking one threading material, one length of threading material and this component, what kind of price would you pop on something like that?
Well, because I like to compete, and because the prices that we have at Jewellery Maker, you can compete with the big names in the industry, I'd probably put it out there at £35 with a sliding knot on the back, a little bit of macrame in the same material, used your thread zapper to finish it off, and really it's not cost you very much more than what you're paying for the individual piece.
I think that would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Absolutely fabulous to do at that price. And again, really easy for you to do. Get it home, give it a go. Let us know how you get on. OJ, PK52 is your code for this one. You can buy as many as you like. Danny, I think I've done really well today. Because for 2.5 hours I've got through without saying those words. But can you now? Because I can't do it anymore. Can you just write a code down for me? Maybe write ×4 next to it. I'm thinking. Yeah?
No!
$3.55? What kind of a price tag is that?
What are you doing?
If you could see what I can see right now. Every penny off. Look at him. He's banging his thigh. Every penny off. He's very angry. Well, you did it.
There.
I think there was the word holiday in that. Somewhere there. So let's be. I mean, how many do we have? How many do we have, Danny? Oh, yes. We've got a great quantity of these. Right. How many are you going to get, Jem? I'm actually going to get 12 now because I'm going to do what I said. I'm going to coordinate with the birthstones colours.
I would need to get at least 10.
Yeah.
And then I can go for each of the rainbow colours and have enough left for a pair of earrings and a pendant.
That's the thing. It doesn't just have to be, does it? It doesn't just have to be in a bracelet design. It could kind of be earrings, as Jem says. You could pop that onto a pendant if you wanted to. Anklet. How about a daisy chain anklet?
Oh, how wonderful. You know the two-tone daisy we had a little while ago with the yellow enamel? Put those in with that.
Oh.
That's so pretty. Such little feminine designs. Really gorgeous.
Would look lush, wouldn't it? Look absolutely lush. I've got people buying 3s, 2s, 4s there. Lorraine in Oxfordshire's got 3, Silver in Kent's got 4, Claire in Bristol's got 3, Victor and Pamela in Berkshire's got 2, Alice and Jane in Angus has got 3, well done Caroline in Nottinghamshire, you've got 3, Lorna in Greater Manchester's got 2, well done Candice in Hertfordshire's got 2, Collected in Avon's got 3, Lorraine in Oxfordshire's got 3, Collected in Greater London's got 4. That's what I'd be doing. Do you know what? It's going to be one of those components, isn't it? One of those components that you get home and think, why didn't I get more?
Definitely. Oh, you know those boho earring findings that we had quite early on in the show that were like a 6-piece kit? Add those in as well. Really change the look up.
What are the rules? I have no idea. Right, the wait is over. Been launching lots of Zuron pliers here at Jewellery Maker this weekend. It's time for another Zuron pliers! When was the last time we had any Zuron pliers on our show? Last year. I've not had any this year. And when I have had them, they've been like the last 10, maybe the last 15, really, really low quantities. Just not enough. Just not good enough. We have been relaunching this weekend a lot of pliers here at Jewellery Maker for you and the Zuron range. Now, any of you at home that have not used this range before, let me tell you, once you start, you won't go back to using anything else. You won't go back to anything else. Any of our guest designers, in fact, all of our guest designers here at Jewellery Maker have a huge stash of Zuron pliers. And they are made for the absolute professional. That said, if you're not kind of an advanced jewellery maker, it doesn't mean to say that you can't come in and get them today. Maybe you want to start with the cream of the crop, you know? They are made with absolute precision, these pliers. So it's great, you can come in, and you can get ours from us here at Jewellery Maker. The Jewellery Maker are a great starting point. If I just put these flat on the desk, actually, you can just see how those tips are bent there as well. So if you come in and get ours, that's absolutely great. It's a great starting point, our pliers. However, if you want to move on, this is how you do it. It really, really is. Okay, right, we've got a good quantity, but I wasn't here yesterday. Danny said all throughout yesterday, all of the Zuron pliers have flown out of the door, so we're going to make this as fair as we possibly can. Just by putting the clock on screen for you, so this gives telephone bidders that extra minute just to start dialing and get involved before the webbers take them all, as they quite often do. Look how precise. You can see how precise they are as well. Now, if you are somebody that suffers with any dexterity problems, these are for you. Honestly, they are so lightweight. The resistance on our Jewellery Maker pliers is good, but these are effortless. Absolutely effortless. You could work with these comfortably all day, every day. If you are a chain mailer and you need to get into some tight spaces to maybe realign a jump ring, anything like that, you could do that so easily with these. It allows you to get into some very, very tight spaces and awkward angles as well. Those bent nose pliers. Are you ready? And there's nothing to stop you multi-buying. If you want to get a pair for the craft bag, a pair for the workshop, pair just in case, and a pair just because they're so good, it's entirely up to you. Only got 197. That is not a huge amount. They've been a long time coming, long time waiting for these as well. Now Leslie has been in the building, hasn't she, lately? Leslie, she's from Beadsmith, isn't she? So Beadsmith products we bring you a lot of here at Jewellery Maker, and you know, anybody again that works in the jewellery industry knows that they're products that we can rely on. So Leslie joined us, I think it was last week, on the morning show a couple of times to launch a few products for us, and she's here, well she's not here, on this little video clip just to tell us a little bit about the bent nose pliers.
Here's another bent nose. They call this the precision bent nose. This has a very slight angle, but the nose is very, very fine. And again, it takes the nose of the pliers out of the way of your hands so you can get into very tight places, work with very small components, and see what you're doing. The tips of this meet with such an accuracy that they're really perfect for aligning things and getting into those spaces. So this is the precision bent nose pliers.
They're fab, aren't they? And you know what, just looking at them then as well, when Leslie was opening and closing that jump ring, something that Fleur Hastings has always said to me as well, which is great with these, when you are getting into open and close jump rings, it doesn't cover up, you know, it doesn't cover up a lot of the jump ring. So you're able to see what you are doing. Time is money as a jewellery maker, as we all know, you know, so being able to do something more efficiently and more quickly goes in our favour, doesn't it? If you've got the right tools for the job, it makes a big, big difference. So you can use, if you multi-buy, you've got two pairs. So you've got the precision end here, as we just saw Leslie open and close that jump ring. That's the end that she used there. But also, if you turn them the other way, you can use the curved part of the bent nose pliers here to also hold that jump ring. So you can use both pairs to open and close your jump rings there. They are great for when you've finished pieces, but you need to go back in because they are made for precision, because the tips are really, really fine on these. It just makes life so much easier. When you get them home and you use them for the first time, you'll be absolutely amazed at how fabulous these tools are. They really are. And again, you know, lots of us have started out with our Jewellery Maker tools, which are brilliant. They're fantastic. I still use most of mine, if not all of them. But once you've started using these, you won't look back. You really, really won't. They are fabulous. 0800 644 655 AGBD20 is your code. £18.95. Are you all right, Jem?
I'm just thinking about maybe I need to just stretch my legs a little bit, if that's okay. I'm feeling a little bit warm.
Do you want to just have
Is it okay to have some fresh air, please?
Yeah. Do you want to keep your eyes on her? Telling you. She'll be straight for the bag, straight for the bag, straight for the phone. I know your game. £18.95. I've got loads and loads of you multi-buying. Remember that you've got a 30-day money back guarantee as well. So 30-day money back guarantee is what I was trying to say. So you can get them home, give them a go. If you are not happy with them, just send them back. You've got your 30-day money back guarantee at £18.95. The time that these will save you, because the tool is so efficient, is worth every single penny. Let me tell you, it really, really is. As I said earlier on, if you go on to FIFO, which is a review website, which I know lots of you do, and you'll find that if you purchase from us here at Jewellery Maker, that you do get a follow-up email asking you to leave a review, if you wouldn't mind. It's really handy for things like this, isn't it? You know, if you go on to FIFO and you have a look. In fact, have we got any of those reviews available, Danny? Sometimes we're able to put them on screen, sometimes we're not, but we'll have a look for you. Yeah, if you go and have a look, they're really, really helpful reviews, aren't you? Because there is nothing more reliable than somebody that's actually used the product in question. So you can go along to FIFO, have a look at any of the reviews for this product if you want to, and see how other people have got on with it as well. £18.95 is a phenomenal, phenomenal price tag. 0800 644 655. There may be a little wait on the telephone lines, okay? There may be a short wait. Hold those lines because it's a free telephone number. Free telephone number. David in Essex says Zuron tools are excellent. So great if you have dexterity issues. Again, that's something, as we know, a lot of you know, we've met a lot of our customers that have come along to the workshops. And have said that you've got dexterity problems. You know, these are brilliant because they are so lightweight, but the resistance, you can see if I turn that around, can you just see the spring that you've got in there? The spring action that you have there is fantastic as well. So it just makes, you know, because let's face it, you know, for a lot of you, if you are doing this all day, every day, you know, making jewellery, it can take it out of you, can't it? It can put strain onto the hand. But these, it's like it literally, I could do it in my sleep. It's effortless. Oh, feeling all right now, are you, Jem?
Yes, thank you. I just needed just a little breath of fresh air for a moment, and I feel so much better now. Thank you very much. Did you do anything while you were taking that breath of fresh air? Well, I just sort of stretched my arms and stretched my app tapping fingers a little bit, you know.
Oh, it is. That's funny you should say that, because we did see Jem in Oxfordshire.
Oh.
Come up. It's funny that you got someone with the same name, you know, in the same place that just happened.
How strange.
This is very odd, that. Do you know what? All of our guest designers, you text in at any time and ask our guest designers what they think of the Zuron range. And really, we'd have to, I think we'd have to rein them in. We'd have to kind of say, do you know what? We've got to move on. Shut up, Jem. But, you know, we can't talk about them anymore. Jem, would you like to have a play with these?
I would love them, thank you.
Shall I give them to Jem now? Or now in a minute? Yeah! I don't know if you want to, you know, open and close some jump rings for us. You know, I'll just put my feet up now. Oh, I think I need to get some fresh air.
You going for a stretch?
Yeah, because they're great. Oh, if you get two pairs, that precision tip, as we saw Leslie holding the jump ring, so it doesn't cover up too much of the jump ring, so you can see what you're doing, which is great, especially if you're like me and you're blind as a bat anyway. Being able to see is very, very helpful, but also that bent, the curve on your pliers there as well. That edge, you can use the other side of your jump ring to open and close them. They're perfect, they really are. Got some jump rings?
Yeah, I've got some jump rings out, but I also wanted to show you something that I do. This is a box of mixed findings, and I will often use a pair of these pliers to pick things out. And what is absolutely wonderful when you have such a fine tip is I've just managed to isolate a crimp, which is one of the tiniest things that we can actually work with.
You can't do that very often either, just trying to pick up one. I can't do it with these tweezers.
No, I know.
I end up picking up quite a few.
They do spray usually, don't they? So to be able to get in there and even sort of pick up seed beads, they're very gentle in their action. You don't have to put a huge amount of pressure with them. So I'll just pop that out of the way for a second. And one of the ways that you can use these, and there we go, is you can pop them back to back, like so.
Look at the difference. Can you see the difference? So Jem's got the Zuron pliers and her normal bent nose pliers there. Look how much the normal ones cover up the jump ring. They cover up so much of the jump ring, don't they?
They really do. And also, if this is in the centre of a design, you can also go right in with the tip using them in the opposite direction, and you have that level of control to open and close. Now, if you did that with a pair of normal chain nose pliers, you would quite probably deform that ever so slightly. So to be able to go in with just the tip and move exactly the section you need is an absolute boon. It really is.
It is, isn't it? They're fantastic.
They're lovely.
Once you get them home, honestly, they are not coming back. I don't know anybody that's sent the Zuron pliers back because they've not got on with them. They are absolutely fantastic. The value is great. 30-day money back guarantee, man. Sat there, feet up.
Seamless.
I'm just being the 30-day money back guarantee, man. Sorry.
Is that what you were doing?
Yeah. Did you not know? Did you know, feet back, twiddling thumbs, no one's returning the Zuron pliers. What am I going to do with my time?
I'm so sorry. I'm a bit dense. I didn't get that.
Absolutely fine. $18.95. Get them home, and please text me as well. Text in or email us when you get these home. Let us know how you get on with them. Let us know how you find them. You've seen Fleur uses them so much. When she's got to go back into a chainmail, say she's made a Byzantine bracelet and she's got to go back in because she's noticed a jump ring that she hasn't closed properly, she can just go in and pick up the whole design, go straight to that one specific jump ring. Brilliant. I love them. Love them, love them, love them. It is time for another star buy. I have no idea what's going to happen today. I tell you. This show has been so unpredictable. I've not seen deals like it in my life. It's crazy what's going on today. This is another bundle. I have two different shapes here. I've only just noticed. I do apologise. I've got your saucers and I've got the rondelles as well, look. Oh, now this is handy. Oh. 4x2 in your rondelles, wrong way, and the saucers are 5x2 there. So you have, oh, I'm doing it wrong again. What am I doing? They go over there, they go over there. There you go. So you've got those two different shapes there. Again, versatility for you. So these are the rondelles that you have. Look at those. Now the Stardust collection here at Jewellery Maker has to be one of the most popular collections, whether it be the silver, whether it be the gold plated, whether it be the rose gold plated, all really, really popular. And I think that is down to the fact that you only have to use one component to add to your designs. Just one of these, even at this size, makes a big, big difference to a design. So it might be a stretchy bracelet that, let's say you're making for you, just for you, you know, and you want to be a little bit extravagant, you want to be a little bit decadent. Why not just throw in 1, 3, 5 of these into your design? It makes a big, big difference. I always like to think as the Stardust collection as being dipped in diamond dust. That's like, yeah, 95 sterling silver dipped in gold and dipped in your diamond. Because they're just so sparkly. They really, really are. So that's your rondelle. Then we'll have a look at the saucer that you've got here. So, you know, it might depend on the shape of the gemstone that you're using with these. So that saucer, you've got that kind of knife edge, if you like, with that one. I like these ones. I love them both. Lucky, because I'm getting them both. You have 10 pieces of each. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. No. 15 of one, 10 of the other, I think. No, 15 of one and 15 of the other. Brilliant. 30 pieces in total you have there. Maggie says you could use these as your signature piece, couldn't you? That's a really great idea. Use them across all your pieces of jewellery. You know, just put one in every single piece. Wouldn't that look high end?
It really, really would. You could have a whole range dedicated to this stardust effect.
Yeah.
Switch all your gemstones up but still have that element. Or even if you were to pop one on a head pin with a fancy ending and have it at the end of the extender chain, it really is quite signature enabled.
Yeah, would look stunning, wouldn't it? Would look so, so pretty. And the great thing is, you know, they're gold. A lot of people's preference is the yellow gold as well. As we probably know as jewellery makers and crafters, you get a lot of requests for gold. But it also complements any gemstone, doesn't it? You know, there isn't a gemstone that gold doesn't work with. You know, you can put it with anything and everything. I could put it with the Labradorite that's coming up for you in the kit. Whoopsie, have a look. And you know, you gold in with the Labradorite there, lush. Brings out the golder hues in the Labradorite as well, doesn't it? Really, really stunning. So it could be that you use your Labradorite alongside that if you wanted to. Do you know what, I'm going to go. I'm going to have to pick up the rhodochrosite again, I'm afraid. Look at that. Oh, yeah, I would just, in a bracelet design, do you know what, I'm going to go for 5. In my own bracelet, I'm going to use 5 of these saucers in between each of the rondelles. They're perfect shape, perfect size, perfect contrast in colour there. And don't forget, wherever you're using them, it's adding value. It's solid 925 sterling silver that is gold plated. I could put them with this blue opal that's coming up for you as well. Mike's like, oh yeah, oh yes, look at that. Doesn't it look high? Doesn't that look expensive? That I could get any strands that I have here this afternoon and pop them with them and they would work perfectly. £19.90. £9.95 a pack. Really, really popular. Look at the size of your drill holes on these as well. Quite substantial, a little bit bigger on the rondelles, whoopsie, than it is on the saucers. I'll just hold the saucer. Oh my gosh. It's like chopsticks. There you go. So there you go. You can see the size of your drill hole on there. Pop those down and turn that one round. There we go. Get your threading materials through it. Catch Mike. And get your threading materials through there, no problem at all. Your thicker gauges of wire, even in some of those, especially the rondelles that you have. ULGC79. We're not staying at that price tag. Buy one, get one for a £5. Yes, and that's a pack of 15 you've got there. Oh, isn't that like 50p each? You just said £14.95 in my ear. That's not even buy one, get one free. £8.95 for all of the rondelles. We should have been at £19.90. That's better than half price. Better than half price. I'd be dialing as soon as you can. 0800 644 655. Not going to cost you a single penny to get involved here at Jewellery Maker this afternoon. Not 1 penny. Not even a penny. Ali in the Forest of Dean in Gloucestershire, well done. Lauren in Tyne and Weir. Candy's got 2. Victoria, Jenny, Neil, well done. You've got 3. Suzanne in Norfolk's got 2. Annie Northampshire's there. You've got 2. Andrea in South Yorkshire, Claire in Bristol, collect it in Devon. Helen and Chris collect it in North Yorkshire, Virginia. Alice in Aberdeenshire's there. Julia's in Bristol, she's got 3. Oksana in Lanarkshire, you're there, you've got 2 as well. There are approximately 45 in baskets at this moment in time. You must get checking out as soon as you possibly can for those. What a phenomenal deal. How many would you get, Jem?
I'd just get as many as I was able to, probably 4 or 5 packs, just because it really does only take 2 or 3 of them in a design to elevate what the perceived value, even as a gift or as something that you're looking to sell. It doesn't take many of them to elevate that impact. But to have them in stock, ready for commissions, ready for, say you happen upon a bead scoop or one of the pearl scoops maybe, just bring it all together with some of those. They're absolutely glorious.
It's phenomenal, isn't it? Emily in the West Midlands says, I can't do without sparkle. Life's just boring without it. Yes, Emily. Get them home, get as many as you like. Collect It in Devon's just got 4. Collect It in Somerset's just got 2. County Nursery's got 2. Deborah in Kent's got 3. There's loads of people buying 3s and 2s of these. That is the way to do it, let me tell you. A bundle. I don't think we've ever had a Stardust bundle before. Especially not on our show. We've definitely not done it. Our Danny, he was all smug this morning, weren't you? Oh, I've made some Stardust bundles. No one else has done that. I am the best producer. Just like that, the conversation went. £8.95. Margot in 5. She's got 3. Neil's got 3, Suzanne's got 2, well done. Collect It in Somerset, you've got 2 as well. Can I just say massive congratulations to all the Webbers. No one's hanging around. Oh no, checking out as quick as you like, that is the way to do it. I think they're going to sell out at that price tag. So Danny, correct me if I'm wrong, but haven't we saved more than we spent again? Love it. I absolutely love it, Jem. I've saved more than I spent. Did that on the kit as well. So what I've done, hubby, is I've just bought loads because I've been saving so much money all day. ULGC79 is your code. Annie in Neath, Collect It in London. Dawn in Cheshire, Sharon in Lanarkshire, Collect It in Devon, and Edwina in Gwynedd. If you want them, all you've got to do is confirm by checking out. It's that easy. If you've got them in your basket, you haven't secured your purchase until you have completed that checkout process. So that is an absolute must. If you don't, they may disappear from your basket, okay? Kit coming up for you in a couple of minutes time, and it is your masterclass. I've got loads of Labradorite and a fantastic price tag up my sleeve as well. Don't go anywhere, I'll be back in a few.
Tune into Jewellery Maker this Sunday for the launch of Mark Smith's Wire Macrame with Seed Beads DVD. Mark will guide you through an array of different projects and techniques, including the floodlit and Anubis bracelet, the twisted twist, the lotus flower, and how to channel set using seed beads. Enhance your jewellery and learn how to combine seed beads, wire and macrame. So make sure you're watching this Sunday at 9 AM.
Hi, Leslie Rogowski here, Creative Director for the Beadsmith in the US, and I'm delighted to be presenting Zuron tools for Jewelry Maker Television. I'd like to introduce you to a group of go-to pliers. These are what they call the stubby flat nose pliers. The noses meet in what they call a tweezers, so that the very tips come together, and it allows you to see exactly where you're holding and exactly precision to get in there and do the work that you need. So this is just a longer version of the flat nose. Again, these have the tweezer meet up. It's a longer nose, so if you're working with larger gauges of wire or larger jump rings, this is perfect for you. And the last pair of pliers, which everybody needs, is the round nose. Now, these round noses from Zuron are really interesting because the tips are round, but they taper into an ellipse. So you can actually make, when you're doing wire work and you're making loops, you can change the shape. So you can have round loops, or you can have a more interesting shape with the ellipse. So here are 3 go-to wonderful basic Zuron pliers to add to your tool rack.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. If you've just tuned in, it is time for the masterclass this afternoon, which is going to be spectacular. These pieces are gorgeous. Before I show you any of the jewellery pieces, how often do I talk about this tool? Like at least once a show. Mixing up your different colours, in your wires and your metals as well. Guess what? In this kit, I think we've got 3 different colours of wire, twisting tool. Oh, love it. Absolutely love it. And the price tag, it's as silly as the rest of the show has been. Let me tell you, it's fabulous. That's coming up for you very, very soon. Now, 4 years out of 5, I think it is, Labradorite has been voted your favourite gemstone. I've not met one person that has said, nah, not keen on Labradorite. I've not met one person. Don't know anybody that doesn't love Labradorite. How can you not, Jem?
There's so much in there. You can just lose yourself in a Labradorite, you really can.
Look at all of those cabochons. Oh my days, goodness me. Do you know, it's one thing to have a cabochon, isn't it?
Yes.
Labradorite cabochon. But to have all of these is fantastic. Now, Labradorite, I'll show you one of the gemstones here. It's all about the angle in which the light hits the gemstone to enable you to see labradorescence. So it's a fantastic gemstone to wear because obviously as you're moving, the light will catch it at different angles. So you're going to get this amazing display of labradorescence. It is absolutely beautiful. Completely natural gemstone, completely natural phenomena. It is literally like the moon on the ocean at night time. I absolutely love that. I think it's so romantic, this gemstone.
That's such a beautiful description.
Don't you think it is?
It is.
See, next time you're by the sea and at night time, that's what you'll think of. It's what I think of if I go back to Wales and I see you know, the moon on the ocean at night time. I'm like, oh, doesn't that look like Labradorite? Everyone else is like, what are you talking about? I know what I mean. It's absolutely stunning. And as I said before, the quality here at Jewellery Maker just keeps getting better and better and better. Our buying team are becoming more and more particular, more and more fussy, which only ever goes in our favour as buyers and customers here at Jewellery Maker. Now, as I said, it's been voted your favourite gemstone 4 out of 5 years. In 2015, it was only just pipped to the post. Oh, sorry, Jem. You're all right. It was only just pipped to the post by Tanzanite. But it again was a firm favourite last year. If you don't wear Labradorite, but you have it on your craft store, it's a guaranteed crowd puller. It really is. That labradorescence sucks you in, doesn't it?
It does. It's absolutely entrancing, and people will always come and have, oh, if they've not seen it before, what's that? Where does it come from? Tell me about it. It's a real conversation opener. It's
just incredible, isn't it? So beautiful. And look at the quality that you have here. Now, can I just say that Labradorite is a gemstone that you can see quite a lot in your kind of silver boutiques and in your seaside shops. I saw a Labradorite ring in my seaside shop that I talk about a lot in Pembrokeshire. Probably half of this size, I would say. It was bezel set into 925 sterling silver. It was £85. And you know what? Genuinely, I'd be more than happy to pay that. I would be more than happy to pay it because it was a beautiful Labradorite, substantial size, and it was in 925 sterling silver. Probably about half the size of this one. Because I've got not just one. I'll tell you how many I've got. 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I've got 16 cabochons in this pack that I have here. 16 in total. Oh, that's a huge amount. I'm going to let you into another secret. I, as many of you will know, I put it on my Facebook page many, many moons ago. You know, I did a Tree of Life pendant onto a Labradorite cabochon. It was implated. Do you know I sold that pendant on an auction website for £50 for one? Yeah, one cabochon. I sold it for £50. I just thought, I'll just try, you know, you never know. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. But do you know what? That was just one cabochon as well. I've got 16 in this pack. Do you know how many you had in your pack, Gemma?
I don't. How many are over there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pieces that have been used. And there's another 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 over there, so 17.
Wow. So it might be that you get slightly more cabochons at smaller sizes. You might get less cabochons at bigger sizes. With these, we don't know. It's quite a nice surprise. I like that, actually.
I do.
I've got a pair. I love the rectangular ones that I've got in here. The one that I popped on my finger I would definitely use in a ring, and the larger one I would definitely have in a pendant. This one, that's a pendant right there. Isn't that beautiful? You have a look at the prices for this gemstone elsewhere. Even in silver, you could be paying mid to high double figures for significant carat weights. You really, really can. And I'm going to show you the smallest one. The smallest one I have in this pack is still massive. It's absolutely, I mean, look at that for a stainlet ring. It's beautiful. Absolutely swoopsy. Absolutely stunning and really, really sizable as well. That is the smallest cab that I have in this pack, in this particular pack here. There's, I know, Danny's up, but it's huge, I know, and it's the smallest one that I have there. So you are getting 700 durable and 40 carats. You've also got your round. Oh, look at that. I think that's my favourite. So you got a round in yours as well.
There was.
I love the rounds. Love the rounds in the cabochons. That is beautiful. I also have a strand. So your 740 carats. 740 carats, that's just your cabochons, by the way. It's not the rounds that I've got here. These are gorgeous. Just beautiful. 8mm rounds, perfect for stretches, perfect in bracelets. You've got another 160 carats. So that is a grand total of 900 carats of Labradorite. This is like a Labradorite lover's dream come true. Oh, would you like 9 carats? A 90. How would you like 900? 900 carats of Labradorite. Who can say they have that in their stash? That is absolutely phenomenal. Not finished yet, because as I was saying before, this kit, and I was saying before the show, I'm not sure I've had many kits that features so many different coloured wires in one. And this is brilliant because actually, do you know what? You can see from Jem's designs, you could put that Labradorite with any colour of wire that you have there, and it will work. So this is versatility again, isn't it? You know, it might be that your favourite colour to use is the copper. My favourite colour is the silver. The next person, the antique bronze. And you know, we're all different when it comes to colours in our wires. Look at that for a variety of wire. Even if you don't work on this particular project, look at that with the silver. Oh, even if you don't work on this particular project, you've got a huge wire stash there and a huge gemstone stash. Now you have 10 metres of your 0.8 antique bronze wire. You've got 10 metres of your 0.6 copper wire there. And then in the silver, you've got your 1.25mm gauge, 10 metres, which is brilliant, extremely strong for your structural pieces. And then you've got 20 metres of your 0.4, which is a weaving wire, is fabulous because you get through a lot of that. You've got 20 metres of that. So you've got silver, you've got antique bronze, and you've got copper. Now I'm always talking about mixing your precious metals, using them. With the twisting tool, these two together would look incredible. So you could take your antique bronze and your copper, use the twisting tool, and you could go for that torque necklace, couldn't you? Your 0.8 and your 0.6 combined is going to give you some great structure.
It's lovely to use together.
Gorgeous,
yeah,
wouldn't it?
Really would.
Or you could go for the silver as well, you know, so go for your silver and your antique bronze, or if you've got some gold wire at home, or some coloured wire even. That tool's coming up for you very, very soon. So there's lots of options, lots of versatility with this kit, isn't there? As a wire worker, you can wire wrap the cabochons into necklaces, bracelets, pendants, cuffs. You know, again, it's like talking about cuffs, if you're working with shibori or your bare copper sheets, you can just glue it on, you know?
You can indeed.
If you could put just one brooch pin on the back and you'd have a fantastic brooch just as it is as well. You could bezel set it into silver and it would look fantastic. There's so many options with these. If you're a seed beader, you know, you could use your seed beads around the side to encase it to set it, couldn't you?
Definitely, I've seen some beautiful work with the seed beads going around as a bezel set. But the quality of the cabochons in this kit is outstanding. We all generally have something about a particular gemstone that we adore. Yeah. But with this, you get absolutely everything. You have some with a rainbow in them. You have some with the peacock, the traditional blue-green. You've got the golden tones. Now that, in the kit, that in this particular parcel, that's my favourite because you have those striations, but you also have that really luxuriant gold effect.
Yeah.
It's just testament to the quality of the material that's gone in to make this parcel. Absolutely stunning. And the rounds, possibly some of the finest rounds of lab I've ever seen. The shine that comes off them it's just crazy, absolutely crazy.
They are stunning. Your pieces are exquisite again as well, Jem. I love what you've done. I mean, how often can we use that many cabochons in one piece of jewellery? Oh, do you know what I was just about to say? I don't know where we're going on price for this, but I would imagine that the should-be price is 3 figures because there is such a huge carat weight of Labradorite. I mean, looking at the value, you know, again, I showed you the smallest cab, which was still sizable. That wouldn't be any less than £30. The smallest, no matter what I'm doing with it,
in plated
it wouldn't
metal,
be any less than 30.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that's just one. Well, Jem, this one that I've got here, oh, I love this one. This one in a pendant, because of the quality, the size, the carat weight individually, I would be using 925 and I'd be approaching 3 figures just for this one piece.
My Labradorite pendants, my really flagship range, my Equinox range, tend to go in plated metal between £80 and £100. And if I move them up into sterling silver wire, then that doubles. They can go from anywhere from £150 to £200.
I would get my money back on this kit. Well, actually, we're not at the final price yet. I was just going to say on 2 pieces. We're not even at the final price. £63 and 15 pence. Now, you didn't get a rectangle in your pack, did you, Jem?
No.
But, you know, nothing to say you can't multi-buy. If you want to multi-buy this kit and send you know, keep your favourite one, send the other one back, you can absolutely do that. Jem had a round in her pack. I didn't have a round in mine. Taking that price tag right down, £34. That is not the price tag that was mentioned before we came in there, let me tell you. 34. I'd have my money back on one. One.
Easily, absolutely
just
easily.
On one of them.
And then if you were to do a rosary linked necklace of 16 to 17 inches with the rounds, you can then really add value, perceived value to your things if you do tend to sell them.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That's got the sunset tones in it, hasn't it?
That rainbow in the bottom of that just looks incredible. Wait till you get these home. Do you know, quite often, and I do this a lot, I've got a huge stash. I've got more Labradorite than any other gemstone. Quite often, I will just get all of the Labradorite out and I don't do anything with it and I just stare at it. I just look at it because it's just so mesmerising.
Totally with you there. I've got some filing drawers which I use. They're very narrow. They're probably about 1 inch and a bit in depth, and I use them for my finest cabochons. And for the most part, there's 2 or 3 different gemstones in a tray. Yeah. Labradorite is about 3 trays worth. It weighs in the kilos rather than the carats. Yeah. I just adore this gemstone, and this quality that we have right here is astonishing. It's
incredible, isn't it? Do you know what? Across both kits today, we've saved you £67.
Do you know what? That's a night in a reasonably good hotel, or it's a really good dinner out for 3.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
God, that's a lot of money to save. Jem, I'm just going to ask you quickly, because again, I'm thinking beginners here, I'm thinking what could we start with? If we did something like the rings, so you've used 1 gemstone in that, a little bit of wire wrapping, what kind of price tag would you pop in on that ring?
Just on that ring, because it's in plated metal and it's a really very simple design, probably £12, something like that. Yes. So 1/3 of your money back.
So
and you've
3
used
of those.
1 bead, tiny bit of wire.
Unbelievable. 3 of those and you could have your money back. Isn't that just unbelievable? 0800 644 655. I've got to congratulate Webbers as well. No one's really hanging around on this. Lots of people checking out straight away. Collecting in Greater Manchester, Susan in Yorkshire, collecting in Tyne and Weir, Betty in Somerset, Lynn in Ayrshire, Jane and Stephen in Lincolnshire, Angela collecting in Bedfordshire, Jane in Shropshire, Terry in New Mexico. I always think Mexico, it's not Mexico, is it? New Mexico. I'm going to say, what's the time there? Morning. I'm going to go 14.
I'm going to go 19 degrees.
Mike?
Up a bit.
16.
Playing it safe. Mike's going 12. -1. What's going on in New Mexico today? Well, it's obviously not where I thought it was. That is fantastic. Well done if you've managed to check that out. I've got 10 in baskets right now. Do remember you haven't done it until you have completed your checkout on that one. Jem, which piece are you going to show us, lovely?
Well, I gave...
Sorry. Brilliant.
I gave Danny the option and he chose the necklace piece nearest to us.
This one here.
Yeah.
Look at this. He said we can all thank him later. It's beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Imagine again, I mean, what kind of price tag would you put on that, Jem? Because that's 3 massive cabs, isn't it?
Probably £70 or so, because the technique is actually not expert level.
Okay.
It's beginner towards intermediate level.
Yeah.
And purely because when I can afford to purchase kits like this, I like to pass those savings on. So although that took a reasonable amount of time to generate, I would like to pass those savings on to my client base. So probably, I don't know, £70, maybe double the cost of the kit anyway.
That's a good price, isn't it? I mean, the carat weight, if I had to hazard a guess, I'd probably go about 70. No, let's go 70. I'd go between 70 and 80 carats, I reckon, in that necklace.
I don't think you're far off, to be honest. Yeah.
Averaging 46 carats per cabochon across the whole batch, that is. I mean, that'd be a great price, Jem. Fantastic. Right, I'm going to let you get started. Lovely.
Okie dokie. So this is just a bit of a foray into multi-setting cabochons.
Okay.
You can do it with any of the shapes. These are the ones that I have to play with. But the quality here is just... I know. There's rainbows in there.
Oh, can you see? Oh, can you see? Can you see? Maggie says, stop it. I can't see. It's too bright. It's too bright.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at that. Sorry, Jem. I couldn't help but pick that. Oh, sorry.
Why don't you pick 2 for us to work with, and we'll work with them. Okay.
Is that okay?
That's absolutely fine.
Is that all right? Different depths, I know, and different shapes.
Doesn't matter in this technique.
Brilliant.
So we'll just pop these other ones over to the side for now. The first part we're going to look at is making a frame. Now we're using the 1.25mm, which is the silver coloured wire.
Okay.
And I've probably got around about 36 inches, maybe slightly less than that. The idea of working with a significant amount of wire for the framework is that it gives you lots of options. If you come to a design and you think, actually, I'm just going to stop at 2 today, then you can cut your residue off and you can save that for making other things with.
Okay.
If you want to put 5 in a drop, as I have done in the past in a very similar design to this, then go for it. You've got plenty of time to make that choice later. You don't have to plan in advance.
Okay.
So we're going to find the centrepiece, or the approximate middle of our length of wire.
Yeah.
And again, this is the 1.25mm. And the first thing that I would do is just give it a little bit of warmth, because it is quite a structural wire, so it is less likely to sort of bend to your will if you don't give it a quick warm through.
Okay.
So just a little bit of heat generating in the wire itself will go a long way towards a smooth completion of task.
Excellent.
When I'm working to frame an oval or the bottom of a teardrop cabochon, if you're setting it fat bottom down, skinny top up, I tend to use a ring mandrel to get that shape.
Excellent.
Which is quite a handy hint, instead of trying to force it around the actual cab, which in some circumstances you need to do anyway. But in this instance, we're going to find approximately the centre and just very gently provide a curve. Now if our curve has gone a little bit on the small side, doesn't matter, because that curve will just open out really nicely and just give us an idea of how we're going to set that cabochon. Now this chap is slightly domed on the bottom, where classically you will have quite a distinct cut-off.
Yeah.
But again, in this design, that doesn't matter. We're going to work with whatever shape. You can see how he's more of a pebble than he is, and I absolutely adore that. I think that's really beautiful. So what we're going to do is just continue to chase that shape around. Now we've got a very smooth, very even bottom piece. We're just going to work the wire until we get a form that meets around the top. And because we put a little bit of heat into it, can you see how I'm just pulling the wire over the top? I'm not getting right in there and fiddling too much with it. I'm allowing the quality of the wire to help me. I'll lay that over the top of the piece that we're working with, and you can see that we've got a fairly good fit. It's probably about 3/4 of a millimetre gap all the way around. So once we've decided that that fits quite nicely, you can either cross over at the top, or you can come up in a straight line and open back out. I'm going to show you how to come up in a straight line and open back out, because that is my preference.
The Labradorescence I can see from this angle is ridiculous.
It's on fire. It genuinely is. Aurora Borealis captured in a stone. The magic could just...
Woo!
Really?
See again, it just shows it's all about the angle in which the light hits it, doesn't it?
Absolutely incredible. Look at that go. Sorry, I could stand there and look at that all day. Should we just stand here and talk
You've
about
got work to do. Miss.
Coming up. Rainbow colours.
I know. There really is a rainbow in that as well.
Love it. So put that to one side, and we're just going to generate what would be, if you were making a single wrapped cabochon, the neck of the design going up to a bail. So I'm just coming upright.
Are those the bent nose pliers that you're using again there, Jem?
I am using my bent nose pliers. I use my bent nose pliers for virtually everything.
There you go. So if you still want the Zuron ones, code is on your screen right now. They're still available.
Yep, you do need to grab hold of those because they are exceptional. They're a very fine tip, and it's not something that you see in everywhere.
Do you use yours a lot? I know that you use yours a lot.
For everything, darling. They're very, very comfortable, but I use my my Zuron ones at home. I've got a kit in the workroom, a kit in the living room for days when I'm too sore to get off the sofa, and I've also got a little tiny kit that lives in the camper as well, just in case the mood takes me when we're out and about.
Well, why not?
So I can see that I'm slightly not 100% symmetrical there, so I would just go in and give that a little bit of a tweak until I'm happy with the formation and the shape of my wire. Now, if you are working with a 0.8 or a 1mm, you might want to take a moment to strengthen that shape a little bit, but because of what we're working with, you don't really need to. So we're not going to worry about the lengths of wire coming off at the top, we're just going to think about how we're going to set this piece. Now, the antique bronze, I think, was the 0.8mm.
Okay.
I've got a very short length here because obviously I don't want to poke Hannah in the bump.
Thank you.
Or anywhere, to be honest. But what I would suggest is working with as long a length as you can handle in your wire, which we're going to use to set the cabochon into the frame. The reason I suggest the longer length is because what you can do when you get to the top is you can weave a little bit and then use the same piece of wire to set the next cabochon. And it just gives a really nice fluid dimension. If you're not happy to do that, you feel a little bit overawed by the amount of wire, doesn't matter, just use short sections, because what we'll do is we'll add some finer detail with some woven sections that are going to virtually cover these bits up anyway, so it's entirely what you feel happy with. So the first thing that I want to do, bearing in mind this is quite a chubby cab, quite a chubby pebble, is we're going to make a little V to come up at the bottom, which is going to lay over the top of our frame. So I'm finding the centre of my, I would recommend working with probably about 20 inches of the 0.8mm, if you can. I've got a shorter length here, as I say. So I'm just generating a little bit of a V shape. I'm going to lay that over the top of my frame and see if that design takes my eye, and I think that looks pretty neat. If you're working with gemstones that have lines in them, like this beautiful Labradorite does have an element of lineage across it, you can choose to pop your prongs or your overwrapping to highlight those lines and really
work with them.
Yeah, definitely show how unique and beautiful each of your gemstones is, and sort of highlight nature, if you like. So just going to pop him out of the way at the moment. The next thing we're going to do is to hold this
upturned V shape onto the frame. So I'm just going to pick that up off the board for a moment and grip in the position. Now the reason there's quite a lot of V coming up over my frame here is because it's a thicker cab. If you have one of the thinner cabochons, you can make that V a little bit smaller and it will intrude less on the surface. But as you can imagine, if you've got to come forwards, you have a greater need for a little bit more security. So once you've decided where you want that to sit, we're going to grab the frame and the setting wire with one hand. I use my non-dominant hand for this, and then push the tail of my antique bronze through the centre and all the way around, and then cross the back. Okay? So once we've got that first V into the position that we want it to be in, I would just give that a bit of a tweak just to make that sit exactly how I want it to, pull that wire through and snuggle that up together so it's neat and tidy. Now if you want to wrap a second time you can, it's entirely up to you. It's all down to preference of what you think that's going to look like. So if I just flip this around to the side, hopefully again not damaging you. Let's pop that into position. Now that's a little bit loose, that weave, so I'm just going to give that a bit of a squeeze to get that a little bit tighter, and then once I'm happy with the symmetry of my design like this, I'm going to grip again into position and wrap around once, all the way around, pulling that nice and tight and then pushing it underneath. So we've got our first V. The wires are now, if you imagine, they would be underneath the back side of the cabochon, and I'm going to cross them over. Now the reason I cross them over is to make a nice safe cage so that the cab doesn't slip out of the back. What I'm going to do is just take this V that we've generated here and just lift that slightly, tighten those coils, but at the same time draw the V up and over the front of where the cabochon is going to sit inside the frame. So just hold that tight. The next thing I'm going to do is, if I just turn that sideways for you, put a bit of a curve on it. So what we're doing is we're imagining how the cabochon is going to sit inside that frame. Now we've got a curve, we know it's going to nestle against the beautiful curvature of the stone itself. So I'm just going to move that back upright here and think about how we want to set the rest of this cabochon. So what I would generally do is offer my cabochon in several times during the process to see how I want it to sit. So I can widen that V quite a lot and it will still securely grasp the bottom section. If I just flip that around this way.
Lovely. I love that, just as it is, you know.
It doesn't take much, does it?
No. I love the use of both wires as well, with different colours.
And it is especially wonderful when you're working with Labradorite of this quality, because you get all those different tones in there. If you add in a golden wire as well, because of the quality of the lab here, it's going to just really, really rock it. It really will. I mean, that grab that we're looking at right now, the top gemstone's got the most amazing gold in it.
Wow.
Really, really stunning. And if you were to add a gold wire in, immense. Really, really lovely.
Oh, imagine that in the mix as well. Ooh, what a cocktail of wires.
So what we've done is we've got the wires at the back have crossed over, and what this means is that the cabochon can't fall through. I'm just giving that a good old wiggle now, and you can see that the cross here is keeping it safe at the bottom.
Right.
We're going to do more work to that now, but the first thing that we will do is wind around. We've come underneath, around one of the shoulders of the frame. And I'm going to push that down through the middle, drawing it back up and outside again. Just going to do exactly the same on the other side, so forgive me while I just twist this around in the other direction. So we're repeating the process. You can see that you're building a nice secure frame at the back there. Grip that nice and tight so it doesn't move. Push down through the middle, up and round the outside. Now your choice here as to what happens next. I quite like having a little bit of a cross going on. So what I would do is just pull that slightly so that those shoulder sections come down. There we go, give that a bit of a squeeze and then flip. So what I've done is I've just pushed those shoulder sections down a little bit so that they're not quite so high. What I'm now going to do is draw these wires across in a little cross section. And it's really nice because it reflects the angles that we've got lower down. So what I would try to do now, if I possibly can, is to keep inside the frame the cabochon.
Yeah.
Because what can be very easy to happen right now is that you lose the dimension of the depth of the stone. If you're working on, say, a 10mm and it's almost like a coin, you can almost imagine what it's going to be like. But when you're working with such a beautiful variety, it can be quite easy to forget where you're going. So it's just a case now of drawing one of these wires over the top. The other wire goes over the other way, and you get this lovely cross going on. All we would do here is exactly the same as we have done earlier. If I hold that into position, draw the wire, the 0.8 around the outside, up through the centre, and back down and across the back.
Okay.
I'm going to do exactly the same on the other side, but I do need to switch hand position. There we go. So just pulling it round underneath, up through the centre, and back out to the side and around the back. Now, if you have worked with a beautiful, how naughty, a beautiful long piece of 0.8mm wire, you can take one of those strands and bring it all the way up so that it would weave across here and then become part of the next design. I've worked with some short pieces, so what I would tend to do here, I'm going to flip the design over now, is draw one of these long pieces down the back and wrap it around one of the binding wires.
Okay.
And what you will then do is you will secure it into position. So if I show you how to do one of those, boop, you don't need a huge amount to achieve this. So I'm just going to trim off some excess. And again, with those beautiful Zuron pliers we had earlier, they would be ideal because they're so fine. I'm going to generate a bit of a curve just here, above the crossing point of that wire, and then try to draw it down so that it comes back up and underneath that crossing over. Which the Zuron pliers would be actually much better with.
Perfect, wouldn't they?
So we've got the tail end of that wire coming underneath. I'm just going to go in with a nail actually and just draw that up, pull it around, and once you have got that nicely snuggled into position, you just trim off and then squash that down.
Okay.
So you can use a stone setting tool to do that if you want, but I tend to go in with the tip of my pliers. Just make sure that that doesn't sit out so it doesn't catch on clothing, and so on and so forth. You can do exactly the same on the other side if you so desire. So let me just pop that up and out the way.
Can I bring this in?
Absolutely.
It's a good point to bring this on because there's lots of people texting and asking for this. I talk about this all the time. If I had £1 for every time I talk about the wire twisting tool, do you know what? I just have such an enormous stash at home. I would. My little face, I like the fact that you refer to it as little, Daniel. Because there's a little face just lit up this morning when I said we've got the wire twisting tool. September 2016 was the last time we had this. That is like 6 months ago. I've been waiting for it for that long. It is an absolutely fantastic tool to be using. It really is. Loads of designers again on the back of New York Fashion Week, London Fashion Week. If you have a look at any of the images, you know, you'll see lots of designers, lots of jewellery where mixed metals have been used. There is a little clip just on the bottom left-hand side of your screen there of how to use this tool. It is absolutely brilliant. It's one of those little tools, just an idea that actually, once you've used it, do you know what? The great thing for this, what I love, is you can twist your own wire, can't you? You know, we can do that. It's quite time-consuming. But it's the consistency of the twist.
It is,
that you just can't get without the tool, isn't it?
It makes it so much more pleasant an experience to use this tool.
I love it, I do. I'm watching the BT, I'm like, well, I need to have a go at this, I need to have a go. No time. So you can see there just how to use it. So you can imagine that if you're using lots of different colours, that's just the gold there. But actually you could use all three of the wires from the kit if you wanted to. You could use the silver, the antique bronze, and the copper if you wanted to, and just look at how easy this is to do as well. You just simply turn. That's all you do with this, is simply turn the tool so that it twists the wire once you've attached it to the end of that, and you're just going to get that fantastic consistency in the twist, which we can't achieve without that tool, really. Imagine that with a bit of antique bronze in there.
absolutely perfect. I do enjoy using that tool with mixed metals.
It's fantastic.
What you need to focus on is getting your tension right before you start twisting, and then you will end up with a machine-looking finish. I have a stool that I used to play guitar on, and it's got quite chunky legs. So I wrap the ends of my mixed metals around this chair leg, and then you can do really quite long sections of wire, and just making sure that you keep it taut. You can either use a bench vise if you have one to hold your other ends. You can employ a friend or an older child perhaps. If you're really, really neat and nifty, you can pop the loose ends of the wire between the faces of some pliers and grip that. Put your leg on it or something. Get a spare helping hand maybe. Lots of ways, but it is really very, very useful.
It's so great just to mix. You know, when you think of all the coloured wires we have here at Jewellery Maker, so, you know, like the blues and the pinks and the reds and the chartreuse and the black. TAZX65 is your code for this one. If you want that designer look, mixing up your precious metals, do it. Come in and get this afternoon. £8.45 would be a price tag on a normal day. Yet again, we don't have normal days here at Jewellery Maker. What is a normal day, Danny? No idea. No one knows.
Are you kidding? That's half what I paid.
Well,
that's really rude.
You just never know what's going to happen, Jem. That's the thing. This is why you always watch, because you literally never ever know what's going to happen. For £3.95, just trying to get it back in the packaging so you can see. At £3.95, back in stock after 6 months. After 6 months, oh, sure, I've got so many people buying too. Mandy, in brackets, JM Addict in Liverpool, she's in. Got hers. Lynn in Yorkshire, Virginia in Hampshire, Joanne in Middlesbrough, Rita in the West Midlands, Jenny Oksana's in, she's got 2. Poonam's in, well done Helen and Chris in Norfolk, Neil in South Yorkshire's got 2. Leslie, Lorna, Emma in Hampshire, not Hertfordshire. Collects in Gwynedd, Leslie, well done Kathleen in Flintshire, Sally, Sheila. Loads and loads of you coming through. £3.95. That's an absolute must, that wire twisting tool. You're going to love it when you get it home.
I'm not surprised at people multi-buying, to be honest, because if you teach workshops using wire, they're absolutely fantastic. And people will fight over them if you haven't got a spare.
There you go. How about this for a tool then? Love this one as well. These are the hollow half round pliers. Always really, really popular. Now I'll just take these out so I can show you. I love the handles on these. Starry night. They're fab, aren't they?
I love a bit of sparkle on the handle.
I'll show you the smiley face. Have a look. So you can see you've got your half round and you've got your hollow there as well. Now that will give you perfect curvature in your wire wherever you want those beautiful bends. You could do loads in wire work, you know, across all your designs. I just used to think, okay, well, you know, if you want that kind of say if Jem was using wire over the cabochon, but say that way instead. So just, well, actually that way, yeah, that's what I was going to say, top to bottom. But can you see how it goes over? Jem could literally just put the pliers in, and that's going to give you that curvature to perfectly go around your gemstone.
They are really handy, yeah.
That's just fantastic. Have you got any wire that you can?
I will grab some. I'll tell you what, we'll take some off the top there.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to use it all. So that's quite a heavy wire. That's the 1.25.
So this is the 1.25. So just pop that in there and look at that. In fact, that's almost perfect right angle that you've got there as well, isn't it?
But it's that soft and gentle.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? How easy is that as well?
Brilliant if you're looking to make frames.
Easy. Yeah. Oh yeah, of course, frames.
Really nice.
Around
so
your camps.
you could resin inside it as well, though, if you're sort of using a very, very flat frame. Yeah. It's just really attractive to have that beautiful curve there.
It's fabulous. How easy was that as well? Yeah. That's great, isn't it? Oh, look at that for a shape. 800 644 655 £4.95. Again, as Jem just said, you know, if you are somebody that teaches and you want to multi-buy these, then go for it, because it's such a great price tag. You know, you can multi-buy, and these tools, they are made to withstand the test of time as well. They're fantastic. You know, as we say, the Zuron are great once you've moved on. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen this particular tool in the Zuron range. I don't think they do it. But get this home, have a play with it, see how you get on with it. Again, as with everything here at Jewellery Maker, you do have a 30-day money back guarantee. 30 days to make your mind up. I'm just going to play with this while you just... Oh, look at that. So I'm moving, look at that as I'm moving along.
Yeah, you're just nibbling it into position and into shape, and then you've got the perfect size to pop one of those 8mm Labradorites into.
Oh, look at me, the wire worker over here.
Oh, I know. But I will
that.
say the quality of that tool is amazing. When you look at the joint here,
Yeah.
it's impeccable, absolutely impeccable. You don't... If you have ever bought substandard tools...
Yeah.
You will appreciate the ouchiness when you catch a bit of your hand inside the joint.
Oh, yeah.
So when you've got
I know what you mean
a
now.
box like that
Yeah.
as the joint, that really cuts down on the damage you can do to yourself.
To yourself, most importantly, I think. £4.95 NXGX18 is your code for those. I'm just going to play with these.
I don't blame you, absolutely. So I've got a little bit of a residue of wire from the bottom, and all I would do here is just tie the neck pieces together. So that single thread, I'm just going to draw it and do a figure of 8. It's slightly more challenging in a 0.8 than it is in any other size, because normally you would weave with a 0.4 or a 0.6 perhaps. But all we're doing here is just generating a little bit of strength to hold that together. Once you're happy with what you've done, this is a little bit untidy, obviously, because we're sort of getting through that. Just trim off, and then you've got the neck, as it were. So if I just flip this over to the front, and this is the other cabochon that attracted our Hannah. So what I'm going to do is just pop a little right angle bend in here to begin with. And there we go. And then we're going to offer the cabochon in so that we can see how that will sit in the design. There we go. So again, you can use your ring mandrel if you like to generate the curve that will sit around the bottom here, but I'm just going to use the strength of my finger and the size of my finger just to generate a bit of a curve. And then you would follow exactly the same procedure as we did with the first piece. So I'm not going to take the time to do the same thing over and over again, but you can see how, planning ahead, you've got all this wire up here.
Yeah.
You can add as many pieces as you want. You can have a really statement piece dropping down. This is only 3, but they're quite substantial pieces.
Yeah.
So moving on from there, once you get to the top, you can generate the bail of your choice. If you're unsure about how to do that, if you look back through our history, I'm very, very sure that you will find some information on how to generate a bail. So I'm just going to pop this beautiful teardrop shape out of the way. Imagine that we've generated the drop of pendant that we decide that we want to go for today. Come all the way up to the top. So now I want to generate my bail. And in this instance, I'm just going to hold that into position. Imagine we've got all of our gems in position. Generate a bail using my bail making pliers. So if I drop that over to one side and bring those into position, I'm going to go for the middle size, draw that wire around. I'm going to pull both of those to one side today.
Okay.
It's just one way to do a bail.
Yeah.
Draw over the top and around. Now you have got these 2 tails of wire sticking out, which you can work with to flourish and embellish all of the pendant drop.
Flourish and embellish.
Flourish and embellish. Why not? Why not? Let's go for that today.
Yeah.
So you've got ideas of things that you can achieve with this. But I'm just going to pop that out of the way for a moment and show you a piece of wire weaving that I was working on during the last hour, which we would then use to apply and embellish and enjoy our pendant that little bit more. So if I pop him over to one side...
Embellish and flourish.
Embellish and flourish. That's not even words. Give up.
I'm going to squeeze in the hair combs while you...
you do that. I'll keep waving.
Look at these. Hair combs are... Look, wedding season. That's all I think of with hair combs. They are absolutely fantastic. You've got 3 different colours here. You've got your copper, you've got your yellow gold, and you've got your silver, sorry, rose gold plated, yellow gold plated, and your silver there as well. 5 of each colour you have. We've seen guest designer Sheila amongst other guest designers doing bridal pieces, and not just bridal pieces, all the deco pieces we saw as well previously on our vintage weekends here. You can create some fantastic designs, whether it be doing simple tiara twists. You've had the 0.4 wire and the 0.6 wire in the kit actually, which would be perfect for doing that. If you wanted to do some tiara twisting with those, adding your gemstones, adding your Swarovski, you can add feathers into these if you want to, and lots of your different fabrics. How much is that each? He says.
I wondered if I heard that right.
46 pennies each.
Gosh.
Isn't that just fabulous? You know, if you wanted to make wedding pieces, and actually I was talking to my friend who's getting married in April about this, about hair pieces. She says, you know, she's looked at hair pieces that are well over £150. Yeah. And that's bridal, which generally you don't get genuine gemstones with bridal. You're looking at sequins and faux pearls.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, hashtag just saying. £6.95 for you, 0800 644 655. That is just pennies each. And maybe you're somebody that just wants to start out and have a go at doing a hair comb, because I've never done one before. I'd quite like to practice. Danny, could you write the code down, please? Well, £6.95 for 15.
No, that is amazing. Quite often you see them at sort of £7.50 to £10 for a pack of 5.
Yeah.
So it's really nice to have all those options.
I mean, to be fair, you could sell them on £1 each, couldn't you? Just
Easily.
as they are.
Yeah.
Sell them on as £1 each. Have them in a basket on your craft stall. Brilliant. And GC93, absolutely loads and loads of you checking these out. So a massive well done. Anne-Marie in Nottingshire's got 2. Lorraine in the West Midlands, you've got 2 as well. Congratulations. And NMGC 70, I beg your pardon, GC93 is your code for that one. And on that note, I pulled both leads out of my talkback. Jem, how would you like to read that text message for me?
This is from Anna in Kent, and it says, "Brilliant kit, Lab is my most favourite gem, and all that lovely wire. I am glad I'm not the only one who does making in a camper." Absolutely. I did a kit once when we were up near Chesterfield, and I was working with 3mm Swarovski bicones, and one of the dogs came and upset my tray. Let's just say that it had to be my hubby who rescued all of those beautiful little bicones. Bless you. No, I'm fantastic. I'm glad there's more Labradorite lovers out there. I mean, I genuinely, I have so much of the stuff and I can't get enough of it. And if I was at home, I would be harvesting all the beautiful Labradorite.
Thanks for that, Jem. You've got the job as a filler.
Filler.
Brilliant. Thank you. Just sort out my leaves there, all my wires. Oh, thanks, Jem. What a star you are. Right, I think we're going to let you carry on that note.
All right then.
Brilliant.
So the next thing I did after creating a bail, and obviously you have lots of choices with how you make your bail and how decorative you want that to be. With this piece, I've taken 2 strands straight up and I've twisted around 3 times either side on a 10mm bail making plier, and then trimmed them all off and just put a single coil on the front after wrapping around 2 or 3 times to ensure it's secure.
Okay.
So I wanted to make this more decorative and add a little bit more detail to it. Now you'll see in the piece that we're looking at a moment ago, with the pieces higher up in the design, I've gone quite random with where I've placed the wire, but the technique is exactly the same.
Yeah.
You're winding around the frame wire, coming across the front, going across the back, and it's just, I fancied something a bit different.
Yeah, why not?
It's quite difficult for me to do asymmetrical, so I thought, well, I'll give it a go. I went asymmetrical.
Okay, fab.
So what I did next is I took a couple of lengths of the 0.8mm antique bronze wire. Now you can do this with 1mm as well. You could try it with a 0.6, but you would need to be very delicate with the hand, and delicate with the hand is something that I am not. So what I've done is I've taken...
Scary,
I'm not saying that I hurt people or things. That's just rude. Don't imply that.
I'm not very delicate.
I'm just not very delicate. I'm not a delicate person. So I've got about 18 inches each, 2 lengths, 18 inches, 0.8mm antique bronze. And I've applied to that the 0.4mm silver-plated wire, which is our winding, binding or fastening wire. And I started off by winding 5 times around one of the pieces. So if I bring that across, I've just done twice here. I'm just going to add, whoops-a-daisy, 3, 4, 5. Every time I do 5 wraps, I give that a push up. Not an actual push-up, can't do those. And then give that a squeeze to get that nice tight coil effect, just like that.
Okay.
Once I've done 5 on one side, I go twice around both pieces. So over the top and around. 1, give that a shove. 2, give that a shove and bring it back. Now when you are weaving with wire, you have got so many choices of what you want to do. One of my favourites is in fact to do 5 on one side, 2 up the middle, 5 on the other side, which is what I've done in the design here, I believe. Actually, I can't remember what I did, so I could be lying. But in this example, we're doing 5 wraps on a single piece of wire, and then 2 around both, and then back to doing 5 on the single side again. Very, very therapeutic. What you will need to do is be careful that you don't deform this wire. 0.8 is quite waggly and it will very easily sort of go off at right angles and be a bit naughty. So the key is to just do a little bit and then switch your grip up so that you ensure nice, tight coils and you're not sort of deforming that wire. Now you can take some either nylon-faced flat pliers or our regular flat pliers now, and as you move along, just give that a bit of a squeeze. And what we're doing here, as well as squeezing the winding wire so that it sits more flatly, we're adding a little bit of strength and resistance. And as I go along, I'm also correcting any wiggles that I've put in as I've been pulling it around whilst I've been weaving, which with me, as I said, heavy-handed. Well, do you know what I mean? It would be all really wiggly and bendy and horrible if I didn't. So just take that extra little bit of time. Now, the longer time that you spend on this, the more wire you have to hand, the more decorative you can, the more decorative effect you can achieve. I've done a fairly small amount here just to show you the sort of thing that we can do. So if I bring back in our pendant that we have made, imagining that this is as many cabochons deep in drop as you want. I'm going to start off at the top by winding around with a section of the wire. Now the beauty of the 5-2 wrap is that it looks exactly the same on both sides. When you start skipping, you end up with 3 winds and then 1, 3 and then 1. Whereas on the other side, it will be 2, 2, 2 all the time. So it's a really nice weave to use if you're just starting out because it doesn't matter if it gets twisted. So if I pop that over the top and just draw my tail wires around the back, push that into position so it's nice and firm, draw those extra bits across and tight. What you can do here is make some little curls and curves, cover up any mechanics that you're not happy with, and then if I just switch this around to the side, you can see, even though we've added a bit of strength to our wire, just by using my fingers, I can get that to follow the shape of our imaginary cabochon. So I'm going to draw that around just by very, very gently getting it to do what you want it to do. Once you're happy with how it's chased the side of the cab, pinch into position and you can wrap this nexus up. So like I said earlier, it doesn't matter if it's a bit messy. Over the top, around the back, back over the top, and then give that a pinch. If you want to go for a second time, if you've got yards and yards of wire weaving that you've done, why not? And then draw this around. Again, just taking the time to get it to do what you want. Bringing this all into position so that it chases the shape of the cabochon. Now you can, if you prefer, use some flat facing pliers and that will then get that to sit quite nicely. Now you've got options when you get down to the bottom. You can come all the way back up if you so desire. I'm just going to hold that and quite quickly show you. Get that to sit on top. Once you're happy, wrap your tail ends around and go back in the opposite direction. The choice is absolutely yours how you finish that off. The photos will be uploaded. I was going to say uploaded a bit later.
I know what you mean.
So that you can take inspiration if you so desire, or just sort of go with what you fancy doing. It's such a beautiful kit and there's so much to offer within it.
And I think you know, the shapes of the cabochons, like the round one, you know, that's obviously giving you a little bit of sunshine inspiration. You know, with the round one, so I guess you're taking inspiration from all these different shapes. Look at that. Oh, love it, absolutely love that. It's just stunning. If you still have this kit in your basket, you must check out as soon as you possibly can. $34.95 across both kits this afternoon. You have saved £67, I think it was, something like that. That is phenomenal, isn't it? You know, that's one of the biggest savings jointly over both kits I think we've had for...
Definitely.
Goodness. Have a look at this little section of box chain you've got here to add in whatever you desire. Really, whoopsie. Really beautiful. 925 sterling silver that is gold plated. Ooh la la. Oh, look at that. Oh my, there's me putting my finger all over the Labrador essence. Look at that. Wow, what a match that would make.
That's absolutely beautiful. See, I would like to encase the cabin wire and then have the chain dropping down just so that it sits just a little bit lower in that beautiful natural arc shape that it will make if you hang it top and top.
Yeah, would look lush, wouldn't it? You can, if you wanted to, just add a little bit of macrame in there, a little bit of kumihimo, chainmail. Why not go for gold-plated 925 sterling silver jump rings and add some chainmail in there as well? £4.95. I know, record low. Indeed, I'd multi-buy at that price tag. You could add a section of whatever you want in there, couldn't you? Beads, beaded section of the Labradorite perhaps. Again, you could go for the chainmail in your gold-plated 925 jump rings.
You absolutely could. I'm just thinking that as drop earrings with very little done to them, a single one of those 8mm top quality lab rounds from this kit on the end of that, really amazing, beautiful.
10 centimetres is approximately 4 inches in length. What a pair of earrings that would make.
They would be incredible. But also, 3 or 4 of those side by side as a bracelet are going to just look stunning, and they're going to move and catch the light.
Just beautiful. Well done if you've managed to get those. Now, Jem, you are off in just a second. When are you back, lovely?
I think it's the 6th of March, but I will update you on my Facebook page.
Oh, on which show? Any idea?
I don't know, might be the late, might be the mid, I don't know.
It's not the mid, I know it's not the mid. 'Cause I've checked. That is my penultimate show on the 6th. But at least I'll see you.
I'll see you at crossover though,
crossover.
Brilliant.
Yes, so Jem will be back on the 6th. I'm still here for another hour, so don't go anywhere. I've got your deal of the day, huge jadeite coming up for you after the break. And I've got so many more treats as well. Get yourself a fresh cup, another round of madness coming up in just a few minutes' time.
Join us as we welcome back connoisseurs to Jewellery Maker. A world leader in jewellery and silver beauty care, Connoisseurs is known for its product innovation and has transformed the jewellery care industry with their products, and we're excited to have them join us again. Tune in on Tuesday the 28th of February at 7 PM for a lesson on jewellery cleaning from the professionals. Connoisseurs on Jewellery Maker.
Hi, Leslie Rogalski here, Creative Director for the Beadsmith in the US, and I'm delighted to be presenting Zuron tools for Jewelry Maker television. When you're working in small, tight areas, you need this kind of precision, because what this does is it takes the nose of the pliers out of the line of the rest of the pliers so you can see exactly where you're working. It's brilliant. It's talk about precision. This is all about enabling you to have the finest craft level ever. Here's another bent nose. They call this the precision bent nose. This has a very slight angle, but the nose is very, very fine. The next pliers I want to show you is just something that I love. It's a chisel nose. When you are working with jump rings and wire work, sometimes you need that angle. And again, this improves your sight lines when you're working in fine work. Now, talk about precision. The Zuron tweezer nose has an extremely, extremely fine nose. You can get in and manipulate the most intricate parts of your work with this. And I think it would behoove anybody that works with wire or other fine, intricate crafts to have it in your staples.
Tune into Jewellery Maker this Sunday for the launch of Mark Smith's Wire Macrame with Seed Beads DVD. Mark will guide you through an array of different projects and techniques, including the floodlit and Anubis bracelet, the twisted twist, the lotus flower, and how to channel set using seed beads. Enhance your jewellery and learn how to combine seed beads, wire and macrame. So make sure you're watching this Sunday at 9 AM.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. If you've just tuned in, it's time for the deal of the day today, which are the most sizable jadeite. I mean, have we had any 12mm in size? They are absolutely huge. Look at these, 12mm in size. So, deal of the day, let's talk about that for a second. Deal of the day happens 3 times a day if you're lucky. So you get a first chance at 11 o'clock in the morning, then you get your second chance at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and then you get a third chance, if there's any quantity left, at 10 o'clock in the evening as well. So what we do with the deal of the day is we'll pick something really, really spectacular, whereby perhaps we've bought, you know, in a huge quantity, and we can go really low on price, or perhaps something that is very, very rare and very exclusive, still will bring you a great price. Bottom line is we always just bring you a great price tag. That's what deal of the day is all about. Now this is 450 carats. Of not just any jadeite, but Burmese jadeite is what you have here, steeped in myth and folklore and legend. If you type in Burmese jadeite into a search engine, you will find absolutely tons and tons and tons of information about this gemstone. It has been used for many, many centuries, not just in jewellery, but in carvings for medicinal purposes as well. Have a read, type it in to a search engine. Not something I can speak too much about here at Jewellery Maker because it's not factual information, but that's the reason it's been used for so many centuries. Now, Burma has given the world some of the most incredible gemstones on the planet. You know, when we think sapphire, you know, ruby, Burmese sapphire, Burmese spinel, your Burmese jadeite, and look at them. That beautiful, beautiful, serene hue that you have there, so delicate. It is just a kiss of green, isn't it? That beautiful freshness that you have with this. It looks great with jadeite. It looks great. It does look great with jadeite. It also looks great with your angelite, your rose quartz. You know, your soft, serene hues. Looks really, really beautiful. Now, 450 carats across 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 33 individual gemstones you've got there. Now, just an example of what you could be doing with this. Now, our budding beader Anne has put this design together using jump rings and using a couple of spacer beads in there as well. And I'm assuming that they're plate, but actually, do you know what? If you were using sterling with that, can you imagine the price tag of something like this? Can you imagine? I mean, all of that jadeite, Anne's gone all out, every single one in that strand, and 925 in there as well. You would be talking well into 3 figures for something like that, especially this kind of carat weight. Just have a look at prices for jadeite on Tinternet. Just see if you can get 450 carats in a piece of jewellery anywhere. I don't think you could. Anywhere near this price tag. £39.95 is your price tag this afternoon. 0800 644 655. How many of you would have your money back on a pair of earrings? Yeah, I would. Jadeite and diamond earrings for £450. Good price. That's a good price, I tell you. £39.95 for the whole strand you've got here. NFKY 36. And if you're wanting to add some more jadeite to your jadeite, because as I just said, jadeite does go well with jadeite, doesn't it? Look at that. Oh. 300 carats of your Burmese jadeite you've got there, 10 millimeters. So these ones, 10 mil, straight down on price, £29.95. I think Guest Designer Fleur, I think her jadeite are 10 mil rounds. Not 100% sure, it could be 8 mil, but I think they're 10 mil. And all she's done with hers is pop bare copper jump rings in between, and it looks incredible. And do you know what? That is a design that she never takes off. Next time she's here, just have a look. On her left wrist, she'll have that jadeite stretchy on. It'd be lovely. Wouldn't it be lovely to use that much jadeite? 300 carats across the strand here. I'm going to count out how many gemstones you have. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, Mike. Director Mike just said, I reckon 38. This is what we do here at Jewellery Maker. Guess the number of gemstones on a strand, wear the checks. That reminds me, 60777, start message with the word Gem Studio. If you want to let us know what you're up to today, if you want to give us a wear the check, that's absolutely fine. Or it is approaching dinner time. It is approaching dinner time, so you know. Oops, I've lost my earpiece again. There we go, sorted. Righty-ho. Can I just show you the star buy that's coming up for you at 5:30? Rose gold. Says our Danny. Oh, look at those. 925 sterling silver. Oh, they're gorgeous, aren't they? Really, really beautiful. No, they're not going to. Danny says they're going to drop. Oh, you jinxed me. 5:30. Those are coming up for you. Just ruined it, Danny. I blame you.
Leave on that and I'll get you another match.
It's all right, Max. Look, she has no faith in me. She's like, I can't watch. Done it. Hands on hips and everything. I'm just going to carry on. Sorry, Danny. Right. It is so. I tell you what, if you hear a jingle bell, it is Danny. Danny says, oh. So, well, sorry, would anybody else secretly be thinking Christmas at the sound of a jingle bell? You would, wouldn't you? You might not say it out loud, but I bet you'd all be thinking of it, I tell you. 3 you're going to get. 3 of them. Oh, look at them. 925 sterling silver. Do you know what? I think these would be quite nice as an added extra to your packaging. You know, something on your packaging that you can actually keep and put into your jewellery. Or it could be that you just have one of these in a bracelet design. They are huge, aren't they? Absolutely massive. 10 millimeters in size. And I love that sound. You know, I'm always talking about sound and movement in jewellery. You're going to have that movement because effectively you've got kind of like a charm here. And you're certainly going to have that sound, aren't you? Imagine just 3 of those on a bangle. Oh, £6. You'd sound like actual Father Christmas, wouldn't you? £6 and 95 pence. They are last of stock though, so do be quick. I do like the idea of adding these onto packaging. You know, somebody is spending a lot of money with you. So it might be somebody that's spending 3 figures on a commission perhaps. You know, you've got some good markup on there. So actually, do you know what? As an added extra, just on that lovely box, that packaging, I'm going to wrap some ribbon over, tie a knot, and I'm going to add one of these jingle bells in. I think that'd be lovely. £6 and 95 pence. NRRF 37. Maggie's getting really angry with me. She just said you're obsessed You're obsessed with Christmas. Stop it. I'm just talking about packaging, not Christmas. Just packaging. She's getting angry with me.
Tell the truth.
I am telling the truth. You're getting angry. You were giving me the look and shouting, but whispery shout. You know, like go, I'm obsessed. Would I feel safer if Maggie was in the gallery?
We've known each other a long time, answer carefully.
Yeah. I know, I love Maggie. It's only because she knows me that she can get angry with me, really, and get away with it. Did you say Ametrine? Oh, look at this. Oh, what a beautiful, look at the colour split in this strand. Isn't that just beautiful? Oh, do you know what? This is the only gemstone that I can think of that combines two gemstones. You know, you're so lucky. If you love Ametrine, not Ametrine, sorry, if you love citrine and amethyst, you're very, very lucky, because there's nothing else I can think of that kind of marries up those two gemstones and gives you that beautiful, beautiful combination of gemstones there. Isn't that just stunning? So Ametrine is a completely natural gemstone. It's formed deep below the Earth's crust, whereby during its chemical formation, hotter temperatures meet cooler temperatures. So it's the hotter temperatures that give us the citrine hues within the gemstone, and it's the cooler temperatures that give us the amethyst hues. Now that is a really tough trick for Mother Nature to perform, because too much heat during its formation and the entire gemstone would have just turned to citrine. I've got to be honest, you've got perfect colour split here. You've got some that are very citrine, some that are very amethyst, and then you've got some that just have that kiss of both colours in there, don't they? And they're really, really sizable gemstones. You've got 75 carats across 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22 individual gemstones. Now, can I just say, if we were playing Guess the Price Tag, I'd be at $29.95 and not a penny less for this strand today. I've just heard a price tag in my ear, which makes sense now as to why there's such a low quantity available. EO RU05. $9.95. No reason. No reason whatsoever. There are approximately 15 in baskets. I've got 5 chances left. 5 chances. Rosemary in London, Helen in Chris, Priscilla's there, Helen in Merseyside, Diane, Amanda in Kent, Judith in Rhondda, Terry in New Mexico is back in, Julie in Lancashire, Carolyn in County Londonderry, Rose in Somerset. It's fastest fingers first. I've only got 3 chances left. Okay, black pearl buttons. Now I had some earring findings earlier on that would be perfect for these. Have a look. Ooh. 5 pairs, exactly the same as what I had earlier on actually. But these ones, you don't have the earring findings. So if you've got any earring findings, earring posts, brilliant. You can use wire as well, you know. Don't just have to have your earring findings. But you have 5 pairs there, essentially, if you like, of your earrings. 7 by 5 millimeters in size. 7 by 5 millimeters, genuine pearls you have. The real deal. Not fake, not synthetic. And you've got 10 of them. So what you could do with these is use them as earrings if you want to. Take your post, pop the post in with the in the drill hole, glue them. Perfect pair of studs you've got then. But because they are essentially buttons, you can glue these to fabrics as well. So you know, if you were doing some beautiful, say if you were working with the new colours of shibori, oh my days. You know, if you were working with the shibori and you've just got those waves of silk, you could literally just go in and glue your pearls onto the shibori and it would look phenomenal. It would look so organic as well, wouldn't it? You know, the shibori silk with genuine pearls. Maybe add some Swarovski crystals in there as well. Let's go to town. Or you can glue them to the leather if you want to. You've got any of the leather nappers in your stash, any fabrics whatsoever, or even your bare copper sheets. You can glue your gemstones to sheets as well, nothing wrong with that, and lots of our glues are fantastically secure as well. OMG, I remember this one, OMG 23. 4.95. That's 49 pence for a genuine pearl. 49 pennies. Look at the lustre you've got there as well. Beautiful lustre, and look, they are pretty flawless, aren't they? These evening wear, I'm thinking evening glamour, how beautiful would they look? Night out, or maybe you've got a wedding coming up. I have. They would look, or we did establish earlier on, night in with the girls, not night out. We've worked out that actually we prefer to stay in these days. Jammies, bottle of wine or two, pizza maybe, and your pearls. OMG23 is your code for this one. If you do want to get interactive this afternoon, do text us in 60777. Start your message with the word James. In fact, it is the weekend. You know what? I'm all to pot with my days. I've no idea. Saturday night. What are you doing? Max, what are you doing tonight?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing tonight.
No?
I'm quite happy about that.
Yeah? Oh, that's good. Yeah, I'm doing nothing. I'm happy about that too. Chill. Just chill. Yeah. What about you, Danny? Making fajitas for your friend. Exciting times. Mike, what are you doing? Having a few beers with his friend in the pub. What are you doing tonight? Saturday night. See, I forget. Weekends don't exist really anymore for me. 60777. Start your message with the word JM Studio. Maybe you're just jewellery making. Maybe you're taking full advantage of the rubbish weather. Rubbish weather, stay in. No one wants to go out. I mean, what's the point in doing your hair if you're going to get blown away? Right. Coming up for you, 15 minutes time. $925. Rose gold plated as well, aren't they pretty? Beautiful. 15 minutes. Oh, I think I may have called this opal earlier on. Do you know what? I'm straight away, I'm putting it with the rhodochrosite. I'm getting both, and I'm booking a holiday. Oh, look at those together. Are they not just the most perfect match? Look at those colours. Oh, Larimar. Do you know, I'm not sure if I've seen, and I could be wrong because we don't have Larimar that often, but I'm trying to think, have I seen a strand of Larimar rondells before? I don't know. What shape? I think, do we normally see like brie electrops, I'm thinking maybe, or nuggets? I just can't remember. And the reason I can't remember because we don't have them very often. I think they look great with that rhodochrosite. I think you'll agree that that is a holiday strand right there. Those colours, absolutely stunning. Coming all the way from the Dominican Republic, this gemstone. Interestingly enough, lots of people that have been there have texted in before and said, you should see the prices of this gemstone. In the place that it comes from as well, you know, you think it might be a little bit more affordable. No. Honestly, Larimar is not a widely available gemstone either. It's really beautiful. I love it so much because it's a blue tone. Who doesn't love blue? So versatile as well, isn't it? Gents jewellery, gents jewellery, ladies jewellery. Perfect. That hue you can take all through the year. I say summer. It might be that you've looked at it and thought winter. Ice Queen designs with this one. And rondelles as well. Rondelles are so versatile. You can channel set with them. You can use them as spacers if you want to. You can restrand them just as they are. You can knot between them. You could put spacers between them. In fact, the Stardust rondelles that I had earlier on would be perfect with the gold. Or alternatively, you could use the gold that I've got coming up for you very soon. 5:30 in fact. Oh, look at that with rose gold. That looks beautiful, doesn't it? 45 carats you've got in total there. I'm thinking along the, you know, like the friendship bracelets that I was talking about earlier on, that again, really, really on trend at the moment. Just taking a small section, using the hemp cords, you know, the hemp cords that we do, the really natural colours, the natural tan hues. I think they'd be perfect. I do love that hemp cord, yeah. I always talk about the hemp cords. I love, love, love them, because I love that natural look, and I also think it's quite surfer-doody. Great. Here we go. Danny's has got to the bottom of it now, haven't we? Yeah, that surfer dude look. It's a good look for the gents though. David Beckham does it marvellously. ZQJN67 is your code for this one. They're 3x1 to 7x4 millimeters in size, £29 and 95 pence for you this afternoon. How fabulous is that price tag? I would be checking this out as soon as you possibly can on 0800 644 655 or on the website at JewelleryMaker.com. Get your certificate of authenticity with this one. And you know what? I can hear you now. Yeah, if I readjust, it's fine. My talk back keeps going. I wish I couldn't hear now. £24 and 95 pence for you this afternoon. Isn't that just dreamy? In fact, do you know what? I've got some fabulous pearls coming up for you on tomorrow's show that I do have here. Our Beach Bride. Something blue, I'm thinking. Hello. Gorgeous. How fabulous. Or if you've got your Keshi pearls or your Biwa pearls, you know, if you wanted to stick with that organicness. How about the Quiescent colour that I had earlier on? Did they sell out? I think they did. Using Larimar as spacers. Look at those blues together. Just fabulous. Actually, versatility. I could probably put that strand with anything I have here right now for you this afternoon, and it would work fantastically. We're at just £24 and 95 pence. ZQJN67. Get checking out. 30-day money back guarantee. Who's going to need that then? Sapphire. Genuine sapphire. Look at these. Look at the size of them. You know, sapphire. In fact, I don't think I've had any today. Sapphire is one of the world's most famous gemstones. Other than diamonds, probably the most famous. It is one of your big five, which is considered to be one of the most precious on the planet. So your big five basically are the 5 gemstones that are considered to be the most precious. And that consists of diamonds, emeralds, rubies, tanzanite and sapphires. So it's one of your big five, one of the most precious. It's a gemstone that is synonymous with royalty. Probably the royal engagement ring put sapphire on the gemstone map for a lot of us. The Ceylon sapphire that Princess Diana once had, that now belongs to Catherine Middleton. If you say sapphire, people generally think one of two things: either royalty or blue. Imagine 42 carats of sapphire. Did you ever think you could get 42 carats of sapphire into your own personal stash? I never dreamed I would be able to. And I know that if you went into a boutique jeweller's and asked for 42 carats of sapphire, they would look at you and see the pound signs. Oh yes, I'm sure you'd be getting offered champagne left, right and centre if you said you were looking for 42 carats of sapphire. We are looking at bead quality here, so there's a very distinct difference between bead quality and gemstone quality. So generally, bead quality will always have an opaqueness to it, whereas gemstone quality has a transparency to it, has clarity to it. That said, sapphire generally isn't a gemstone that you would expect to see with incredible clarity. If you did, you would be paying an absolute arm and a leg for that sapphire. You really would. Well, you've got 42 carats in total. 42 carats, massive, massive carat weight. Sorry, did you say natural? Thought so. Only 5% of the entire world sapphire is completely natural. 95% is treated in some way, shape or form. You've got incredible, incredible rarity here. Would you have your money back on a pair of earrings? I would, and some, I think, because let's face it, somebody that's buying sapphire probably wouldn't want it in anything less than 925. If I'm using 925 sterling silver, then that pair of earrings isn't going to be less than £20 for me. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22 individual gemstones you've got there. 22, that's 11 pairs of earrings at £20 each for me. It's over £200. And I paid just £10.95 for the entire strand there. Or how about you just pop £10 on each gemstone and say to the future brides that come along to your craft stall, if you want to add something blue into your strand of pearls, I can drop you one of those sapphires at the back on the extended chain if you like, extra £10. I'd totally go for that. Extra £10 for a genuine sapphire. Yes, and actually, do you know what? Averagely, they are all bigger than a carat in size as well. It's huge, isn't it? I tell you, sticky, it's like blue hour. Blue. We've had Larimar. We've had sapphire. And now we've got the Tanzanite. Which one did you say, lovely? Yeah. Fanny says unless you want to do those. Yeah. The reason that I stuck with these is because they're absolutely huge. Look at the colour. Oh, whoa. Look at the blues. Do you know, we were grading a lot of our Tanzanite. We're not doing that anymore. But if you were asking my personal opinion as to grade on this, I'm going to go AA as an absolute minimum. So kind of this end of the strand. And then here, you're looking at AAA plus maybe there. Look at the depth of colour you have in just that one gemstone there. That is phenomenal. So perhaps this is something to bear in mind when it comes to making your pieces of jewellery. So, you know, maybe look at the colour, the depth of colour that you have there. And, you know, think about the pricing because it is graded on depth of colour. So basically, AA grade is a lower grade of Tanzanite, which is classed as pale in colour. Of course, you can get Tanzanite that is not graded. So your Tanzanite that is A graded, classed as pale in colour. AA grade is classed as moderate in colour. AAA grade is classed as intense in colour, and Quad A is classed as vivid in colour. Generally, the more A's you see in that prefix to your word Tanzanite, the higher the premium you will be paying. If you looked at gemstone quality Tanzanite that was Quad A graded of a significant carat weight, you could be paying, oh my, not even 4 figures, 5 figures for something like that as well. You really, really could. 70 carats, look at those blues. Just incredible. And the size, if I count out how many I've got here, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 41. 41 gemstones in total. Averagely, they're probably about 1.7 carats each. But obviously there are gemstones within this strand that are much larger than the others. So let's take this one here, for example. If I'm looking at this one here, which is one of the larger ones on the strand, it's further down on the strand, it's, in my opinion, at least AAA grade. Just this one in a pendant, you'd be talking £70 on my craft stall, 95 sterling silver chain. That would look stunning. That would look beautiful. 11 by 7 to 6 by 4 millimeters in size you've got there. And there are so many of them on this strand. AV RU 85 with the current situation of Tanzanite. And I know that we say it most days here at Jewellery Maker. There really isn't time to hang around. Nobody can say it'll be the end of this week, it'll be next month, it'll be next year when that mine depletes. All we know is that the situation is pretty bad right now. There's actually nothing coming out of the mine. What was coming out of the mine before was of really poor quality. So we'd actually made a decision here at Jewellery Maker not to purchase because it was poor quality at premium prices. You're talking one of your big five and the only one of your big five that is running out, that is really thin on the ground. In fact, Tanzanite prices have risen more so than any other coloured gemstone we've ever known in the last couple of years. 1995. If you'll excuse me for a minute, I just have to adjust my wire just so I can hear Danny's reason for doing that. Say that again. He wants to thank everyone that's already come in today. And he likes things. Can I just say, even at $39.99, I would be multi-buying for this. We have seen nugget strands. We have seen nugget strands at higher prices than this. £19.95 is ridiculously ridiculous. I mean, now on the back of that, you know, I might say, well, okay, that pendant, £40, but then you can't go too low, you know. Sometimes if you go too low on price, if things are too low in price, we question the authenticity. You know, you kind of doubt it, don't you, if it's too low in price. If somebody offers to cut your hair for £5, would you let them do it, Maggie? She's like, no. No, you see, it's like, well, why? Can you not cut hair? Can you not cut hair? Car. You know, that car that would normally be, let's say, I don't know, £10,000. Someone's saying you can have it for £2. Do you trust them? Something wrong there, isn't there? You see, people doubt you automatically. It doesn't matter what it is. If something is too low in price, generally too good to be true, element of doubt there, you'd probably stay clear with it, wouldn't you? $19.95, you can see exactly what you're getting here. You will get your certificate of authenticity with this one as well. Flying out of the door. AVRU85 is your code. Sorry, Danny, say that again. 48 pennies per gemstone. And there's me selling one at £40. But I can't go any lower because it's Tanzanite and I'm only going to use 925 sterling silver. Talking about using the Sapphire and the Larimar as your something blue in your bridal designs, Gemstone of New Beginnings, how perfect would that be? Just one of those in a pendant design. You could even use 5 of these, make a beautiful flower, couldn't you, in a hairpiece? Something blue there, along with pearls again. It would look exceptional. What was that, sorry, love? If I made the flower, I'd still have 35 left to work with. Oh, go on then. Do you know what? I can see people that have already checked out now upping their quantity from 2 to 3, from 1 to 2. Why would you know? That's incredible. AVRU85. Samina in the West Midlands has just got 3. 3 of those. Oh, that's what I'd be doing. You know the pearls that I've got coming up for you tomorrow? What time are these coming up tomorrow, Danny? 1 to own. No, I've lost you again. 3:30. 1 to own. Brilliant. 3:30, you want to own tomorrow. Massive quantity of these pearls. I'm sure Danny said they were natural. Gorgeous, aren't they? Well done, Samina's got 3, Collect It in Yorkshire's got 2, Oksana in Lanarkshire's got 2, congratulations to you, Jeanette in Gloucestershire, Collect It in Buckinghamshire, Collect It in Tyne and Weir, Isabel in Angus, Elizabeth in Worcestershire. If you don't check out, you'll miss out. Would you? Okay. How so? Danny says, I'd like you to make something while you're on your baby vacation, Hannah, if that's okay. If you can make something on your baby vacation using Tanzanite and give it to your mum. Danny says, you're welcome, Anita. Unbelievable. Something you're not telling me. What's going on? Yeah, I'll do that, Danny. I'll get right on it. In fact, can you write the code down? I think I've been well restrained today, actually, considering I've only got 6 more shifts with you. 6 more shows. 6 more shows. Oh, I can fit in plenty of buying. And even more when I'm off. Brilliant. Right. Is it time? It is. Start buy time. Look at these. Last bundle of the show. Have I got more than one pack here? Ah, 2 packs I've got here of your beautiful spacer beads. Now, normally pack of 20. In fact, in a findings pack, you might have 10, mightn't you? Oh, have I got a 40 and a 50? So I've got 90. Boom! Do you know what? I always remember a design that Mark Smith did. It was a macrame bracelet, and he just used the sterling silver beads. That's all he used throughout the design. It's very Links of London. Other designers are available. And it just looked fabulous. And so I always remember that design. And whenever we have beads like this, I always say, you know, multi-buy, macrame with them, kumihimo with them, even when you're not using any gemstones. It looks really, really beautiful. And imagine as well, because you've got so much, the value that would be adding to your particular design. So you've not just got one bundle here, you've actually got 2. We've managed to find a pack of 40 and a pack of 50, 3mm rose gold plated 925 spacer beads. So spacer beads, you know, we generally use these to make gemstones go that little bit further. So it might be that you've just come in and got that Tanzanite, and although it was 1995, actually I want to make it last, you know, so I might use 3 in a necklace design, but I'll throw some spacer beads in there as well, you know, make it look bigger in design, give you more for your money if you like. And do it that way. Or you might choose to use them as spacers individually in between the jadeite rondelles that we had, the 8mm or the 12mm ones that we had earlier on. It's entirely up to you. Finishing off designs. You know, sometimes you've just got a plain old shepherd's hook. Some of the findings that we bring you, you might have a shepherd's hook and then you'll just have one bead on that shepherd's hook. And it makes a big difference to the design. It really, really does. So again, it might be somewhere that you just want to add attention to detail to one of your particular designs, or just popping them as movement, you know, in any of your pieces as well. You can do that. So there's lots of ways that you can use them. Very, very versatile component. And I would say 9 out of 10 guest designers, if not every single one of them, will never ever show up here at Jewellery Maker without spacer beads. It is an essential, and I know that Gemma Crow is like the one component that she couldn't live without is spacer beads like this. They are so handy for adding in texture, for adding in luster. In this case, they will be adding in value for you as well. You've got 90 pieces in total, 3mm in size. That's the first price. Oh my days, what are the rules? That was. Danny said, is that why you saw this was our last price when we talked about this auction earlier? Well, yeah. I did say how good that price tag was. Well, it is good. It's brilliant. There's 90 pieces. 2 packs you've got here. That is a fantastic, fantastic price tag already. CR GC 86. I'm a little bit worried. Is that not the best price tag you've seen? Even Director Mike just said, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting $14.95. Is that not the best price tag you have seen for solid 925 sterling silver that is rose gold plated? I wish we had more than 72. Believe you me, they are not going to stick around for a very long time, especially when Helen and Chris in Norfolk just checked out 3. Collect It in Leicestershire's just checked out 2. Joanne in Northumberland, you've got yours. Lorraine in Gloucestershire. Teresa, you're there. Virginia, Joanne, Alice, congratulations to you. Geraldine, Mary in Yorkshire. Is that Anne Mirabelle? Anne in Yorkshire, you're there collecting in Lincolnshire, Rosemary in South Yorkshire, Margaret in Essex, Claire in Bristol, Anne in Northamptonshire. Keep coming through. 0800 644 655 CR GC 86 is your code for this one. Jeffrey in Flintshire, you're there. Candice is back in as well, taking advantage of that one postage and packaging. Janetta in County Dublin, Anne in Yorkshire, congratulations to you, you've just got yours. Elizabeth is there. Deborah, Sandra, Oksana in Lanarkshire's just tuned in. Gail, you've got yours, well done to you. Janetta in County Dublin, my gosh, 90 for £9.95, did I? Sound like one of those guys at the auction. That's what they do. I have no idea what they say. What do they say?
I think it was pretty close to what you just said.
Was it? Oh, I've pretty much got it banged on then. Brilliant. CRGC 86 is your code. Oksana in Lancashire's got 3. That's exactly what I would be doing. So actually, Oksana, you've got 36. No, mine about 36. 90, Hannah. Come on, maths. 270 spacer beads in 925. Oh, goodness me. 0800 644 655. Check out as soon as you possibly can for that deal. Can't miss out on that one. Well done. Right. If you've got me in your basket, I'm not sure you can do it now. I'm not sure what the quantity's like. Who's coming up on the evening show? Lady Laura. Lady Laura Bynum. I was just looking at the wirework trying to guess the guest designer. Couldn't quite put my finger on it. Right, my choice. Do you know what? I'm going to go for versatility on this one. That's what I'm going to do. Something that I'm always saying, if you're brand new to us here at Jewellery Maker, black gemstones, white gemstones or clear gemstones are an absolute must. So if you're thinking of starting out, wondering where do you start with your gemstone stash, this is where you start. This is where you start. Now, I want you to think, you know, maybe you're not too familiar with all of the different gemstones we have here at Jewellery Maker yet. Maybe you're not too familiar, but have a think about what's in your wardrobe then. So if you're brand new, not sure of different colours and different varieties of gemstones and stuff, have a think about your wardrobe, ladies. Or gents, actually, yeah. That little black dress, chunking it jumper that hopefully you're going to be putting away in a couple of weeks' time. What about the maxi dress? What about your jeans and your t-shirt? Favourite t-shirt? Is there anything that this wouldn't go with? Anything at all? There isn't, is there? I don't know what your wardrobe looks like, and I know already, I can tell you, that this will go with absolutely everything. Anything and everything. So let's say you have got a gemstone stash. Think about your favourite gemstone. Think about your birthstone. In fact, I want you to think about the whole of your stash. The different colours, the different shapes, the different sizes. Is there anything you can think of that it won't go with? Didn't think so. What about your threading material stash though? What about that? What about your threads and your different coloured wires? Anything? There isn't anything. There's nothing at all that you have in your stash of seed beads, of Swarovski, of gemstones, of threading materials, of elastics even. There is nothing that you have. There isn't anything that you have that wouldn't go with these. That is what I call versatility. But do you know what? You've got 65 carats of white topaz. Topaz is a gemstone that I talk about a lot here on Jewellery Maker as being one of the priciest on the high street here in the UK for me. Aquamarine and topaz, I cannot believe the prices of. They don't come very affordably, in my opinion. It is also a gemstone that happens to be a type 1 gemstone. So as far as coloured gemstones go, they are graded. Excuse me, a little bit different for clarity. So diamonds are graded like SI1, SI2, BBSI, IF, etc. for clarity. But coloured gemstones are either type 1, type 2 or type 3. So type 1 gemstone will be a gemstone that is pretty much eye clean. Then you've got your type 3, which might be gemstones like your corundum that you would expect to see, perhaps with a few inclusions in there. This falls into the category of type 1. Type 1, pretty much eye clean. You have with a gemstone that is pretty much, I'm going to call it colourless. Colourless gemstone, the lighter, the brighter. When there is no colour or very little colour to a gemstone, it allows more light into the gemstone, therefore giving you more brilliance and more sparkle. If you are a magpie like myself and you love that sparkle, go for those lighter tones. £24.95 is not your price tag. Record low. Somebody's going on holiday on Monday. £10. I would love to know what we've saved you throughout the show today. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds. GX, VX, 86. Doesn't matter what kit you've got today. It doesn't matter what medium you work in. Versatility, absolutely fantastic. I am so confident in saying that there is no way you would go onto the high street and get 65 carats of topaz of this quality anywhere near this price tag. GX, VX, 86. Mary's back in. Is that you, Mirabelle? I tell you what, you're multi-buying your socks off today, aren't you? Taking advantage of that one postage and packaging. I don't blame you. Collect it in Lincolnshire, Virginia in Hampshire, Lorna in Dorset, Helen and Chris in Norfolk, you're there. Joe in Greater London is there. Jane in Kent's there as well. Sandra's back in. Anne's in. Lillian, congratulations to you. You've just got yours as well. £10 back in your pocket. I'm loving all these savings. Absolutely fabulous. 3x2 to 6x4 millimetres in size. Fabulous. The gold 925 Stardust. Another bundle. Been bundle-tastic for findings today, and actually, especially with components like this, it's not something we normally do, to be fair. You've had some cracking deals. It's the weekend. It's Danny's last weekend before he goes on holiday. It's actually my last weekend with you. Danny's trying to talk me into doing the next weekend as well. I actually, do you know what? My last show should have been the 2nd of March. And then Danny said, but I'm not here then. I'm not here, I'm on holiday. So me moved it to the following week so that Danny could be part of my last show. And you are right, it was the 16th, but due to technical difficulties, I brought that forward a little bit. So yeah, I think I've got 6 more shows after today. Week Tuesday is my last show with you at Jewellery Maker before I go off on maternity leave. I'll be back for Christmas. Don't you worry, I'll be back to give you all the countdown. Maggie's like, oh gosh. 925 sterling silver rondelles you have here. They are beautiful, aren't they? Really, really pretty. Now, Stardust collection, probably one of the most popular ranges here at Jewellery Maker. Doesn't matter what colour they're in either. You know, the gold, the silver, the rose gold plated. So much sparkle, even in one component. So here we've got 2 different shapes. You've got your rondelles and you've got your saucers as well. So again, you know, depending on the shape of the gemstone that you're using, depending on which shape you go for, there's so many more in baskets. Oh, do you know what? I can't quite remember where we went for this, but I think I can. And I don't want to say it out loud in case I'm wrong. But I know we were at £19 something originally, because we should be at £9.95 a pack. That was it. Danny was going to do buy one, get one half price. But actually, he decided to do buy one, get one free with some money off anyway. It's just how we roll. £8.95. If you missed out on the first opportunity, do you know what? You're doing exceptionally well today because you got a sec. That is right. That is right. 925 gold-plated silver stardust spacers and rondelles. So there's 30 in total for £8.95. I think these, along with the 90 pack of sterling silver beads that we just had, we've not seen deals like that. We don't have bundles on findings like this, especially not 95 sterling silver findings. That doesn't happen, does it? ULGC79. TC in Essex, Fiona in Falkirk, Caroline in Nottinghamshire, Teresa, Gillian, Weldon, Faye, Hare, the collector in Florida. Well, not quite. I did mention the cake. Did I mention the cake out loud? Danny just said, I can't believe you've gone through this whole hour without talking about food. 5 o'clock hour is normally prime time, dinner time, and it is Saturday, so what is it? Takeaway, Max? What you going for tonight?
I'm being made dinner tonight, so I don't know what it
You?
will be. A surprise, yeah.
A surprise, like it. What about you, Daniel? Of course, fajitas. Mike? Chili. Oh, I've not had a good chili for a while. I have no idea. I've eaten out a lot the last week.
Chili?
No, I've eaten out a lot.
Eaten out?
Yeah,
How many times?
out a lot. And take. Well, last weekend we had takeaway each night. Not each night. Takeaway 2 nights out of the 3, and went out on the other night. And then this week I've been out twice. It's a lot. It's not good, is it? Maggie's like, oh.
Make the most of it.
Make the most of it. Exactly. Maybe I should go out then tonight. Yeah. If you've got those in your basket, do remember to get checking out as soon as you can. I'm going to quickly recap the tools for you. The Zuron. The Zuron pliers. How many do we have left? 15, is that it? What did we start with? It was 197. We've got about 15 left. Now, Guest Designer Jem did very kindly demo these for us earlier on. The bent nose pliers, as you will know already, some of you, are just fantastic. The whole range is incredible. It's built for the professional and built for absolute precision as well. You just cannot fault them. Please go along to FIFO and have a look at some of the reviews on the Zuron range. It is just fantastic. Now, they are incredibly lightweight, and also the resistance on these is just, oh sorry Max, is just fabulous. It really, really is. If you are somebody that has dexterity problems, I promise you it's effortless. They just require no effort whatsoever. You can see you've got your really fine tips on there as well. So in actual fact, getting into tight spaces is no problem with these. And I was saying earlier on that guest designer Fleur Hastings uses them a lot, particularly this particular tool for chainmail. To go right in, if she's got to go back in, maybe she's noticed a jump ring and a design that perhaps isn't quite closed properly, to be able to get back, especially when you're using small jump rings, you know, to be able to get back into that design, she can go in and she can pick up that very jump ring with these, no problem at all. Great for opening and closing jump rings as well. We saw, oh my gosh, her name's completely gone out of my head, I do apologise. Who was, is it, what, I do apologise, what's the lady's name on the VT, Danny?
Leslie.
Leslie, thank you, completely gone. Leslie Rogalski, that was it. She was showing opening and closing of a jump ring, and the great thing with these is that because they're so precise, they're so fine, those tips, it doesn't cover up a huge amount of the jump ring, so you're able to see exactly what you're doing. So you can use this end, the finer tips for opening and closing your jump ring, but then if you flip them over, you can also use this curved edge, here, just put my hand behind so you can see, you can also use the curved edge there for opening and closing jump rings. So if you've got a couple of pairs, even when, and normally, let's face it, if you've got 2 pairs of pliers covering a jump ring to open and close them, you can't see much of the jump ring. You know, you need to be able to see what you're doing. With these, you can. You really can. Time is money as a jewellery maker. Having the right tools for the job allows you to do things more efficiently, more quickly, giving you better results. And as jewellery makers, that's what we all want. Get them home. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you're not 110% satisfied with your purchase, all you've got to do is send them back. It couldn't be any easier. Still got quite a few of these in baskets. You've just got to check out. Really, really simple. Last few chances, they'll be gone. Come the replay. Bead cap recap. See what we did there. Bead cap recap. A bundle. I think one of the first things I said earlier on in this auction was, Mum, no. She ignored me. She just completely ignored me. Shocking, I tell you. But then, price. How could you not? Look at these. So you've got two different sizes in your bead caps here. And you've got these ones, which are more domed in actual fact there as well. They are your 7mm bead caps. And you've got your 8mm bead caps there as well. So you've got 5 of the 7mm and you've got 10 of the 8mm. Love the fact that you've got two different designs. I'm just actually going to bring back the 8mm jadeites that we had earlier on, because the 8mm jadeites, they would be perfect with. Have a look. So just for finishing off your designs, whether it be a bracelet or whether it be a necklace design, look at that. It's going to give you the most perfect finish. Even if it is just a simple pair of earrings, or maybe you're going for that knotted necklace or bracelet, looks gorgeous. So you're going to get 15 in total. Two different designs there. Bundle for you this afternoon. Great price tag coming your way as well at 0800 644 655. JX GC 52, £9.95 for you this afternoon. Well done if you've managed to get those. If you still have them in your basket, make sure you check it out as soon as you can. Now on tomorrow's show, you want to own, I've got these coming up for you. Natural pearls, massive quantity and a fantastic price tag. That's 3:30 tomorrow afternoon for you. I will be back tomorrow with Hayley Kruger. Of course, completely forgot. Hayley Kruger's here tomorrow in the house. So that's going to be very exciting. But stay tuned though, because Zena is up next and she's with Lady Laura Binding. I will be back here tomorrow, 1 o'clock sharpish, so make sure you come back. Whatever you do for the rest of your evening, have a great evening, have a safe evening. I shall see you back here tomorrow. Take care. Good night.
When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker,